Are we one and done, ashes, ashes, dust to dust? Or are we actually moving on, whether it's heavenly and biblically, or whether it's just all part of the process of consciousness? I mean, where do you stand on this?
I have kind of a roundabout approach to this. There's a lot of theories about what happens and how it pertains to some of these ghostly experiences that people have. For those that believe in purgatory, one of the theories is that the ghosts that we experience are those that are in purgatory awaiting judgment. Um, Me personally, I think that we're given a choice. We can either come back and do it again, or if we've learned the lessons that we're supposed to learn, then we get to go on to the next level, whether that's heaven or a different level of consciousness or what have you. We just don't know. But that's part of why I'm so thorough and strict, for lack of a better word, about my research, is because I would really like to have some of these answers uncovered if possible. And for me personally, I need to have it backed up with data. I need to be able to replicate my findings so that I can take this information and say, okay, this is what I've discovered, and I've got this, and this to back it up. So, I've got something credible to take to the general public.
What is the difference between good research and getting results from that and being super skeptical? Because, one of the things I laugh at is, I got to move my microphone here because I'm going to, don't hold my acting against me here. Okay, but there's always this cross-armed pose for the team skeptic. And for some reason, it's mandatory on every website, that every Ghost Team website, that the skeptic poses on an angle with their arms folded and their head back with an angry look on their face. So what's the difference between quality evidence and getting the answers through evidence, comparatively, who has to play the team skeptic and shoot down everything that's come through?
Well, and my team will be the first ones to tell you that 9 times out of 10, I'm the one that shoots down, the data that they're bringing to me, going, "Oh my gosh, I think I got something," and then I go and debunk it. I'm very skeptical. Case in point, I am not a believer in orbs. Through my research over the last several decades, I've been able to uncover a number of explanations for the spherical objects that are being caught on cameras, much to the dismay of one of the very popular TV shows out there. I did write a book about it. It came out in 2018. I co-authored it with Chris Carr, and it's called Debunking Common Paranormal Myths, Exploring Psychosomatic Pareidolia. And really what the terminology applies to is, the people that are so eager and so hungry to capture quote unquote evidence. I hate that word evidence. To me, evidence is something that you can prove in court. I prefer the term data. I can collect data. I can analyze data. I can back it up with more data if it's legit. And these people are so eager and so hungry to get their evidence that everything they interpret everything to be paranormal. Every sound, every photo, every little tiny thing, when really it's not.
Well, I can understand that. I mean, you have to have a level of sensibility going into every paranormal investigation. But I mean, I guess where I'm looking at this is, for people who don't understand what weekend warrior syndrome is in the paranormal, why don't you take the time to explain that?
So, weekend warrior syndrome, those are the people that are just in it. They're the thrill seekers. They're in it for the adrenaline rush. They're in it for the scare factor. They're not investigating for the purpose of obtaining credible data or the purpose of helping people. They're in it for personal gain, fame and fortune, and a really good rush. It's kind of sad.
That would probably be an excellent description of it all. I would consider myself a weekend warrior. Like when I go, with my friends, or I used to run a tour here at the local museum to help raise money, I never brought a camera. I never brought anything. Like for me, I'm kind of selfish, and I can admit that. I'm selfish because I want the experience for myself. I want to feel the experience. I want to take it all in. Whether I'm have something attached to me, or whether I see something out of my eye, or whatever. I'm just about me, myself, and I, because I like telling a good story, right? And I want to make sure I'm as accurate as possible. That being said, I don't consider myself a ghost hunter. I don't consider myself a ufologist. I don't consider myself a cryptid hunter, even though the last 4 Saturdays I've been out in the forest by my Sasquatch gifting site waiting for Bigfoot to come join me for a hot dog. It hasn't happened. And I'm getting pissed off about that. But nonetheless, there are people out there like you who are searching for answers to these huge life questions. What are the questions that you would like to at least have a glimpse into the answers to?
I think the main one really would be the theology question. It's like, the heaven and hell and supreme creator, what really happens? Who's right? There's so many different theories and variations and beliefs and principles and concepts, and from supreme creator, heaven and hell, to absolutely nothing, circle of life kind of thing. And so I think that's the big question. The smaller question, for me would be, does our consciousness in fact survive physical death?
And what's your answer on that so far?
So far, yeah. So based on the data that I've collected, some of it is undisputable. In 2017, we captured an...
This episode is brought to you by LinkedIn. LinkedIn is a place for you to share your ideas, whether you're passionate about healthcare, sports, entertainment, finance, or anything in between. There's a community of more than 850 million people who care about the same things as you. And when you create and share on LinkedIn, you're not just connecting with other people, you're connecting with opportunities that can generate business outcomes. To join the conversation and get the tools you need to reach your audience, visit linkedin.com.
At Jiffy Lube, it's our job to keep you moving. With a full range of services from Pennzoil oil changes to tire rotations and more, we've got what your car needs, so you're ready for whatever's next. Putting you in the driver's seat of car care? That's a job for Jiffy. Visit jiffylube.com to find a service center near you.
EVP inadvertently, because it was captured with a GoPro. It wasn't even part of an EVP session where we were asking questions. And the GoPro camera caught this voice just absolutely screaming, going, "I don't want to die, Mommy!" And, we go back thinking that we had absolutely zero personal experiences and that there was really nothing going on at this location, only to review that GoPro footage and go, whoa, where did that come from? And so our next trip to that location, we were kind of able to tailor around that EVP and get even more data to kind of back things up.
What's your thought? The idea that maybe, just maybe, there are no ghosts, but there are so many different timelines going on at once that maybe you've ran into a different timeline that's already happened in our universe, but hasn't happened on a different timeline yet.
Yeah, like a parallel dimension, or possibly even, if you really want to try to work your noodle on it, maybe even time travel. That there's, some kind of glitch in the matrix from somebody time traveling that's enabling us to have some of these experiences. I kind of lean more toward the parallel dimension theories a little bit. I think it's definitely possible and plausible that there could be an infinite number of universes. And, in every single one of those universes, there is absolutely no circumstance or situation where the me of those universes would like yellow mustard.
Oh, I hear you. I hear you. And you know what? We'll have to see what's going on here, with it as we continue on the Night Talking Paranormal all night long. I want to get into the scientific side when we come back, because I'm one of those who believes that there isn't a lot of science to go into the paranormal. I'm not saying it can't happen. Not saying that at all. The Gansfeld experiment is kind of interesting. There's a lot of very interesting parts to this that I think correlate with a lot of different answers. It isn't about people, what kind of gear do you use? Because it isn't about that whatsoever. It's about literal science here, and that's what we're going to get into with Clarissa Vasquez, author of numerous books that can be found on Amazon. I highly suggest you head on over to Amazon. It is literally filled with Clarissa Vasquez paranormal books. If you need it, you got it right there. It'll add to your library, and that's where we all want to do, is add good books, good knowledge to our libraries, don't we? I love it. I love a good book. So much better than, reading something on a tablet. Can't stand that. We need more bookstores again. Spaced Out Radio continues right after this. All right, we are clear. We got 5 minutes. Hey, Gary and Gary's Beard, 2 separate entities. Thank you for that great super chat, buddy. Really appreciate you, my man. I got to be calling you here soon. I do. I got to call you. All right, bear with me here. I got to scroll up here, make sure I didn't forget anything. All right, I'm good. There we go. That was a fast first half hour.
Yeah.
Dirty Filth is not here tonight drawing cartoons because he is for work at a work conference, and he's been having to work late, and that's why he hasn't been. He's more in the chat room. He should be back tomorrow night. I believe tomorrow night will be his return. Gary, no, you shouldn't be scared unless you don't send me that picture of your handsome beard. Yeah. Hi, Bobbert. Good to have you here. Yeah, bribery at its best right there, Gary. Bribery at its best. Let's see here. I enjoy watching Dirty Filth draw nightly, too. You wouldn't believe how many people we actually get who complain. Doesn't happen often as much anymore, but for a while there, it was like daily I was getting hit up on comments. What is this goofball doing drawing cartoons during the show? I said, I don't really care. So I love it. It adds a new dimension. Grant Tavius, my man. Yes. I will, Gary. I will. Let's touch base here in the next day or two. And I hope you're feeling safe down there, man. I know you got you're getting, I don't know how hard you're getting hit by the hurricane, but I hope you're safe, man. Mm-hmm. Let's see here. By the way, just so you all know, Clarissa plays a very mean game of Minesweeper. She does. I was listening to it before the show. Hot damn, she's quick on them keys. Mike Bothwell, how you doing, bud? Good to have you here. This is true, Kira. Very true. Dirty Filth is awesome and has some serious chest hair competing with my hair on my head. It's amazing. The dude is bald as anything up top, but man, he's like a Sasquatch as soon as he undoes that first button on his shirt. Scary. All right. We have about 90 seconds, Clarissa.
Sounds good.
Excuse me.
So we scheduled this interview before I could get a review copy of the new book sent out to you.
Oh, I don't read books.
Oh, you don't?
No, they shut me off.
Really?
Weird
That's
story.
too bad.
Weird story. I love books, and that bugs me. I have a collection of Tom Clancy books, Jack Ryan books that I am way behind on because of that. Mr. Cowley, welcome back to the show. Oh, Mr. Cowley loves his spaced out radio. That's all I got. Penny Van,
Nice.
Good to see you. And we got 27 seconds before we're going to relaunch here. Ozzy, oi, oi to you, man. Oh, wow. Wow, that's kind of cool. All right. Well, let's see here. Here we go, everyone. Second half hour coming up right now. Let's do this thing. Second half hour of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. Thank you so much for joining us. We very much appreciate earning your listening ears. I want to remind you that if you missed portions of this show or others, check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read Shirky Poo's Newswire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. We're going to head down the scientific road here along the paranormal scenes as author, researcher Clarissa Vasquez out of the beautiful state of Colorado is here talking paranormal stories and adventures all night long with us. And Clarissa, thank you so much for joining us. And I'm going to start off, I don't want to start off negative, but I'm going to. Okay? I have my biggest pet peeve with paranormal investigators. You ask anybody in our audience, you ask any of my paranormal friends, I'll say, what is my biggest pet peeve of the paranormal? And they say the word science. And it drives me nuts because I know that 9.9 teams out of 10, there is not a single person on that team who has done a scientific experiment since they were in high school. Number one. Number two, they do not understand the scientific premise, purpose, procedure, hypothesis, the results, everything that goes along with an actual experiment. Now, you're doing this differently, and I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt here, because this is something that you have been practicing for a long time in trying to find it. Now, it doesn't matter whether you're a scientist or an amateur scientist or whatever. The fact is, this is what you are doing in order to try and prove or disprove the fact that there is life after death. Why did you come to this conclusion that this is the way you wanted to do things?
So, I really wanted to do something that would set the research of my organization apart from the weekend warriors. Let's do something worthwhile. Yes, it's great that that we're helping people and we're serving our communities and everything, but what are we contributing to society? And so somebody came up to me many, many years ago and threw a theory at me about roadside locations where a vehicle accident had resulted in a fatality. And I said, I think I can work with that. And it took about a year to put it together and get it tweaked together with a thesis and proposed outcomes and controls and variables. And in 2010, the Phantom Hitchhiker Project was born. And the objective was to see if these roadside locations resulted in phantom hitchhikers or resulted in geographic psychic trauma attached to the land itself where these deaths had occurred. And so the project in and of itself really didn't turn up a lot of phantom hitchhikers, but what we did prove is that it can be done scientifically. You can establish a thesis, proposed outcomes, a set of controls, a set of variables, and conduct your experiments and replicate your findings. So we proved that it can be done. There's got to be a specific set of parameters within your experiment, but we proved that it can be done. It's not the norm. It's not the mainstream at all, and it cannot be applied to. This particular project cannot be applied to anywhere other than roadsides. But it's a jumping off point, if you will. I think it's really getting the ball rolling as far as developing these research projects and developing the tactics and the necessary controls to have this form of research regarded by the scientific community as something other than pseudoscience. And so we ran the project for 10 years. And and really all I've got as the proof that it can be done is this great book that just came out on Monday. So
I love it. What kind of experiments are you doing in order to do this? Because one of the arguments that a lot of scientific minds have with the paranormal is that you're not in a concrete type location. You're not in a location where you could be in a controlled environment to see if it happens again.
Right. And so, the people that come to me and say, you're not in a lab. It's like, no, we're not in a lab. But archaeologists, paleontologists, zoologists, geologists, they they collect their data out in the field and then take it back to the lab for analysis. And that's what we do. We obtain our data out in the field and then take it back for analysis at a separate location, whether it's somebody's living room table, or oftentimes it's my bed, because that's where I'm most comfortable, listening to audio files or going over video or countless pictures and stuff like that. So really, the argument about not being in a controlled environment can be thrown out the window. Whereas one of the established controls are the locations themselves. The one thing that these locations all have in common is that they are roadside locations where a vehicle accident resulted in at least one human fatality.
Okay, so you have the cause, you have the understanding of what's happening here. What kind of results have you been able to predetermine so far from your evidence?
So with the data that we collected, we got a couple of EVP files in the 10 years that we did it. So we were able to conclude that these roadside locations do not necessarily result in phantom hitchhikers or geographic trauma related encounters. So, that it would have been great if we could have said, yes, all of these locations have, phantom hitchhikers, or they have wandering spirits, or they have, some kind of residual energy attached to them. And most of them don't.
Okay. So if most of them don't, how do you narrow that down?
How do we narrow it down to...
how do you narrow it down to refining what is part of the investigation and what is, say, fodder, lack of a better term?
So the ones where we did obtain some sort of data, we were able to go back and duplicate our results there. The locations, that didn't result in usable data, we visited them more than once to see if we could get different results. Multiple attempts, no results. That location was set aside, and a different location was explored. We also incorporated time, temperature, and lunar phase into our experiments. There are a lot of popular theories surrounding time, temperature, lunar phase. So we incorporated those controls into our experiment as well.
Awesome. How did you figure out what works and what doesn't in your experimentation? Because that's one thing about science. I mean, it's changing for absolutely everything. Did you notice those patterns with the paranormal as well?
Absolutely. Things are changing all the time. Right down to the equipment that is being offered for researchers to use. And so one of the controls that we had to maintain was the equipment that we use. We couldn't just incorporate, the newest piece of equipment into what we were doing, because then it would throw off our data. We had to remain consistent with what we were doing. We could have started the experiment all over again and gone back and revisited some locations with, different equipment, but we really didn't feel that would be the best use of our time.
Okay, so take our audience through a night investigation. How you start, how you begin, choosing the location. How are you choosing which scientific experiments to use?
Okay, so with the Phantom Hitchhiker project, and again, the entire project, right down to the research paper and the project proposal, is actually outlined in the book. So if there are any paranormal researchers out there that are interested in potentially adopting this project, it is laid out in this book. So we chose to operate during the 3 warmest months of the year, which for us here in Colorado are July, August, and September. We operated only on the night when the moon is at 100% full. So, we didn't do, the days leading up to the full moon or the days after 100% full, which is another control. And we started the experiment at precisely midnight. So we would go to a known roadside location where there was a human fatality. These are really easy to find out here in Colorado. You can find, there's crosses on the highway or the city streets or wherever the accident took place. Some states don't allow that. South Dakota actually has a really cool program. They put up think signs. They don't allow memorial markers by the family and friends. They actually have think signs. The state puts up a sign saying think, don't die, trying to deter another accident at that location for whatever reason. So we find the location, we go, and the experiment begins at...
This episode is brought to you by Nuuly. Those trendy brands you're seeing all over social, you can wear them without the expense or commitment of buying new with Nuuly Clothing Rental. Nuuly stocks over 300 premium brands, including Selkie and Love Shack Fancy, and even A Goldie and Free People. Subscribe for $88 a month and pick any 6 items from Nuuly's shared closet of more than 10,000 styles. Right now, get $20 off your first month of Nuuly when you sign up with the code RENT20. Just go to NUULY.com.
This episode is brought to you by Peacock. Based on the international best-selling book series comes the Peacock original, Vampire Academy. 2 best friends, Lissa and Rose, navigate romance, politics, and ancient magic at St. Vladimir's Academy while battling threats inside the gates and out. Vampire Academy. New episodes Thursdays. Stream now only on Peacock. For limited time, get Peacock for just $1.99 a month for 12 months. Eligibility restrictions and terms apply. Visit peacocktv.com for complete details.
The stroke of midnight. There are theories surrounding midnight being conducive to paranormal activity. So the experiment starts at exactly midnight. Using the exact same equipment for every location, we ask a series of EVP questions, the same EVP questions in the same order with the same duration in between each question. The entire experiment for the night lasts less than 5 minutes. We show up, we snap a photograph for validation that we're there, and we investigated this specific location. We ask a series of EVP questions and take some EMF measurements, to see if we're getting any changes in EMF or temperature fluctuations, things like that. See if we check for any fluctuations during the course, but it all boils down to the same 10 EVP questions, and then we're done. It's pretty cut and dry.
You're telling me you guys are conducting an entire specific scientific experimentation of the paranormal in 5 to 10 minutes.
In under 5 minutes, yes.
I'm stunned.
It takes us longer to analyze the data than it does to actually conduct the experiment.
I'm stunned because normally teams go into a location, they're there 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours, 8 hours plus. You're not wasting any time. Okay, so in that 5 minutes, what are you doing? That's barely enough time for most people to smoke a cigarette.
And I agree with you if I was still a smoker, but I quit that years ago. So we ask, like I said, while we are monitoring for temperature fluctuations and EMF fluctuations, we're asking a specific set of EVP questions, the exact same questions in the exact same order with the exact duration in between. We're timing it. So, you ask the question, You wait 30 seconds, you move on to the next question. You wait 30 seconds, you move on to the next question. And within 5 minutes, you're done. Like I said, it takes us longer to analyze the data than it does to conduct the experiment itself.
Okay. Like 5 minutes isn't a long time to get a spirit comfortable with you. Or, I've been in rooms that have been absolutely silent, and then you go back there a couple of hours later, and all of a sudden the ghost is like talking like a brand new baby that's found its voice. I mean, how do you do that in just 5 minutes?
Well, and that's why we make repeat trips to establish familiarity and develop a rapport, if you will. And, after probably 5 trips to the location, if we didn't get, anything that we could use, we would set that location aside and focus on a different location.
Okay, so you are going back to that location for follow-up study. So how many locations are you working on right now?
30.
Okay. So so out of those 30, are you cross-examining all the evidence from all 30?
Yeah, we are cross-referencing. We're looking at, the locations that had data that we were able to use. We're looking at it going, what sets this place apart from, other locations. We are finding that one specific geographic region here in Colorado is more successful than others.
And why is that?
We think the area in question has an underground coal mine that caught fire about 100 years ago, and it's still on fire to this day. The Colorado River runs parallel to that coal mine, to that coal fire, and there is a lot of geothermal activity there. There's a lot of hot springs in the area. And so there's a lot of contributing factors that we think are acting as like a conduit.
Do you think that those hot spots are knowing that you guys are investigating those areas?
I don't know if they know we're investigating them or not. We haven't had answers to our questions that would give us some sense of consciousness. The questions we ask, can you tell us your name? Do you know what year it is? Things like that. And, we're not getting responses like, oh, good to see you again, stuff like that. We are getting some responses to questions.
Okay, so the kind of questions that you were asking in that short 5-6 minute period, what are you asking? Because obviously you've had to really think about those questions rather like, do you know that you're dead? Did you die in the car accident? What did the fox say?
We do not ask questions that allude to their death. In the event that they don't know they're dead, we feel it's not our place to tell them. It's not our place to make them aware. The one thing that my investigators and we all discuss in depth is, how would you feel if someone whom you had never met before came up to you and said, how did you die? When did you die? Where did you die? You know you're dead, right? And to the best of your knowledge, Dave, you're not dead.
Not that I know of yet.
Right.
And I'll tell you how I do know. I have a plethora of Australian listeners who live in the future. And I ask them every day, am I alive tomorrow? And they all say yes. So this is how I know I made it to the next day.
Awesome. Awesome. Yeah. So, getting back to that, we really um, don't allude to the fact that they're dead. But the questions that we ask, is there anyone here with us? Can you tell us your name? Where do you live? How old are you? And can you tell us what year it is?
Sorry, we had just a little bit of an audio glitch there.
Oh,
And
no.
my literally, as you're going through those questions, my audio crashed.
Wow.
And that's why I put my hand up, because I had to reset my audio.
Okay.
So
Do you want me to go through them again real quick?
let's see if it happens again. If it does,
Okay.
we got some woo happening.
Interesting. Okay, so the first question is there anyone here with us? Can you tell us your name? Where do you live? How old are you? Can you tell us what year it is?
That's it.
That's it.
So how do you formulate a scientific understanding of the spirits with those 6, I'm gonna be honest, not so profound questions?
Mm-hmm.
What am I missing?
Yeah. Well, you've heard of the KISS method, keep it simple.
Yes.
And because we're still in the very beginning stages of really learning what paranormal research is. Granted, we've made leaps and bounds from the days of Hans Holzer and the Warrens, but we're still trying to figure out what it is and how to do it properly. There are no set guidelines. And so with this initial experiment, we really kept it simple. And
So before we go to break here in about 45 seconds, when you go back to that same location, do you ask those same questions again for confirmation?
Yes.
Okay.
For confirmation, validation, repetition, yes.
Wow.
Yeah, it's the very definition of insanity, doing the same thing over and over again, hoping for a different result.
I love that saying. I love that saying.
Mm-hmm. And that's what we do. It's the very definition of insanity.
My goodness. Clarissa, I have so many questions for you coming into hour number 2 here on Spaced Out Radio tonight, because I need to understand this more. I think I'm getting it. I think I'm liking it. But there is just some serious questions that I can't wait to ask. I think you're open. I think you're honest. And damn it, I think you're doing it the right way. Clarissa Vasquez on Spaced Out Radio tonight. Find all of her books at Amazon.com. She's got a ton of them, all dealing with the paranormal. We'll be right back on Spaced Out Radio. Stay tuned with more of Phantom Hitchhiker Project. Woohoo! This is awesome. Awesome. I hope you're having fun.
I'm having a great time.
Me too. I'm going to take a little break. I'm going to put you in the green room. I will be right back. No, I'm still right here. I'll be right back, though. You guys just sit tight, and if you're in the audience, we'll be back here in a minute. All right. Dave is back. Clarissa is back. And Dave's headphones are back. We got just over 1 minute here. And we shall hang on out. Yeah. What a good show so far. Solid
I'm having
radio.
fun.
Me too. Thank you for doing this.
Ah, my pleasure.
Let's see. Merle is here, everyone. Merle it up, people. This is my buddy Merle. Remember the investigator I was talking to you about earlier that was just absolutely terrible and no good could ever come of hanging out with him? That's the one right there. I'm kidding, Merle. I'm kidding. Merle up, audience. Merle it up. Love my Merle, man. Love my Merle. Mike Bothwell, thank you so much for the super chat, along with T2E and Cat Chaser, Trisha, Doug Shelby, the Doug Shelby, and Gary, thank you so much for the super chats tonight. Very much appreciate it, and it's a great way to support what we do on a nightly basis. And let's make this happen. Here comes hour number 2 right now.
You're listening to Spaced Out Radio with Dave Scott. Follow Dave on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Facebook, Spaced Out Radio Show.
Hour number 2 of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We very much appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Hello to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Jacent. Jacent is your password. Use it wisely, space travelers, as the Clam sets the password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read Shirky Poo's News Wire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. We continue the paranormal focus tonight, talking about science and ghosts with author and researcher out of Colorado, Clarissa Vasquez. You can find many of her books on Amazon.com, including her brand new one that just came out just a couple of days ago, The Phantom Hitchhiker Project at America's Haunted Roadways. Clarissa, welcome back.
Thank you so much for having me.
Glad to have you here. Science. Let's get into the science of everything. This is what we need to do. This is why you are here. And you know what? I'm having a good time having you explain everything, because I think at times we try to overcomplicate any sort of investigation. We don't want to leave a location missing out on that EVP, on that photo, on that video of something happening. And therefore, we go over and over again for hours until we're so wasted from energy that we just have no choice but to pack it up. Yet you are doing your investigations in literally 5 to 10 minutes. Your setup literally takes longer than your investigation. You ask specific questions. Go ahead.
Yeah, for the Phantom Hitchhiker Project, yes. Now, when we are going into someone's home or business, we're there a lot longer than 5 to 10 minutes. But when we're doing Phantom Hitchhiker research, it takes more to set up, tear down, and go over the data than it does to actually conduct the investigation.
Okay, so for the Phantom Hitchhiker Project, though, the scientific experimentation you're looking for is repetition. What happens, okay, let's go with this. How often are you getting the same answers at the same locations?
The locations where we have obtained duplicate results, we are getting the same answers to the same questions. We have one location where we go,
At Jiffy Lube, it's our job to keep you moving. With a full range of services from Pennzoil oil changes to tire rotations and more, we've got what your car needs, so you're ready for whatever's next. Putting you in the driver's seat of car care, that's a job for Jiffy. Visit jiffylube.com to find a service center near you.
When you're going from brunch with the in-laws to happy hour with your coworker crew, you need a wine that's made for any moment. With 70 calories per serving and 7% ABV, Kim Crawford Illuminate Sauvignon Blanc is full flavor wine with a refreshing taste. Buy Kim Crawford Illuminate at orderkimcrawford.com. Also available in rosé. Make it amazing. Kim Crawford Illuminate Sauvignon Blanc per 5 fluid ounce average analysis. Calories 70, carbohydrates 4 grams, protein 0 grams, fat 0 grams. Please enjoy our wines responsibly. 2022 Constellation Imports, Rutherford, California, USA.
And you tell us your name, and every time we get Bob. And it's really, it's the quality of the Bob. It's the same voice. It's the same pronunciation. It's always Bob. It's not like Bob, one time, or Bob, or, Bob. It's always, every time, Bob. So, that's, we always look forward to going and chatting with Bob.
Okay. So, considering this Bob ghost comes up to you guys every time, I mean, do you end up changing the line of questioning? How do you take it to step 2?
We haven't developed step 2 yet. It took us 10 years to work step 1. And so we haven't developed step 2 yet. That's still coming. We are, again, baby steps, keeping it simple. And so we need to, develop another project with expanded parameters, a different thesis, different hypotheses, and different parameters, projected outcomes, and see what do we want to accomplish with phase 2.
Okay. So considering you are trying this at 30 different locations, that means that you are looking for the same answers in those. Out of those 30 locations, how many locations are you getting the exact same results?
Right now, right now we're just getting one.
Wow. And at the other 29, what's happening?
At the other 29, it's either a whole lot of nothing or it's hit or miss.
So you might go to a location 4 or 5 times, not hear anything or hear something different, and then on that 6th time, you get the same results as number 1.
Correct.
Okay. So I'm a little confused here, and because I do think it's smart. Trust me, I do think it's smart. But the fact that maybe 1 every 4, 5, 6 times you're getting the same result, what do you think is happening in between?
So there could be different factors playing into it. Let's say that we investigate location ABC, and we hit it in July, August, and September, but we only get results we only get usable data in July. So then we hit it again the following year, July, August, and September, and we only get results in July. So then we got to kind of look at, okay, why are we only getting that kind of credible data in July? Is it the anniversary? Is it close to the anniversary of the accident? Are there weather factors playing into it? Is there a thunderstorm, rolling through, that night in July? There are other things that we have to look at to try to go, okay, why are we only getting results, during the July session, or the August session, or the September session, or, So there's a whole bunch of extenuating circumstances that play into the variable aspect of the experiment.
Okay. All right. So what happens? Okay, you're only doing this during the warm months. Why just the warm months?
Because we feel it's entirely too dangerous for us to be out on the side of the road in the middle of the night during winter.
I can attest to that being where I live.
Yeah.
It's cold too.
Yeah.
But what about spring or fall?
It's nuts. Spring and fall, those are, again, we can, when we go into phase 2, but we really wanted consistency with the temperatures. And so July, August, and September, those temperatures are pretty consistent at night out here in Colorado.
Right. Okay, so your climate is much like my climate. You're just about 1,500 feet higher than I am. But we get the same type of winters, same type of wind chill, okay, and that sucks. Outside of the dangers of investigating at those times, which I agree with you, you got to be careful, especially when you're doing road accidents. Okay, that have claimed lives. Do you look at it as the other season, say spring or fall, you aren't getting the same results as you do in summer?
I would love to, work on this more, during the spring and fall. Do a second phase of the experiment and include the cooler months in there and see if our data changes in any way. See if the cooler temperatures or the drier or wetter air plays into that. Whether depending on spring or fall. Fall tends to be a little drier than spring out here, and I would like to throw in some of those additional variables. But again, the objective of this initial experiment was to try to whittle down the variables and stick to the controls. So a second phase of the experiment, can be revamped to include some other, atmospheric conditions.
Outside of atmospheric condition, what else are you studying?
Lunar phase. We only investigate on the night when the moon is 100% full. Scientific studies have shown that there are changes in human and animal behavior. People and animals tend to be more active during the full moon. And one of the popular theories about surrounding paranormal phenomena is that ghosts tend to be more active during the full moon. And so we are conducting these experiments in conjunction with the full moon to see if that has, to see if that applies. Are we getting these results during the full moon? And on the occasions when we are getting credible data, we are getting it during the full moon.
Wow. Okay, so why do you think there's an enhancement during full moons compared to, say, new moons or crescent moons?
That I don't know. The lunar gravity affects it affects the tides, not just in the oceans but in lakes and rivers as well. They all have a little bit of a tide, and that's all based on the gravitational pull of the moon. So I'm not 100% sure how the lunar phase affects human and animal behavior, but we do know it affects the living. And so again, that a really popular theory out there is that it also applies to the not living. You
got me thinking here.
Okay.
have any of the spirits that you have developed a relationship with, if I can use that term, showed you themselves?
During the course of this experiment, no. We have had, during some of our residential cases, we've had a couple that have been more than forthcoming to say, hey, I'm here. We had one physically show himself, and there were 3 of us that witnessed him walk into the room and sit down on the sofa right across from us. And everybody was kind of like, okay, that's compelling. Others are rather vocal, like the one that we had on the GoPro saying, I don't want to die. That was actually recorded in a neighborhood where the next street over there had been a pretty brutal fatality.
Right. Why car accidents?
It's a common denominator. It's a control. It's it's one more thing that each of these locations has in common.
Okay, so 30 locations, 30 car accidents that took the lives of a minimum of 30 people.
Correct.
Okay, so the idea behind this is to keep everything the same. I think our audience needs to understand that. You're not going to go to a home where, say, a family was murdered. You're not going to go to a bar where, a couple people were shot up and killed. No,
we're not going to conduct this experiment. No.
Okay. So you keep it with car accidents. Obviously, you're doing this silently, even though you're public about it, talking about it now. You're keeping the locations and everything kind of silent for probably the sake of the family and the sake of the results and everything like that. Okay, how hard is it to keep silence on it when you're at a location and people are driving by you?
That's it's less common when you're investigating at midnight. There are significantly fewer people on the road. So that does cut down on the ambient noise and the pollution, if you will, from the vehicles.
Have the police ever pulled up and said, hey, what are you guys doing?
Only once. We did have a state trooper pull over and, and of course, we're in uniform. My organization, we've got a very professional uniform, and we're all in uniform. We're like, hey, we're at this location. We're asking a couple of questions. We're not going to be here very long. It was just prior to midnight. We were still setting up. And trooper said, okay, I just wanted to make sure that everything was okay and, nobody was hurt or needed help. And he went on his merry way.
Didn't stop and say, hey, can I play?
No, although we did just in the last 2 weeks have a state trooper apply for membership. So we're going to be interviewing him on Saturday.
Excellent. Okay, so outside of this experiment, what if, even though we're still on the topic of it, what are some of the comments that other people in the paranormal are making about what you're doing?
Some comments are that the parameters are too narrow, and others are that the parameters are too broad, or that there aren't enough EVP questions. And, again, for this initial experiment, I wanted to keep it simple. So that, really anybody that's serious about conducting, research scientifically can adopt this project. And, maybe the results in, say, Louisiana are different than the results in Colorado due to, different atmospheric conditions during, July, August, and September. The temperatures are all pretty consistent during those months down in Louisiana. So, but there's more humidity in the air, and water conducts electricity. It conducts energy. And so, that maybe that's a more efficient conduit than conducting this experiment here in Colorado.
Gotcha. Fully understand. I mean, are there other teams across the United States conducting this same experiment with you?
There is only one other team that requested the project. And that was several years ago, and I think they've abandoned it because we haven't heard anything from them in a very long time.
I would assume that they abandoned it. Are you shocked, though, that more other teams will not jump on board just to even see what's going on?
No, I'm not really shocked. As you and I discussed during the first half hour of the show, a lot of people are in this for the adrenaline rush, the scare factor, the fame and fortune. They're not in it to make scientific advances or to help people feel comfortable in their surroundings. They're in it for different reasons than what I'm in it for.
What results are you hoping from this?
The results that I was initially hoping for are different than the results that I got. I was hoping to show that these accidents resulted in cases of geographic psychic trauma and subsequent phantom hitchhikers. And really that wasn't the case. But what we ended up proving was that this can be done scientifically. It's on a very small scale, but it can be done.
But it's a start.
It's a start.
Why do you think many other paranormal teams are not as excited about jumping on the true scientific bandwagon of solving paranormal?
My personal opinion is, because standards and regulations would come into play, and right now it's pretty much a free-for-all. There are no experts, and it's standards and regulations, and some pretty strict rules would have to come into play if everybody started adhering to the scientific side, and people don't want to do that.
Is it the weekend warrior syndrome?
More than likely. And there are other people out there who have, they've got the best of intentions, but they want to play by their own rules, and they don't want to conform. They're happy with the way they've been doing things for however long they've been doing it, or they're happy with mimicking the guy in the too tight t-shirt on television, and whose name will not be mentioned. They're happy with the way they do things, which may or may not be an appropriate way to do things.
We've got about 1 minute to go here. Clarissa Vasquez will be with us until the top of the hour here on Spaced Out Radio. When we return from the break here at the bottom of the hour, Clarissa, I want to get into some of your own ghost stories. I'm sure you have quite a few that you could share with us the next half hour. Let's figure out your top three. Let's go into detail in your top three.
Okay.
And because I know our audience would love to hear some ghost stories coming on from you in the Colorado area, but I love your experiment, and I really hope that you continue to pursue it and get the best results you can. I think it's exciting. I really do. And it's just like my friend Ross Allison up here in Seattle, who has created a documentary type series called Parasense, where they put naked people into haunted buildings to try and discover how a spirit will communicate with a true human body, not with clothing on. And it's phenomenal, the results he's getting. Phenomenal.
I want to see that documentary. And not just for the naked people aspect. I want to see what the interaction is.
It's phenomenal. Phenomenal. Clarissa Vasquez, you can find all her books at Amazon.com. We got her till the top of the hour. I'm looking forward to it. Love my paranormal talk on Spaced Out Radio right after this. Hi, Eric the Hobbit. How are you? Good to see you. Parkinson. How you doing, buddy? Good to have you back. Yeah, Ross Allison, Parasense. I haven't seen the documentary yet because it's weird. There are certain documentaries that you can get in the United States, but you can't get them in Canada, even though they're on, say, Netflix or Hulu or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But it's pretty incredible, the results that they are getting, and that they actually, Ross has a lead scientist, like a true scientist, who is conducting the experimentation on the system, because nobody had done it before. Nobody has wandered or sat in a chair in a haunted building or whatever, to see the results of what ghosts can do to the human body. We look at all these marks and bruises that we say show up. Well, this is their opportunity to test that out, and they're doing it on camera.
That's really, really cool. And do they have male and female?
Both.
Test subjects? Okay.
Yeah. They found it very easy. Hi, Tokeland. How you doing, man? They found it very easy to find male figures to come on in. Female, they have not. And it's done very professionally. Like, it's not a porno thing or...
Right.
Or...
Whether it's a girls' night out, brunch with your work besties, or a night in with Sprinkles, the crisp, refreshing taste of Kim Crawford makes any moment amazing. So wherever you go, shine with Kim Crawford. Available in Sauvignon Blanc and Rosé. Kim Crawford. Make it amazing. Buy Kim Crawford at orderkimcrawford.com. Please enjoy our wines responsibly. 2022 Constellation Imports, Rutherford, California, USA. Whether it's a girls' night out or a night in with Sprinkles, the refreshing taste of Kim Crawford makes any moment amazing. Available in Sauvignon Blanc and Rosé. Buy Kim Crawford at orderkimcrawford.com. Make it amazing. Please enjoy our wines responsibly. 2022 Constellation Imports, Rutherford, California, USA.
There's not people having sex or investigating naked. These are people who are sitting in a chair or standing up, and there's cameras all around them. They're covered up the moment that they are, off when they've stopped filming. So it really is coming at this from a classy, professional type of filming.
Nice.
Eric the Purple Hobbit wants to know, whereabouts in Colorado are you from? I was around Colorado
just
Springs.
Answered him.
Oh, okay. Well, make sure you hit Miss CV. Make sure you hit subscribe on our channel.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Yes, I'm that cheap. I want your subscription.
I don't blame you.
Mm-hmm. All right. Yeah, it's pretty cool with the way Ross is doing everything. You should actually add him on Facebook. Ross Allison with 2 L's.
Ross Allison. I can find something to write on.
And they try, and, like they don't care, what a person's body, it's not about the body, it's about the results of, people getting touched or their hair grabbed or their elbow poked or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
It's really cool.
I wrote it down so I can remember to do that. Check him out.
Yeah, I think you'll like him.
Joe Monk says we are all naked under our clothes. Truer words have never been spoken.
Yes, Joe's he's an alien abductee who never admits to it.
Aha.
Yeah. Thank you, Mike, again for another great super chat. Really appreciate that, man, my fellow Canadian. Hi, Ozzy Ange. How are you?
You really do have quite the Australian following.
Oh, yeah.
That's wonderful.
There's a few of them in here tonight. A few of them are missing. Steam Train Mark is missing. Paul Holland is missing. A few others. Best Canadian bands ever while on commercial, Dave. Oh, man. You're going to hate me. I like Nickelback. I like Bryan Adams. Okay? I do. I'm sorry. We got 10
Don't
seconds.
apologize for loving Nickelback.
I like
Nickelback
Triumph.
awesome.
Triumph back in the day. They were awesome.
Yeah.
All right, here we go, everyone. Tragically Hip, number 1. Here we go. We passed the halfway point of Spaced Out Radio tonight. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for joining us. Very much appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Hello to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live at KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website, spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read Shirky Poo's Newswire. Check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. Here we go with Clarissa Vasquez. We have this paranormal investigator and author running us right to the top of the hour with some of her spooky encounters over the years. You can find all of Clarissa's books at Amazon.com. Just type in her name, Clarissa Vasquez. Clarissa, welcome back.
Thank you.
Gonna ask you, what's your favorite haunting story or ghost story?
Oh gosh, I've got 3, really. And 2 are very simple, really, and very personal. Actually, a very, very, very dear friend of mine passed away in February of 2020, and she and I were very, very close. And as soon as I heard about her passing, here I am in the middle of my grief, consuming copious amounts of alcohol and just crying hysterically. I'm in the living room, just, tears, and I've got the audio recorder going. I'm like, please talk to me. And she knew what I did. She supported what I did, even let me investigate her house several times. And, I'm, saying, please, are you here? Are you here? Are you here? And I kind of let my mind wander a tiny bit. And I got to thinking about all of the times that we would be in her kitchen listening to music, and she had this goofy little dance where she would just kind of get one shoulder and one hip going. And I always thought it was the most ridiculous dance ever. And and I caught myself, kind of daydreaming, and I said, "Oh, I can't stop thinking about the way you danced in the kitchen." And I waited a couple hours to go back over and listen to the audio, and the first part of it, is just me blubbering hysterically, please, please talk to me, please. And then it gets quiet and I zone out and I hear her voice go, "Dance with me," before you hear me say, I can't stop thinking about the way you danced in the kitchen. And so that's one of my favorite EVPs, is, she knew I was thinking about, dancing in the kitchen. And to this day, that's still one of the things that cheers me up when I'm feeling overly down is I will play that sound clip. It is not on the CCPI website. That's something that I keep very, very personal to me. It's one of the few things that, that I didn't publicize. It's in my private collection. But I have her voice from the other side saying, "Dance with me." Another one, again in 2020. 2020 was the year of tragedy for me. I'm not going to lie. I had a personal tragedy, life-altering personal tragedy every month that year. It was horrible, on top of the pandemic. But in August of 2020, I lost my cat. My sweet kitty cat. His name was Bubba Lou, and he was my everything. At night, up until I moved out of the condo that he and I lived in, Bubba used to fetch. He was the craziest cat. He would fetch. I would throw things out from my bed out into the hallway, and he'd grab them and bring them back on the bed. And after he passed, I would feel him jump on the bed. And every now and then, his favorite thing to fetch would be like McDonald's hamburger wrappers. When I moved, I found a stash of them behind my dresser. Hamburger wrappers, straws, and bottle caps that he had fished out of the garbage and stashed away. And every now and then, I'd wake up in the morning and there would be a wadded up McDonald's hamburger wrapper on the bed, as if Bubba had brought it back and dropped it for me to fetch.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
So, but the one that the oldest favorite experience would be a private residence in Nucla, Colorado. We had a 3-story farmhouse that the owners could not keep rented. People would come in, sign a lease, pay the first, last, and deposit, and they'd move in, and within a couple of weeks, they would say, "Keep the money, we're out." And this happened over and over and over. And the owners were, kind of okay with them breaking the lease because, they're getting to keep the money, but they really appreciate regular income from this property. And so they called us in, and it was in early spring, so it was pretty cold. And the location had electricity but no heat.
Right.
And so they said, "You're welcome to start a fire in the wood burning stove. It does pretty good about heating the whole place if you get it started early enough." And so we were going to start a fire in the fireplace, open up the door to put wood in, and there's a bunch of dead birds in the fireplace. And so we had, we're smacking the stovepipe and climbing up on the roof and smacking the stovepipe, knocking more dead birds down out of the stovepipe before we can light fire in this fireplace. And there were 8 of us on location that night in this 3-story house. And every single one of my investigators was having a personal experience that seemed to be tailored to their comfort threshold. If an investigator was unnerved or frightened by seeing something, they were seeing things. If they were put off by hearing voices, somebody was, talking in their ear. And I've been doing this for so long, I'm pretty desensitized to all of it. It really takes a lot to spook me. I can have Casper pop right out in front of me and say, "Hi, I'm Casper." I'll be like, "Hey, I'm Clarissa." And so I wasn't having an experience. And I was getting kind of bummed out. I'm like, man, everybody's, having all these experiences. I'm not having anything. I'm, feeling kind of left out. And so myself and two other investigators, we were up on the third story, and it was the attic area. And I'm looking through a night vision monocular. And the one that I was using at the time, it would allow me to see in the dark, but it wouldn't record. I've since upgraded, and I now have one that records. But I saw on the floor in this attic what looked like a dead bird. And it turned out to be a piece of crumpled up trash bag. But you go back and listen to the audio, and you hear me say, "Ew, what is that?" And this voice goes, "Dead bird." And then you hear me say, "Is there a dead bird in there?" And you hear the others talking. And so it wasn't until I get home, I get out of the field and back to the lab, and I'm going over this audio, and I, hear myself go, "Ew, what is that?" And this voice goes, "Dead bird."
Wow.
I'm like, oh, no, he didn't. It was in my head. It knew I thought I was seeing a dead bird, or it was making me think that was a dead bird on the floor. But either way, that son of a gun was in my head. Let me tell you, it's scary enough with just me in there. I don't need, some dead person, rummaging around in my noodle. So that was my personal experience that really set me off of my game there for a little while. I was like, holy crap. So now I'm a little more cognizant when I'm investigating. If I think I see something, I'm very vocal about, is that a dead bird on the floor over there? Or, is there a stuffed animal in the corner on the bed? I'm pretty verbal about what I think I'm seeing, to try to, validate any future experiences.
My goodness. I got a couple questions from our audience here.
Sure.
And we'll get to those. Start off with YJ here. Clarissa, are you aware of the study in hospitals where letters or symbols are on top of the medical equipment to ask near-death patients if they saw them?
I know there have been several studies done on NDEs. I personally have not researched them. That could be, something later on down the road. But right now, I think that's a topic that's it's getting saturated. It's gaining in popularity. So, am I aware of the study? No, but it doesn't surprise me.
All right. Let's move on to Cat Chaser here, who is asking, Clarissa, do you know about floating around when dead?
I love the handle Cat Chaser. Since I lost my Bubba Lou, I now have 6 cats. And I love them all as much as my Bubba. But floating around when dead, I'm not sure exactly what Cat Chaser is referring to. I know that there are people that can astral travel and kind of float around and have that out-of-body experience while they're still alive. But as far as floating around when dead, I'm not entirely sure where they're going with that one.
All right. Let's get to another question from Lisa here. In your opinion, what are orbs? Now, you did establish you don't.
I have a nifty anagram for orbs. Orbs, ORBS, ordinary random bits of stuff.
Why don't you believe in orbs?
I'm not saying that 100% of all orbs are naturally occurring phenomena. I'm saying that 99.999% can be explained. Whether it's dust, water, vapor, swamp gas, ball lightning. Most of the time it's dust, pollen, bugs, stuff like that. So, orbs is it's a great acronym. Ordinary random bits of stuff. And with as sensitive as cameras are today, in order to get those super crisp pictures, with all of the pixels in there, they've got to be able to pick up, the tiniest little detail. And that includes, dust particles and bugs that are in the way of the lens.
Now, you've seen orbs.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think it's just dust or bugs or particles we're dealing with?
99% of the time, yeah, it's dust or bugs. The only criteria that I will include when considering an orb as potentially paranormal is if it has its own light source and can cast a significant shadow. And again, depending on the size of it, you have to factor in ball lightning, especially if you're outdoors. But, if you can see it with the naked eye and it has its own light source and can cast a shadow and everything, heck yeah, I will count that as, something paranormal in nature, because that's not normal.
All right. We got about 8 minutes left with you, and I'm very interested in learning about your own technique in going out on an investigation. Are you someone who likes to go to all the popular hot spots, or are you someone who likes to just do their own thing and find new locations that have never been touched, virgin territory?
I like to do both, but if I go to a hot spot, I try to go in as blind as possible. I don't research it. I don't watch the TV shows about it. I don't read the books about it. I try to go in with as little knowledge as possible so that I don't have any preconceived notions about the location or about areas within the location. I can go in and try to be as thorough as possible. If I can get into a virgin location or a remotely virgin location, even better. Then I will try to dig up the history on it and try to see what's what after the fact.
I guess what I'm saying is, I'm glad the Halloween season is among us, because now I don't have to hear the summer travels of all the insane asylums and battlefields that everybody brags about going to every year. And I'll be honest with you, it doesn't interest me. Waverly Hills, I'm sure it would be a fun night, but it doesn't interest me. You could say the same thing for Alcatraz or, Gettysburg. That's the one I'm looking for.
Yeah. I've done Gettysburg a couple of times. I've never encountered anything. I've got some great photography from Gettysburg. One of them is actually in this book right here. The Gettysburg, I think, there's the picture that I took of Sachs Bridge in Gettysburg. that is in the Phantom Hitchhiker Project and America's Haunted Roadways, available at a book retailer near you. Right now, they are doing some construction and restoration at Devil's Den and one other.
Whether it's a girls' night out, brunch with your work besties, or a night in with sprinkles, the crisp, refreshing taste of Kim Crawford makes any moment amazing. So wherever you go, shine with Kim Crawford. Available in Sauvignon Blanc and Rosé. Kim Crawford. Make it amazing. Buy Kim Crawford at orderkimcrawford.com. Please enjoy our wines responsibly. 2022 Constellation Imports, Rutherford, California, USA.
If you look around, there are so many ways to make a difference. At Capella University, our FlexPath format gives you a different way to earn your degree. Take courses at your speed. Move on whenever you're ready. Education should fit your life. Learn more at capella.edu.
Monument at Gettysburg, which could potentially be stirring things up. So, it might be a good time to hit Gettysburg, because the construction, restoration, renovation, whatever projects that they're doing over there could be stirring activity up.
What I'm saying, though, is for me, it's about imagination. Hey, I can understand where people all want to do these very popular places. It's just like families going to Disneyland, or families, going to Mexico to party on the beach, or whatever it may be. I get that. I can appreciate that. But a lot of times, I just feel, and I'm sure my audience is ad nauseum, oh, here he goes again. Okay, I just feel there's a real lack of imagination. All right, like I look at the teams here in BC. They go to the same locations every time, and ooh, look what we got. Ooh, look what we got. EVPs, photographs. It goes so by. I want to go on a road trip, man. I want to find these little weird oddities that are out there. And every little community in between the big cities and the suburbs have their own legends and their own stories that are not even being told. That's what drives me nuts.
Well, and Dave, we live in an age of instant gratification. We have the world at our fingertips. And so I think, the big draw is, people have had paranormal experiences at Gettysburg. They've had paranormal experiences at Alcatraz, Waverly Hills, Slater Mill. And so that's where people are going to flock, because they want to have those experiences too. It's like people go to Disneyland, and they have fun at Disneyland. And so people wanting to have fun go to Disneyland, things like that. But I totally get what you're saying. When you want to find the diamond in the rough. And that is way cool.
It is totally way cool. And I feel for, I watch these people get all excited. Ooh, we're going here, and ooh, we're going there. And I'm like, ooh, I don't care. I really don't. I really don't. It's like, hey, I'm all about going to the same location. I ran a haunted tour at our local museum to raise money for it for 3 years. Proud to say we raised $14,000 for the museum. It was fantastic until they became a bunch of idiots, and we had to say no more.
Yeah.
Right? But the idea behind it is this. Where should we as a collective whole be looking towards the paranormal? What should we have goals? Do we need goals? Am I pushing people too hard and saying, look, if you're just a weekend warrior, stay that way. Don't try and act big shot.
Yeah, I don't blame you at all for having that opinion and that philosophy about the weekend warriors. I feel the same. Paranormal TV has both helped and hindered the field of paranormal research. in that, it bred the weekend warriors, the thrill seekers and the people that are in it for the fame and fortune. Paranormal TV is what brought about He Who Must Not Be Named in the Too Tight T-shirt, with the less than ethical practices. So, it did a lot to remove the stigma attached to discussing having had a paranormal encounter, but at the same time, it bred the weekend warriors. So I don't blame you one bit for having that opinion.
Well, you know what? We're down to our final minute tonight, and I want to say a big thank you, Clarissa, for coming on Spaced Out Radio and talking about your books, your experimentation, and everything that you're doing. Keep up the great work on Phantom Hitchhiker's project. I really think it's good. Could you do me a favor and let our audience know where they can find you?
Absolutely. You can find the Phantom Hitchhiker Project and America's Haunted Roadways on Amazon, along with my 8 other books. Or you can go to cvazquezauthor.com and order signed copies there. And that's VAZQUEZ author, or CVAZQUEZ author.com.
Right on. It has been an absolute pleasure. Keep up the great work. Seriously, I think your experiment that you're doing is fantastic. And that, my friends, I can't stand paranormal people, but it's people like Clarissa who are trying to move the ball forward. That's what we need. We need more of it. We need more people to take chances on it. And that's how we're going to find these crazy answers that we are searching for in the paranormal. It may take years, may take decades, may take longer, but that's okay. Clarissa Vasquez. Coming up next, we're going to head to the swamp. Swamp Dweller's back with another spooky story. Then Nicole Sackage will fill in for Tim Senor on the UFO Report. Spaced Out Radio's third hour is next. Great show, Clarissa. Thank you so much. Let's give you some claps. Let's give you some claps here. That was fun.
Yes, it was. Thank you.
Would love to do it again.
Anytime.
Perfect.
Anytime.
I'm going to let you go get some sleep. I got to go prepare for hour 3. Thank you again.
Yep, I got to work in the morning. All right.
You take care.
Thanks, Dave.
Bye-bye.
All right.
Great lady, that Clarissa Vasquez. Nicole's up next. I'm just stepping away for a minute. We'll be right back, guys. All right. We are about a minute away from Swamp Dweller. Then we're going to bring in the amazing and talented Nicole Sakic. Let's see here. Hey, let's give a shout out to Big Tex from Texas Front Porch. If you aren't subscribed to that channel, it's one of my favorites. Him with Bigfoot Michigan Rob and Jason McLean. Great programming there, guys. So make sure you go hit subscribe on their channel, too, if you haven't already. Big Tex will be on with Jessica Jones on Sunday. So that would be really cool for all you guys to tune on in. You know, I would say it's going to be a good show. Tex also has a great power beard. You're going to, I want that beard for the studio. Here we go, hour 3.
Would you like to connect with us? Head to spacedoutradio.com for all your latest show info. Now, back to Dave Scott and SOR.
Here we go with the third and final hour of Spaced Out Radio tonight. Good to have you all with us. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for tuning us on in wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Hi to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live, at KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Jacent is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as a clam sets the password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read Shirky Poo's Newswire. Check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. We continue on tonight as we enter the swamp. Our resident swamp dweller takes us on another spooky journey.
Hi, Spaced Out Radio listeners. This is Swamp Dweller. It's time for your nightly dose of spookiness on the show. If you have an interesting encounter or a spooky story that you would like to share, be sure to submit them in at swampdweller.net. You can also find our YouTube channel at youtube.com/swampdwellerreads. Now, let's chill out, relax, and together, let's enter the swamp. Last week, I took a camping trip with my sister and cousin. We were taking the trip to forget everything that had been happening in our life for some time. I was the only one with a running car at the time, and it was my pride and joy, a 1987 Honda CRX. It is a 2-seater hatchback, and we had to have one person in the back of the car since there weren't enough seats. On the first day at the site, we didn't get to do much because it took longer than expected to get to the camping area, and it was almost dark when we got there. It took us some time to set up everything, but by the time we got to eat dinner, it was already completely dark out, and we went to tent to play Cards Against Humanity. By this point in the card game, I was winning and was just about to drop the Infidels card to my family. I heard just outside the tent, "I am sorry, I cannot complete this action without Wi-Fi." Of course, we all play it off as just maybe some noise coming from a phone or somebody outside or something. But then we started thinking about it. We're not very close to any other campsites, and cell phone reception was pretty spotty at this point. Let me just say that I had Motorola, and voice actions are not even activated on it. Not only that my phone was also in my pocket on the other side of the tent. I didn't want to make a fuss and ruin our first night, so I just agreed that it was probably a noise coming from my phone. And by the time we went to bed, I hurried my sleeping bag, got it all set up, put my knife ready next to the zipper, so if something came through the door, I would be able to mess it up real quick. Those were some of the most extended hours of my life, and reminded me of how quiet it really is in the woods. Besides the sound of one messed up owl, I heard not a peep of anything the rest of the night until my cousin touched the door the following day, and I knew I could finally rest. There was nothing super special that happened the second night, but we did have neighbors that night. However, something did seem to spook them pretty badly, and they were all packing up and leaving very late in the night. That day we went hiking and found some of the abandoned silver mines up there. We didn't go any deeper than the entrance though, because there were a ton of tracks in the small abandoned mines as well as a ground that was probably flooded further down. After that, we went to town to eat out and treat ourselves to that hard day, and by the time we got back to camp, it was getting very late. We had a fire going, it got dark, and however, the forest always stayed silent. There was never a noise, making us know how alone we truly were. Something was sinking in my gut though. I couldn't tell what was happening, but the fight or flight kicked in. We were sitting around the campfire chatting about random things in life, but 2 mice were dashing past us. This set us off just enough to start being honest with one another and how we were all comfortable and felt like we were in danger. We began to pack so we could go to bed, but as we were getting the food packed up, my cousin saw something in the bushes where the mice ran from, about eye level to him. He was 6'1". He said, "I think I saw something," and I wasn't going to be one of those kids in a horror movie. I grabbed them and told them we were getting everything we could in the car and we were going to sleep in town. So we held our pillows and headed to the car, never looking away from that bush. As my car started and was getting ready to leave, my cousin was standing watching to make sure nothing was coming at us while we were getting ready to go, and he told me that he wasn't sure, but he thought he saw something start to go out of the bushes as we were beginning to leave. Of course, this is typically where the story ends, but we were not lucky that time. We looped around and started making our way down the gravel road back to town, but, to my horror, I would hit my brake lights and see a faint outline of something in the gravel road behind us in the mirror. Of course, I was too focused on moving swiftly on the gravel and not at all really focused on staring in the mirrors, so I only caught a glimpse and still had difficulty explaining it. Not only that, but as I passed more and more sites, I realized everybody who had been there during the day had seemingly packed up and left. Now, that could be coincidence, but there were no signs that anybody else was there. By the time I was getting on the actual road, I didn't feel at ease at all, so I kept a safe, swift pace, but I still felt like somebody was following us the entire time and had someone in my trunk, so I obviously couldn't drive too crazy, so I didn't give them whiplash. However, I never went under 70 miles per hour for quite some time. The worst thing was when I would brake a little bit in the corner to set the turn, and I would catch a glimpse of whatever the hell that was. It was getting closer each time. So every corner I would focus more and more on the corner ahead because I couldn't lose my cool, or else I might push too far, slip, and put us in an extra level of crap. After about 15 to 30 minutes of long switchbacks, we eventually got to a tiny bit of civilization, a small group of houses, and their lights were on. After that, we returned to the main town and slept in my car in an Arby's parking lot after taking a walk to the park restroom. The next day, after a few cups of coffee and enough sleep, we go back to the site, get our stuff, and inspect the spot where we saw the thing. At the place where we saw the thing standing, all the plants in a circle were all pushed down to the ground like something had been standing on them. We also found what seemed to be a small trail to where my car was parked and into the gravel road. We didn't find any tracks, but all the branches on the ground were broken and the plants were pushed into the ground up the road. However, none of our stuff was messed with, and some additional information. After that, we found out that we were camping near Bohemia, Oregon. Bohemia is known as a small ghost town in the Cottage Grove area up in the hills, so maybe that's connected.
Oh, wow. Another spooky story. Creepy camping from the Swamp Dweller. Yeah, this is why I don't like camping, people. You never know what's going to jump out at you. The forest is live with all sorts of creatures. Some we don't even know about. You can check out thousands of free Swamp Dweller stories by going to his YouTube channel. Go to youtube.com/Swamp Dweller Reads and check him on out. Hit subscribe on his channel. There's a reason why he's got almost 300,000 subscribers on YouTube, so make sure you are one of them. All right, it is time to get back into the UFO game. Nicole Sackage filling in for Tim Senor on tonight's UFO Report.
Nobody's gonna know. They're gonna know.
Yes, Nicole Sackage, who has been in depth with a lot of the big news that has been happening the last week, as she is the understudy to Grant Cameron, legendary.
Everyone wants to feel safe, in control, and able to trust their own instincts. It's so important, especially as women, and especially when it comes to dating. I get it, and Bumble gets it. They're not just a dating app. They're a connections app built on a foundation of kindness and respect. Bumble has so many tools and resources designed to ensure their community remains a safe space to foster healthy relationships. To learn more, download Bumble and visit their safety and well-being center.
You know, there's no better way to get in a bad mood than to look at your stock portfolio right now. I mean, the way the market's been plummeting, it's hard to remember what it looked like when your portfolio was actually growing. Maybe you toyed with the idea of doing real estate investments since it's so much more dependable, but the idea of trying to flip houses and sign deeds and deal with tenants sounds like a nightmare. Fortunately, you have another option. Visit raddiversified.com today. Rad Diversified does all the real estate legwork for you. They know the ins and outs of residential real estate and handle all the details while you simply watch your investment grow. In fact, over the past 3 years, while everything's been going down, Rad Diversified raised their stock price by 108.6%. With just a $1,000 minimum investment, you can get started on your new upward trend. Visit them at raddiversified.com and see what other investors are saying. They've helped thousands of people make millions of dollars. This could change your life. Visit raddiversified.com. That's R-A-D diversified.com.
Researcher and hero extraordinaire to many of us in the UFO world. And you know what? It's too bad Grant is a Winnipeg Jets fan, because it would make him so much better if he wasn't. I'm just saying. But hey, he's done it for years, a Winnipeg boy, so why not? Nicole, welcome.
How are you? Are you rested? Did you get some sleep?
I did not. I just
got off the phone with Melinda just now. We've been talking 3 days straight.
That doesn't surprise me. Does not surprise me. You know, Melinda Leslie, who will be a guest here next week on Spaced Out Radio to go over the notes once again. And I'm going to start it off with this, Nicole, because right now, Jimmy Church from Fade to Black has been hammering this the last couple nights. And good on Jimmy. He is very good for that. Tonight, he interviewed another legendary researcher in Richard Dolan, who, you know, let's face it, has a fantastic beard. He really does. And we obviously took a paranormal night after having Grant on last night. But this story isn't going away. It is gaining more traction on social media. Your views on your own channel have surpassed almost 2,200 views on that so far. Ooh. Why do you think it's not going away?
It's honestly epic. I think those of us that have caught wind or dove on this kind of early realize its importance. It's the same level of excitement that we felt knowing the Wilson documents were coming out. So I think that sort of kicked off this ultra exciting time for us that we've been in for the last couple of years. And this is almost like a refresher or a reboot of it. And how did I put it earlier? That it's like we got original Star Wars and then now we're getting the prequel. You know, it's like the backstory of why this is important, and it just defines now, our movement now, and how far maybe it's come and where it's still lacking. And I'm just fascinated. As you can see, even waiting to come on, I pulled out a book. Everybody wants to know about my notebooks. There's a stack of them right behind me here, if you could see them, because I've just been trying to dig through the stuff that hasn't even popped out at us yet. You know, just so many little tiny details are starting to come through, like the AP10, the APT10, you know, just that. And I know Melinda I think she was on Twitter, and we all know this person as, who is it? The Hermetic Penetrator, but he's who actually came across that or noticed it and was talking about Melinda with it. So I wanted to give him a little bit of behind the scenes credit there, because there are so many of us that have sort of been activated by this. It's not just Grant, and it's not just Richard, and it's not just Melinda. It's like all of us that are kind of central around them and friendly and know how long they've worked on this, and maybe some of the finer details. I knew the minute Project Unity posted their premiere for that, or I actually knew, because I follow him through social media, that he was here in the States and that he had gone to Florida. Like, I was putting those pieces together, and I started getting excited at the potential a month ago, and I talked to Grant and I talked to Melinda. Grant still wouldn't release his papers, his notes, because of the Eric Davis side. He had that agreement going. And side note comment to that, anybody who knows Grant, they know he's not a rule bender, or he is a rule bender, but he's not a rule breaker. He's never going to break somebody's confidence or trust. And he stuck to that. A month ago, I was asking him to release these, or parts of them, or do a show about them, or interview and hint at them. And he even told me no, that we had to wait, or we should get something together and get ready. So that's when I sort of started like lining things up, like, oh, I know Melinda has her set. She's talked about them before. This is all going to be about the working group, but that ties into the history and the timeline of the Cosmic Club, or whatever everybody calls them. There's always the reiteration. So this is exciting. I think everybody who's paying attention and trying to follow along, or has been following along, is excited right along with us. Everybody kind of jumping in is like, whoa, what are these notes? Oak notes, Jack notes, Wilson Davis notes all over the place. Well, go back 2 years ago, look at Grant Cameron's panels and discussions that he had about it. Look at Richard Dolan's channel and what he did, and see where Wilson documents are now. I mean, they're read into our congressional hearings. And these documents have been known, the ones we're talking about now, the Oak notes and obviously the Jack notes have been published. They've been out. Melinda's lectured on them. I'll have to ask her when I talk to her next for the next 2 days. I think she's lectured on this for the last 12 years. I'm trying to think of when her lecture for, was it UFO Sweden or UFO Denmark? She's lectured at it then, and I think before. And so that was enough for me to know that Jack's notes were going to reinforce Oak's notes. And if, the link was made to the Wilson documents and the significance of Oak Shannon, then we had a ball to kick down the field, and this was going to be the Wilson document excitement all over again. Have I talked as long as Grant without a breath? He is wearing off on me.
Almost. One of the things that I am liking about this is the Wilson documents, and now going into the notes of Oak Shannon that Grant is putting out there with Melinda Leslie and yourself, is the fact that this is really transcending all of ufology. There aren't a lot of factions out there that are not paying attention to this. Even the critics are saying, I've seen some of the critics who are saying, gee, I didn't believe in the Wilson notes, but this kind of gives a whole new light to maybe that they are real and maybe that they are true. It's making a lot of people second guess right now.
Well, I think this, I was tuning into Fade to Black earlier because I wanted to support what Richard and Jimmy Church had to say. And honestly, they were kind of hammering this point, Richard especially. Anybody who's been denying the Wilson documents, like with how far they've come, and if they're still denying them, it's like with so many credible people and valid people and respectable people that are standing behind them now, it's time to get on board. So even with these being released, it's just more like, come on, we can't even, just that debate seems over to me. So let's start talking about the notes. Well, and then
go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was going to say my UFO boss Grant or my mentor, or however people refer to us, collaborators. Last night he said it here on Spaced Out Radio best. He said, 2 weeks ago, I didn't see this, but now in light of all of this, these documents could now potentially be in the faces of our congressmen the way they're interested in the Wilson documents. And the more they can come out publicly, the more attention they can get, the more notes on notes, if there are any more out there, and they can get out in a decent way. I mean, honestly, it's been so long. We're talking about 1985 here. This was a behind the scenes conversation as well with some of our mutual friends. And it's been so long. John Alexander has written a book on it. There's movies like The Men Who Stare at Goats, like Mirage Men, like I think I even named it 2 or 3 more. And so all of these snippets, what's the title of John's book? It's like, the things I went through that shouldn't exist but do. And so, I mean, he's even saying it. So now that we have like these physical things that shouldn't exist but do, and they're known, and they've been known, and there's more details coming out. It's just like, no, keep them coming, get this public. We know it is. There's no denying it anymore. Also, we're talking about stuff that's going on 40 years. So, I mean, it's time. You know, that's been long enough to just come clean. So it makes sense to me.
Word on the street is a lot of this, these documents, and now Oak Shannon has made a lot of people nervous in the governmental alphabet agency side of ufology, because, you know, there is a big talk right now that they hope that there will be one day soon more public hearings or even private hearings on this, and there is a giant push from the UFO community and even internally in Washington, D.C. for immunity for a lot of these people who are involved, and that might include people like Hal Puthoff or Oak Shannon or even Luis Elizondo and Chris Mellon for what they know. You know, how do you see this pushing towards that immunity?
I think it would contribute to solidifying it if maybe certain players in this were more vocal about what they wanted. You know, if they want to stay silent, if they don't want to comment, then say that. I mean, I don't know anybody who harasses people to the extent that they're uncomfortable or anything like that. Most of the people I know that talk to anybody they think is significant has taken the time to build a back and forth. And, you know, they're not just shooting a one question off and getting a one answer back and leaving it. Like, I think who was just discussing this, like with Wilson denying things. It's like, even somebody, it was Richard and Jimmy, even somebody as well respected in our field as Billy Cox. And I quote what he writes all the time and follow him night and day. He talked to Admiral Wilson and got the denial, but didn't push him further on it. Because you kind of take the denial and you read between the lines, you know, whether Billy believed what he said verbatim or was leaving it be, you know. To continue with that, I mean, you have to establish relationships like that, whether you even trust what you're hearing or not. So that's where this long game comes into play. When you look at these players or the club members or the group members or the college, however you want to put it, they're all significant. They're all pushing in their own way. They've all kind of been public in some ways until you start getting to people like Oak Shannon. Nobody's really known who he is. And there are people in the community like Richard and Grant and Melinda that have studied these groups of people so much. It's almost like they could write a character bio of them or give that analysis that, you know, what is it? Right, left, their actions are this. They've said this here, but then they act this. Have I wrapped it up?
We got to wrap it up right there. We are going to go to the break here at the bottom of the hour. Nicole Sackich is here filling in for Tim Senor on the UFO Report. We're going to continue talking about the importance of the Wilson documents, the Oak Shannon documents, the drama of the documents, and who's speaking of them. Yeah, it's important. We're going to keep pushing this as we go on Spaced Out Radio right after this.
No, there's always drama. You don't have to focus on the drama part. You focus on the forward moving. Like, there's still work to be done.
Oh, we'll
give drama this much and then get back to work.
I think I know how to do my job. No offense.
I know you do. I know. So do I.
So
I pick and choose my moments.
Give me a little trust. Give me a little trust here.
I'm nicer in the mornings when I'm fully caffeinated. Then I'm nicer at night when I'm sleepy. So yeah, man, it's been just full speed for the last 4 days, I think. Or no, what day is it? It's Wednesday. There we go. It's been full speed since Friday. I'm glad I did that prep work, honestly, a month ago.
Trying to figure out what Kevin says. Why? Because aspects in reality don't sell anymore. How do you see when everyone chases her mind when they go, or his or her mind, when they go with the flow every time, Dave? I have no idea what that means, Kevin.
I'm not reading the chat. I'm sorry.
That's
Here,
okay.
I can put it up.
That's all right.
I was on private chat, not comment chat.
Yeah. Kevin's trying really hard of late to be a critic, and it's not working. I think it's funny.
Maybe he needs emojis in there, because sometimes I think I sound funny, but then if I don't throw in smiley faces, I sound mean.
Kevin's pushing his Ray Romano not funny. You know,
yeah, maybe who's like that for me?
Oh, yeah.
I liked Ray Romano. He was the voice of that elephant.
Still not funny. He's still not funny. You know, like Dave Coulier and the late Bob Saget, not funny at all.
Oh, shut your face hole. Like, Dave Coulier was the first Canadian I was in love with.
And he's not even Canadian.
Cut it out, or whatever that was.
He's from Michigan.
Still can't do it.
He's from Michigan.
Almost Canadian then. Fine. I thought he was Canadian forever. It made me love Canada. Has nothing to do with Dave Coulier, really.
The only laugh that Bob Saget ever got in his life was the canned laughter they put in Full House. Guy's horrible.
Not true.
It's Whoopi Goldberg, not funny. Whoopi Goldberg, not funny.
What are you trying to make me mad? What's going on here? Like, I actually enjoy comedians, and now you're ripping on my favorite ones. Are you wanting to have a Larry Warren moment with me? What's going on?
No, I'm not having a Larry Warren moment with you. I'm just pointing out the fact that Whoopi Goldberg is not funny.
Oh, no. Just that small Rendlesham part in the going through the notes and the notes. Like, I was just like, are you kidding me?
Whoopi Goldberg has been funny for like 30 years. When she was dating Ted Danson at the time. That was funny. Whoopi was funny then.
That was a power couple right there. Like,
that was.
It was. It's unstoppable. I don't know. I like even Whoopi on the Day Show. I went with all the ladies. Like, that's a fun show.
The View? Oh my God.
Yeah. And Whoopi in Star Trek? Like, what was her character on that?
No,
that
the view needs to go away. Needs to go away.
No, there needs to be a reboot of it, maybe. But the view is important. It's women's views.
Well,
different types of women's views. Of course, you don't like it. You're not a woman.
No, I'm not a woman.
Yeah.
But either way, it's bad to me.
You're not. You should pay attention to the view, though, because you see a spectrum of ladies' opinions, and that's important. You got to gauge that. You got to know what they're thinking about. Not all makeup videos and fashion. Sometimes it's UFOs.
Hold on. Kevin's trying to... why hide in us your false... What are you scared of the truth? Why
are you arguing with the YouTube person?
I don't know. No, I think Kevin is once again... he snuck into Grandpa's medicine cabinet, grabbed the bottle of Aqua Velva and Brute 33, and is having a taste test of what'll get him more intoxicated.
Yeah, I'm from Illinois, and that's almost Canadian now in my mind. I think I'm like Canada's favorite girl next door. Like,
you are.
Jump in the Great Lakes.
You are.
Fly down Lake Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
Almost Canada. Yeah.
Almost. And all right, here we go. We're coming back right now.
Right now.
We're on to third. We're heading for home on Spaced Out Radio. My name is Dave Scott. Having a debate during the break whether The View is good television or not. I vote no, and Nicole votes yes, but we'll get to that a little bit later. I want to remind you that if you missed most of the show or others, check out our free archives at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot. Read Shirky Poo's Newswire. Check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. For the final time tonight, we continue on with the UFO report. And, oh, look who's making an appearance here. It's Dirty Filth. He's joining us for some cartoons on the YouTube and Twitch side. And we are going to be talking about the Wilson documents, Oak Shannon, and everything that is going on. Nicole Sakic is here filling in for Tim Senor. Nicole, thank you so much for doing this. Now, on the end of the spectrum here, there is a little bit of drama going on regarding this.
Listen, if you're tired of looking at your stock market portfolio, today, make a change. I'm Dutch Mendenhall, CEO and co-founder of RadDiversified.com, where your investments make money, build a legacy, and we protect America. Join our diverse real estate portfolio today, where our share value has more than doubled in less than 3 years and 11 straight profitable quarters. We continue to deliver day after day. Come see what makes us rad at raddiversified.com. That's raddiversified.com. Come see us.
You know, there's no better way to get in a bad mood than to look at your stock portfolio right now. I mean, the way the market's been plummeting, it's hard to remember what it looked like when your portfolio was actually growing. Maybe you toyed with the idea of doing real estate investments since it's so much more dependable, but the idea of trying to flip houses and sign deeds and deal with tenants sounds like a nightmare. Fortunately, you have another option. Visit raddiversified.com today. Rad Diversified does all the real estate legwork for you. They know the ins and outs of residential real estate and handle all the details while you simply watch your investment grow. In fact, over the past 3 years, while everything's been going down, Rad Diversified raised their stock price by 108.6%. With just a $1,000 minimum investment, you can get started on your new upward trend. Visit them at raddiversified.com and see what other investors are saying. They've helped thousands of people make millions of dollars. This could change your life. Visit raddiversified.com. That's RAD diversified.com.
release. And, Grant kind of touched on it last night on our show, Grant Cameron, that is, where he said that there were people trying to infiltrate and say, hey, we don't want you giving these notes unless it's on a certain show. And I'm not going to mention that show because that person does not deserve any sort of press whatsoever. But, I mean, really, do we get to that part where we have something big happening here, Nicole, that is affecting the entire UFO community? We have the legends who are speaking about this in the field, whether it's Grant Cameron or Richard Dolan or Linda Moulton Howe, Linda Leslie, and some pipsqueak wants to try and shut everybody up because he's whining and crying about it. Now, I'm not getting into the drama or the names, all right? But, I mean, it sounds a little bit selfish when this is something that could change the entire community. And that's where I want to put it, is the selfishness of it.
Let's not call it that. Let's not call it selfishness, because I think everybody thinks they have the best intentions in every action that they're doing when they're trying to get something like this done. But where maybe instead of selfishness, it is kind of an ego thing at play, and I'll admit it. I don't think Grant will care. I got to hear him go, yet again, I'll let somebody else release documents and I'll just talk about it afterwards. That's Grant taking a hit for the entire team, where he could be a raging egomaniac. But to address this specific situation, it is a lot of misunderstanding. And I think there's fan bases or groups of supporters that may not know the clear picture or everything that happens behind the scenes when you're trying to coordinate 7 interested parties. You know what I mean?
I'm going to take over here for a quick second, because I know I've put you in an uncomfortable predicament, and I apologize for that. But I'm going to take over here for a second, okay? And I'm going to say something about, and this is the only comment I'm going to make publicly about this person, and I've wanted to say it for a number of days. All right? Anybody who supports this person who brought out this story, all right, give your head a shake. This kid's a liar.
No.
This kid's a liar. He's a thief. All right? And I am very disappointed in the actions on how he's treating people, the way that they have worked their tails off for a number of years on this. Now, this is my opinion. It's my opinion. And I know this may get right viral. Don't care. All right? This guy has screwed me over. This guy has screwed a number of people over that I know. And to do this to good people who've worked their tails off for decades, don't like it. And that's where I'm leaving it. Don't like it. Shame on him. Shame on him. So that's where we're leaving it on that. And that's where it's going to go.
I won't 100% disagree with you, but I will disagree with your perspective a little bit. And yeah, my feelings are a little hurt, but I honestly, Dave, you know how often I get
I know,
or my hard work gets in this. And honestly, I'm still stuck on Canada, honestly, the Canada Education Initiative. So this kind of seems a little small potatoes. It's yeah, so what? Honestly, this person and I I'll say it's Project Unity. Jay and I have exchanged messages. I haven't seen the latest thing that he's sent to me. And we do have respect for each other, and we've supported each other over the years. So my feelings are a little bit hurt, but I think I understand some moving pieces of this maybe a little better than he did at the beginning when all of this planning stuff started. But with that said, I am a very forgiving person. My feelings have been hurt before. I get over things really quickly. I'm never going to let that kind of stuff stop me from getting done what needs to be done.
Well,
and that's a lesson from Grant. Like, this is out, get it done. Everything's going coordinated. And when I almost cussed, when stuff goes downhill, you move on.
True.
Because this isn't the one thing that we're working on. It's always multiple things. So,
well,
focus
that
on that for a little bit,
and
push this through. But I will say where
my final
the
word.
ball was dropped.
Go ahead.
A generational gap is obviously at play here. You know, there's Grant and Melinda. You got Richard a little lower. Then you got people like me and yourself and Project Unity and Jimmy thrown in the mix. There's a big generational thing going on here. Well, and some of us are newer. Some of us are not. Some of us have played the game longer. Some of us have been behind the scenes. And, you know, some of us are new. And it's just little things like this, knowing that as soon as Project Unity's video broke, Grant was in place, Church was in place, you were in place. Everything happened very quickly, and it honestly was. Project Unity took 2 days to get back with scheduling everything going down. So there you go. Maybe I'm giving him an out. Maybe I'm not giving him an out because he disagrees with me.
You're totally giving him an out. But I will say this.
I try to have respect for people, no matter if people like people or not. Just like I gave Thomas Fessler a shout out because he's interviewed Melinda lately and she dropped bombs on his show. People think he's controversial. I don't know him very well. I know him from being on your panels. I like him. I also like Rich Giordano. Oh no, don't like Rich Giordano.
Okay, we're on radio here. We're on radio.
I know. But when he says things that everybody complains about, or even if he said something that offended me personally,
look,
I maybe know better not to throw in publicly with him, but then behind the scenes, I'm like, Rich, dude, what? Haha. Okay. Oh, no. Yeah. What? Haha. Talk to you later.
I'm bringing this back to the topic at aforementioned here. All right. Getting back to the documents and everything that kind of goes along with that, Nicole, you know, I see people like Grant and Richard Nolan and Melinda Leslie really pushing this to its next steps. I really do see that happening. And I really do see this coming across as a very, very important turn in ufology. You know, like I said, it's going to have its critics. It's going to have people who are not paying attention. But a lot of people who need to understand is this is part 2 to the Wilson documents that literally got submitted into the hearings as evidence. Okay, take it 2 and 3.
It is. It's Wilson Davis, kicked in by Oak's notes kicked in by Jack's notes. It's like a 3-part prequel here, or a... You know what I mean? 2-part prequel to our Wilson documents. And we were talking about the controversy and if what's being said behind the scenes. It's already like, who has notes? Oh, somebody else from this giant list has to have notes. We can talk to this person. We can talk to that person. Contact them. See what they say. You know, I've heard that John Alexander's made comments behind the scenes, but I haven't asked him anything personally. I never have, actually, and would love to, but I have never reached out to him. The people I have, you know, reached out to or maybe talked to, even if it's been minuscule contact, I've thrown out a line to him. And the ones I haven't yet, I'm a little chicken too still, because I maybe... don't want to get the flat out rejection or something like that. But I will say there's like a rumor going around that people think Oak's messed up and he shouldn't have said what he said or released anything. And that doesn't really make sense to me. Like, I think he's a very honest and respectable person. And I know he's a man of faith and it's not fake faith. And he's found a way to incorporate, like maybe he's found a way to incorporate these mind-blowing aspects of the phenomenon into this real life, real situation. And he's been behind the scenes the whole time. And I think the man answered in a very honest way because he's an honest person. So, and I think he still did I'm old, this has been 30 some years ago, and yeah, I know these people, I mean, he did kind of the classic dance that all of these guys do until there's like a zinger in there, like John Alexander, who was like, nope, fine, yes, I'll write a book. Nope, yeah, wait, don't talk about it. Maybe do talk about it. And then you hear things like, you can't trust John Alexander. It's like, who says that? And do they not trust John? Do people trust how? It's like it sends you on this reel.
Let's tell people who John Alexander is, because they may not be familiar with this man's name in ufology.
Well, you give his bio. He's been on your show once, and he was on Science Bob's show with Bob, and like I just said, I've fangirled. I've never talked to him before. Like, I know Melinda has. I know other people that are in contact with him, and I trust what they say he's said, but it's not public, record or knowledge. It's not on social media. It's private conversation stuff. So,
well, John Alexander is a longtime member of the United States Army. He served in Vietnam in Special Forces. Basically, he was a soldier among soldiers. There's people who say that there was roles about him created in the movie Apocalypse Now. There is people who say that there's roles about him in the movie Men Who Stare at Goats. I mean, this guy was a badass on the battlefield. He rose to the rank of colonel. He then entered into the civilian era after his military career, but still involved in government, working with non-lethal weaponry. And we have heard reports of those being used over in the Middle East, where they shoot almost a beam at people to scare them away. And instead of killing them, what it does is it makes them crap their pants. And believe it or not, that is true. That is totally true.
Yeah.
And
there's lots of version of the non-lethal weapon,
or
what would be considered a non-lethal weapon. And that's sort of what I was recently digging into. It's just this non-lethal techniques adapted into the Army. I guess if that means, this is linking with the Men Who Stare at Goats book and all that stuff. Like, he was tasked to figure out these new age, non-lethal practices that were out there in the world. And so I just, little links like that. It's like, well, how much of that influenced Alexander or vice versa? And, I think it's fascinating.
And John Alexander has also been known to be one of the right-hand men of former Skinwalker Ranch owner Robert Bigelow and his pursuit of high strangeness, whether it's paranormal, UFOs, aliens, dogmen, skinwalkers.
That shows, like, at least all the way back to 1985. I mean, this is called John Alexander's Theoretical Physics Working Group. Advanced, because they were trying to develop new physics, which we kind of discussed last night.
He is definitely an interesting character. Definitely an interesting character.
If you look at these notes, like what you see when you're just reading the bullet points and even some of their personal notes off to the side, they were trying to come together. They were trying to organize themselves to be able to do something. John had funding he was already working with to, I guess, try to get this group organized and together and people interested. Obviously, they fell short, is what I'm saying. Like, there's been continuations of this, which is what Melinda lays out so beautifully with her charts and the lectures she's given. Grant can rattle this off. I think it's in some of his books back there. And knowing, and Richard Dolan, he follows all this. And it's just so kind of critical to know that this can be validating to the situation we're in now with current disclosure. We're seeing similarities. They're still needing more money to do what they need to do to get this job done. That started in 85 and probably before. It's always more money. They need more money. And where can they get that money? How can they fund the money? That's important to me alone, aside from all the other interesting stuff in there, like, were they looking into abductions? What cases were they considered valid and, known and backed up? And what others could they look into? Validate the biblical history. Like, that one right there is interesting. Like, that was what I was looking at on break. Like, what books did I have, and like what biblical references were in play, like in the 80s or shortly after the 90s? Like, what elements were being brought up then? We know like certain tales from the Bible, like the Ezekiel wheel and things like that we relate now. But when did we start hearing stories like that? Was it Ancient Aliens? Was it the show Ancient Aliens? Or was it before then? Little things like that I want to chase down with these notes. Me and I don't think he'll mind if I say his name publicly. Do you? From Face Club? Maybe not Face Club. You know what I'm meaning. Our Facebook Messenger Club.
I don't know.
No, I won't mention any names. But we were discussing movies and the influence of pop culture and what true cases might be filtered into movies. Like some of the 701 cases from Project Blue Book are in a lot of movies. Like, those cases that were in the notes, have they been showing up in pop culture references? Interesting nuances like that. I think Richard and Jimmy are trying to chase down a possible ARV reference. And if there's an ARV reference in 1985, we really didn't know about that until like 1988 with, I hope I'm right, McCandlish. I'm from the Midwest. I say everybody's name wrong. I apologize. But yeah, so that's an interesting nuance, just like finding what Melinda and the Hermetic Penetrator pointed out, the ATP10 and AP10 being in the Oak Shannon notes and on the bottom of the Wilson Davis notes. That's a direct link. And now everybody's going, who's the 10? What's the 10? What could 10 mean? Everybody's theorizing. That could be the next hashtag. We're at hashtag AP10, hashtag who's the 10? Or what's the 10?
I hear you there, Nicole. We only got about a minute left.
Mm-hmm.
And we want to make sure that everybody is up to date. Where do you see, in 1 minute, where do you see this all going here over the next couple of weeks?
I think everybody who's paying attention is going to go back and do their homework. They're going to start looking at these, and more interesting things are going to keep coming out. That's what I think. We still have Melinda's version. She's going on your show next week. I think Fade to Black is probably going to have her on. I know she's been talking with Richard Dolan behind the scenes. Like, this is interesting. We still have so much to flesh out on it. It's not just a boom, here it is, bye, see you later. There's still books being written about the Wilson Davis notes. There's still discussions being talked and battles being fought. I hope those sides have come together now and just gone, well, they're real.
We'll soon see. We will soon see. And we appreciate you coming on in for the UFO report tonight. And I very much appreciate you. Nicole and I talk very often in regards to these subjects. And, if there's something that I need to know about, she's the first person I turn to. And that's why you have to pay attention when she speaks. But on the flip side, since I get the final word, us Canadians, we don't get mad, we get even. Just remember that. That's what we do. That's why we never lose. Unless it's for the Stanley Cup, which we haven't won in 30 years. We got Mr. Ron Bumblefoot Thal rocking in the background with Little Brother is Watching. Bumblefoot is the official music of Spaced Out Radio, rocking us in and out of every single show. Get your horns up for the guitar god himself. Special thanks to everybody listening in at work, at home, in your cars, wherever you may be. Thank you to everyone in our chat rooms tonight. YouTube, Twitter, LGAP, Facebook, Spreaker, the Space Travelers Club, and on Twitter at hashtag Spaced Out Radio. Remember, this show is copyright by Spaced Out Radio and SOR Media Ventures Limited. Thank you so much for choosing to share your evening with us, because together, my friends,
we're watching.
We on the night.
Mr. Bumblefoot, we need a favor. We need you to take us home. Yes, the Woo Train has docked for the night. But soon, my friends, we shall ride again. Your seats are always available. Your tickets never expire. And if you want to bring a friend, we've got room for them too. Good night.
You know, there's no better way to get in a bad mood than to look at your stock portfolio right now. I mean, the way the market's been plummeting, it's hard to remember what it looked like when your portfolio was actually growing. Maybe you toyed with the idea of doing real estate investments since it's so much more dependable, but the idea of trying to flip houses and sign deeds and deal with tenants sounds like a nightmare. Fortunately, you have another option. Visit raddiversified.com today. Rad Diversified does all the real estate legwork for you. They know the ins and outs of residential real estate and handle all the details while you simply watch your investment grow. In fact, over the past 3 years, while everything's been going down, Rad Diversified raised their stock price by 108.6%. With just a $1,000 minimum investment, you can get started on your new upward trend. Visit them at raddiversified.com and see what other investors are saying. They've helped thousands of people make millions of dollars. This could change your life. Visit raddiversified.com. That's R-A-D diversified.com.
Listen, if you're tired of looking at your stock market portfolio, today, make a change. I'm Dutch Mendenhall, CEO and co-founder of raddiversified.com, where your investments make money, build a legacy, and we protect America. Join our diverse real estate portfolio today, where our share value has more than doubled in less than 3 years and 11 straight profitable quarters. We continue to deliver day after day. Come see what makes us rad at raddiversified.com. That's raddiversified.com. Come see us.
Direct Auto Insurance is for uncompromisers, the people who refuse to make trade-offs in life. They're the ones who proudly say no to living on someone else's terms and schedule. And when it comes to insurance, they find the savings they need to keep driving. And with savings of up to $1,044 per year when you switch to Direct Auto, you too can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a free quote today at directauto.com or find a store near you. Data from August 2021 new customer survey. Savings, if any, vary. How you buy can affect price. National General Group, Winston-Salem.
There we go. Super Duke. Good to have you here, buddy. And we'll talk to you tonight on the Cryptid Report. Scrub-a-dub-dub, Kathy Evans, nice to see you both. Hides in Long Grass, good to have you here as we continue on. Hey, Cherry Pepsi Mike, how you doing? Bombshell Bomber, thanks for coming on in. Hi, Sensational Sherry, thank you for joining us as we continue on. Digger Dog, Far Flung, Brian Drummond, how you all doing? Thank you for joining us. Mike Bothwell, good to see you. We're in a race for time here. Can we finish? I don't know. We're going to give it our big try. Remember, the super chat is open. Pam Harris, thank you for coming on in. Nathaniel Grieve, welcome to SOR chat. Vinman, good to see you. Trot Dog, welcome to SOR chat. Hi, Raz, Ozzy, oi, oi to you. George Hernandez, Eric the Purple Hobbit, nice to have you here as we continue on. Nicole Sackich, much love, my friend. And I think we're running out of time here. We're going to make it? I don't think so. Dennis Zuniga, another great veteran. Rob in the UK, thanks for coming on in. 10 seconds before we launch, and we're going to halt it right there with Holly. And do me a favor, everyone, because tonight is going to be rocking. Let's get our horns up. Let's do it right. Let's rock. From the mountains of central British Columbia to you listening around the world, this, my friends, is Spaced Out Radio. I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. We welcome you to tonight's show on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live, at KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. You can follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read Shirky Poo's Newswire. Check out our swag as well. Tonight's show is brought to you by Chive Charities. Help make the world 10% happier by visiting Chive Charities today. You can find them on our website. It is a power show of UFO talk tonight. Grant Cameron, legendary researcher, is here from his beautiful home in Winnipeg, Manitoba, preparing for the Jets season, where they will finish 6th in the Western Conference this year. 6th. I'm calling the shot right now. My Oilers, number 1, and I'll even sneak my Canucks in there at number 2. Then in hour number 3, we're going to head to the swamp. Our resident swamp dweller is back for another spooky story. Super Duke comes on in with make that the cryptid report, and Shirky Poo will have the news. If you don't know who Grant Cameron is by now, well, you got to open up your eyes and see the amount of research he has done for the last 40-plus years. He's been Researcher of the Year. He has covered UFOs literally since the 1970s with his Tales of Charlie Red Star. He has written numerous books on the subject. He is known as the man who literally dug into all the UFO sightings and knowledge that presidents of the United States have had over the years. But recently, Grant has been digging in to the Wilson documents. Now, this first came to light about 1.5 years, 2 years ago, when him and Michael W. Hall were on this show, and they said, hey, guys, we're working on something big. We can't tell the public just yet, but we're almost there. We're almost ready to go. And when we do, the entire UFO world is going to explode. And that's exactly what's happened over the years. The Wilson documents have been a source of discussion and debate ever since then. But it's only been in the last week where Grant has really exploded and shown why he is the Wayne Gretzky of this field once again. And that is because of his notes on a gentleman named Oak Shannon. And we're going to learn all about these new notes coming out, which really, really paints a picture that there is a major cover-up happening in the United States and around the world regarding unidentified aerial phenomena. Grant Cameron, it is always a pleasure to have you on Spaced Out Radio, my friend. You are a hero and a mentor to many of us here. I know it's been a long 72 hours for you. I don't know how you're still staying awake, but thank you for coming on in.
Well, thank you, sir. You have such a kind introduction. I should send you a major super chat.
Well, no, I don't need that. When all of this started exploding, and it started this past weekend, where I really started to learn. My first phone call, outside of about 17 phone calls from Nicole Sackage, was to Jimmy Church. And I said, Jimmy, you've got Grant coming on Monday. I've got him now the next night. We got to do something about this. Let's really hammer it. And Jimmy, in his deep, nice voice, because he's got those beautiful dulcet tones, Dave, abso-frickin-lutely, let's do it. And I'm like, yeah, man, let's do it. So it has literally been the Grant Cameron show in ufology here for the last few days. And Grant, I don't know how you keep pulling these masterpieces out of your notes. But, give a quick synopsis of what's happened the last 72 hours.
Okay, so basically what happened is a guy by the name of Oak Shannon, if anybody has been following, he's been tied into the Wilson leak documents, and I had always had his notes from what used to be called the UFO Working Group, which was the Advanced Physics Theoretical Working Group, which John Alexander put together in the mid-1980s with all these top secret SCI people in a room in a skiff on the East Coast and stuff like that. So I had these notes, and suddenly I got a message that Oak Shannon had gone on Project Unity and given an interview. And as you know, all the people from the Wilson leak document have all been denying stuff, and I wasn't involved, and no, these notes aren't real and stuff. And so when Oak Shannon went, I got to watch the interview, and then I saw that he confirmed that in the notes I have, all the members of the people that were in this secure facility were listed, and on the top it said me. And I remember he was asked, "Are you the I here?" And he said, "Well, yeah, I guess I would be the I. That would be me." And I went, "Wow!" He just confirmed that my notes were real. So basically, what happened was I had gotten these notes from Dr. Eric Davis, who everybody knows. He's I would say is probably the sharpest knife in the UFO drawer. He's very, very powerful. If they get open hearings in Congress, and if I basically state, if Eric Davis is given immunity and stands up in front of this committee, is game, set, match. It's over. He knows more than anybody. I mean, I was talking to him back at the turn of the century, and I mean, the stuff he knew, the people he was talking to, just blew me away. And so I had these Oak Shannon notes, and once Oak Shannon had gone public, then I said, well, no, I don't have to keep the notes anymore. I'd made an agreement with Dr. Eric Davis that I would keep them until Oak Shannon died. As Oak Shannon described in the interview that he did with Project Unity, he stated that he had this major heart attack. He'd had this out-of-body experience. He had become sort of very religious, and this was he wanted to point this out. And so when I got the notes, he had actually sort of had the heart attack, and I was told, he's very, very sick. He's had these heart attacks. He's probably not going to make it, and if he dies, then you can release these notes. And I won't say why. I mean, I was told, but I'm not 100% sure why I was given these notes, but it was like ufology. It was like, people are fighting in ufology, and they were fighting back then. And I believe that I was given it to sort of burn somebody. And what happened was Oak Shannon survived, and he's still alive today. And so once this happened, I said, okay, now I can release these Oak Shannon notes. Why would I want to keep these if he's gone public? So I posted on Twitter that because Project Unity was promoting his site. Hey, look at this interview. I got this exclusive interview. So I posted, I said, oh, okay, so Oak Shannon has gone public, so now I'm going to release my notes that I have, 26 pages of handwritten notes from this very top secret meeting that occurred in 1985. And I was immediately contacted by Oak Shannon on Twitter, and he said, I'm not going to block what you're doing, but I'd like to see what's coming. I'd like to see what you have. And I said, fine, good, no problem. They were his notes. So I sent them to him, and he really didn't say too much. I explained how Eric Davis had given me the notes and with the heart attack and all, the whole story. And he really basically didn't say anything. He said, I don't really know what this is about. The notes to him really didn't make total sense. What was this event? And he said, how did you get the notes? So I said, well, part of this meeting, you were in this meeting. And I don't think he was a major figure in the meeting. He was invited because he worked at Los Alamos National Labs, and that's where John Alexander worked. And John Alexander was running this meeting, which actually became a book. New York Times had picked it up and had done a book on this, and they called it the UFO Working Group. It had been leaked out, and this big book came out. And so I said, you were friends with John, and John had this meeting, and you were invited to this meeting, and you were in this meeting, and you took these notes. And you knew Eric Davis, and Eric Davis gave them to me. And so he really didn't say anything one way or the other. So then I decided, okay, the coast is clear. I can release these notes. And I should mention that the reason Oak Shannon is important, because when I first got the Admiral Wilson Eric Davis notes, the ones I was talking to you with Michael Hall when we were gonna drop these things, the reason I knew that these were legitimate documents, they were the real documents. I was shown them by James Rigney out of Australia, and as people have heard this story 100 times, but I was ready to leave Laughlin, Nevada at a conference, and I said to James, I have got no time to see any documents, James. We've got to go to Tucson. I got to be there for 6 o'clock. I got to go. And James said, give me 10 minutes. So, okay, James, you got 10 minutes. So I sat down. He pulls out this iPad, and he shows me these documents, which would become the Wilson Eric Davis notes. And I looked at the first page. He wandered off. He wandered off into the casino. And I looked at this, and I saw Oak Shannon's name, and I saw Eric Davis. So I knew, because I'd been given these notes, I knew that Oak Shannon was friends with Eric Davis. And I knew that I was probably one of the 10 people in the world who knew Oak Shannon was. And I knew Oak Shannon, there's nobody's going to hoax this document because they wouldn't know who Oak Shannon was. I said, oh, my God. And so I was sitting there, and James had wandered off at the casino. And I was sitting there with Desta, and I'm thinking, like, what am I going to do? He's gone. I mean, I thought maybe I'll pull up my camera and I'll take a picture of these documents in case I don't get them, because I'm thinking, like, how am I going to get these documents off him? I need these documents. And he came back, and that's when I made him the offer that I had published a book called Managing Magic. And I was going to put out a book called Beyond Managing Magic, which was actually finished, and we actually lost the footnotes at that time, and the book had to be redone with footnotes. And so we were going to put it in the book. I said, James, I'll put him in the end of the book along with the alien autopsy document, which he also gave me. And I said, we'll put him in the back of the book, and I won't say anything about him, and somebody's going to discover them, and they're going to go, what the hell's this? And then it's going to explode, and everybody's going to wonder where these where I got these documents from. And so we didn't do the book. And then what happened was I talked to you when we did the interview with you, and I was describing what was in the notes. I was afraid to drop the documents because I knew Eric Davis. I knew a lot of the people in the document, and I didn't want to be the guy to cut their throat. So I thought, wow, well, what am I going to do? And then I asked Michael Hall, I said, well, can they sue me? And he said, oh, yeah, they can sue you. And I said, what do you mean they can sue me? And he said, well, anybody can sue you for anything. And because I was afraid, like, what am I going to do when I drop these documents? These are very powerful people. And so what I did was I know James Rigney had come up, and he had asked me about the documents, and he said, can I get a copy? I said, no, you can't have a copy. And then I discovered James Rigney phoned me up, and he said, or Ian Dolly phoned me up, and he said, I think that document, that document you were talking about in December? And I said, yeah, that document. He said, I think it's on the internet. And I go, really? I said, so how many pages is it? He said, it's 15. I go, yeah, that might be the document. I didn't want to admit that it was the document because it was supposed to be dropped anonymously, and that was Chase Williams. And the reason Chase Williams got it is at one point I thought, well, I'm the disclosure guy. I'm not here to cover up stuff. So I thought, well, I'm not going to drop the document on the internet. I couldn't do it. I couldn't sleep at night. And then I decided, well, anybody that asks for the document, I'll give them the document. So Chase Williams, I was dealing with him. He's an AI guy and a pretty sharp guy. And we're talking, and then he said, that document? Show me that document. And I said, yeah, okay. So I sent him a copy, and then he said, well, why didn't you drop it? So I explained, why I couldn't. I was having a hard time, sleeping and stuff, and I didn't want to put it on the internet. And he said, oh, leave it with me. And then I remember him phoning me from Chicago, and he said, oh, I'm in Chicago. I'm in an elevator. And I said, yeah. And he said, oh, those documents you gave me? And I said, yeah. I think they just went on the internet. And I go, holy cow. So James Ian Dolly got it, and Giuliano Marinkovic was the first guy to discover it. He picked it off the internet, and then James Ian Dolly had it, and then Danny Silva had it. I remember Ian Dolly told me, he said, Danny Silva's got the document, and he's wondering he was going to release it. And I said, okay, you tell Danny Silva this. You drop this document, you may be the most famous person in the world, but nobody will ever talk to you again. And so Danny Silva wouldn't drop the document. So all these people are sitting there with the document, and it's sat on the internet for at least 4 months. And I don't know who took it. It sort of got into one of the groups. Somebody posted it. Richard Dolan picked it up. Richard Dolan made this famous phone call that sooner or later people will learn about the details of this phone call. But he had been shown the document, 2 pages of the document about 10 years ago. That would be now like 13 years ago. And he had actually been on Jimmy Church about the same, a little bit of a month before I was on with you. And he had, I remember James Rigney phoning me up, and he said, did you give a copy of the document to Dolan? I said, no, I didn't give it to Dolan. And he said, well, he's got it. I said, well, how do you know he's got it? He said, he's talking about it. I said, what do you mean he's talking about it? He's on Jimmy Church. He's talking about Jimmy Church. So this is December of 2020. He's on Jimmy Church. And I go, are you kidding me? So I go listen to Jimmy Church. And sure enough, there's Richard Dolan talking about this document. I go, how the heck? Maybe I did give him a document. Maybe I did send him the document. I thought, I can't remember sending him the document. And that was later that we discovered that Richard had been shown 2 pages of this document. And of course, as soon as Richard got the document, that's when he phoned the guy who showed him the document, who's a very, very powerful guy. And that's the name people don't know. So he phoned him and he said, hey, I got this document here. Remember you showed me that document? I got the whole thing. I got all 15 pages now. And the guy said, oh, I guess the toothpaste is out of the tube. So from day one, we all knew this document was real. We knew who had been shown to Richard, and that was the whole thing. So when we had the notes, then I thought once this physicist Oak Shannon went public and gave an interview, then I said, okay, it's all off now. The deal's over, and he didn't disapprove. But when we went live, so I decided, well. Everybody, you asked, and Jimmy Church asked, and Project Unity asked. Everybody was asking for an interview, and that's when I said to Nicole, I mean, I don't know who to go to. I mean, you be the bad guy. I want to release it, so I'll release it on your channel. She doesn't have many subscribers. I said, Nicole, I'll release it with you on your channel, and you be the bad guy, and you arrange the interviews with Dave and Jimmy Church and Project Unity. That was all arranged, and then 10 minutes as we go into live feed on the first show where we're going to drop it on the calls, suddenly there's this message from Oak Shannon that I have to release it on Project Unity's channel. And I go, well, this is like blackmail. I'm not doing this. And so Nicole phones him, and she's on the phone with him. And I said, no, come on, Nicole, we're going to go. I'm going. I mean, we're not going to talk about the documents. I'll not release the documents. But there's no way I'm going to go on somebody's show because somebody's forcing me to go on a show and be first. And so finally she hung up the phone, and we did the first show. We didn't show the documents. And then today we had Melinda on, and Melinda had a set of documents from Ed Hauk, who she was friends with, and he was in the meeting too. And her notes aren't as elaborate as mine, but she had confirmed there's certain pages are the same. So today we had Melinda, and we went through her notes and Oak Shannon's notes to show that there's 2 people that have notes, and it went through this whole meeting that we can get into. But it was a very, very elaborate meeting. It happened in a skiff on the East Coast, and it was top secret, restricted. It was a very, very high-level meeting where they were doing exactly what they're doing now. John Alexander had a group, and they were going to try to get funding from the U.S. government to investigate UFOs, and they ended up not getting it, and that's what they've succeeded with now is getting funding. But this was a program that is done, which shows that the Bible is right. The Bible says there is nothing new under the sun. So we think that, Elizondo and this effort that's going on to get funding, it's an old story. It's been done over and over again. These are just the first guys that succeeded in getting funding from the government.
Why would anybody try to make you hold back your notes after everything was already set up? To me, that sounds of a hint of arrogance on somebody's part.
Well, it wasn't that was the thing. People said, well, why would you break your agreement with Oak? But I notified Oak that he knew I was going to release them. And it wasn't that he said I had to stop releasing the notes. He didn't say you can't release the notes. He said, if you release the notes, I would prefer you do it on this guy's channel. And that was because he was going to go on. There was going to be me and Richard and Jay, who we're talking about. It was going to be this coming Friday. And that was the agreement that Nicole had made with him, and he had agreed to it. And then suddenly, I guess he figured that he had gotten this exclusive interview with Oak, and that this tied into his interview, and that he actually said in a message on Twitter that I read, it would be a good idea if you just extended that. I've got a big channel, and I'll get a lot of exposure, and I've got as many people on my channel as him, and I'm not really interested in getting the clicks. That's why I gave it to Nicole. I said, Nicole, she's been a good friend and has helped me out on a lot of stuff. So I said, I'll release it on your channel.
Direct Auto Insurance is for uncompromisers, the people who refuse to make trade-offs in life. They're the ones who proudly say no to living on someone else's terms and schedule. And when it comes to insurance, they find the savings they need to keep driving. And with savings of up to $1,044 per year when you switch to Direct Auto, you too can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a free quote today at directauto.com or find a store near you. Data from August 2021 new customer survey. Savings, if any, vary. How you buy can affect price. National General Group, Winston-Salem. Direct Auto Insurance is for uncompromisers, the people who refuse to make trade-offs in life. Like Kelly, when her old car insurance got so expensive that she couldn't afford to drive anymore, do you think she started carrying her groceries for miles? No. But she did find Direct Auto's savings that allowed her to drive instead of compromise. With savings of up to 25%, you too can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a quote today at directauto.com. Savings based on applied discounts and will vary. Terms apply. How you buy can affect price. National General Group, Winston-Salem.
Really not that much. And we'll go from there, and you be the bad guy, and you arrange the interviews for all this sort of stuff. And she did an excellent job on it. It was just that somebody backed out of their agreement in terms of getting interviews.
Well, I mean, it's also like having a tiny town hall compared to having a conference at a major metropolis, too. I mean, you want as many people to learn about this stuff. You want as many people out there to get the message. Yeah. And, this is why.
But it did take off. That's where I said to Nicole, Nicole, this is like when I got refused entry to the United States. I said, hang up the phone. You're going to be famous. Everybody's going to know this story. There's no way they're doing this. I'm going to make this all public. We're going to talk about this. And finally she hung up the phone. And I said, and it turned out right. It exploded. It was like sometimes you need a controversy where people are fighting and everybody wants to know what the fight's about. And meanwhile, they get educated as to what's going on. And that's basically what happened. So I think it helps Project Unity. It helps, Nicole, it helps me, where now everybody's talking about it, and everybody's getting educated as to who Oak Shannon was and what this meeting was that is related. And we've just discovered this afternoon, we've just discovered now a connection between the Wilson Davis notes and the meetings at the BDM facility in Virginia. That it's actually mentioned and that was picked up by Melinda Leslie, and at first I didn't get it. She said, "No, look at the bottom of the sheet." We're looking at Oak Shannon's notes on the air, and I didn't notice this. And what she had picked up was that on the very bottom of one of Oak Shannon's notes, it said ATP-10. APT-10. So it's Advanced Theoretical Physics-10. And she said, that's in the Wilson Leak notes. That's in the Wilson Leak notes. And I'm thinking, it is? It's like, I don't know. Because I'd never read the Wilson document. I never read it. I read the first page, and I read the one that talking about having the craft at the end. That piece I read. But I've never read the Wilson Leak document. I saw the first page. That's all I needed to see. But she said it's in there. And then Tom Whitmore was in the chat, and he said, in the document, it says AP-10. And so they leave out the T, but we don't know what the 10 means. But the Wilson Leak document says AP-10 BDM. And the BDM is the facility where this meeting place. So actually, Admiral Wilson refers to this meeting that occurred 17 years before.
Grant Cameron, legendary UFO researcher on the Wilson documents, Oak Shannon, and UFOs. The cover-up continues. And guess what? People like Grant, Nicole Sackage, and others are breaking down the walls. The secrets will be released. When, how, we don't know. But we got the sledgehammer swinging against the wall on Spaced Out Radio tonight. Continue right after this. Power first half hour, Grant. Power.
There you go.
That was a slap shot, top corner. All right. That's what it was.
There you go.
All right. Need to get some water or anything?
No, I'm good for the first half hour. Probably at the top of the hour.
All right. Let's say hello to Alex Kuhn coming on in. And Eric Jenkins, welcome to SOR Chat. And let's see here. Paramarv, good to see you. And who else is coming on in? That's it. That's it. Grant, Hallie is asking, have you got any hockey fight stories? Anastasia, how you doing? Because last night I was sharing a couple of the old stories from my day back then.
The only one I remember is the Bobby Hull one with his toupee.
Hi, Billy Nice.
Remember that one?
I do remember that one.
Yeah, with John Ferguson. He never talked to John Ferguson again in his life.
Jeez, that's terrible. That's just terrible.
Yeah, we had Ty Domi in Winnipeg for quite a while. I remember I was thinking back. I mean, I was like kicking myself. I used to run a rollerblade hockey league.
Yeah.
And so we'd have these little prizes, and they used to sell Jet game sticks for $5. And you go down and buy these things. And I had piles of Ty Domi sticks, and I was giving them out to these prizes and stuff like that. And I'm thinking, if I just kept one stick, holy cow, unreal.
Wow. Yeah. Now, which Russian did they trade? They traded a Russian to New York for Ty Domi and Chris King. And that was really the changing of the Winnipeg Jets to becoming competitive again.
Yeah. Yeah. Ty was interesting. He was like, he's such a small guy, eh? But when he got into fights, it's like, he's just like, digging and causing trouble. And just,
he was even intimidating, like, going into, like, for my job, Grant, when I would actually cover games, going into the dressing room and you see Domi there and you think he has his jersey on, and then you realize that it's pure muscle,
Yeah.
It's pure muscle.
Yeah, he was interesting. Yeah, but I just kicked myself. All these game sticks, like Solani game sticks. Oh, geez, gave all these sticks away. Because that's the big thing now. I gave my kid a Mickey Mantle, 1962 Mickey Mantle card, 200, and it's when I first gave it to him, they were going for like $1,500. Now it's like $5,000. Some people are asking like $19,000 for this card. And the one Mickey Mantle, the rookie card, sold for like, what was it, $12 million or something like that. So I told my kid, I said, just hang on to it. It's like it's almost like buying paintings now. People are buying sports memorabilia because it's going up so fast that it'll double in a couple of years. My mother said, why would anybody pay that kind of money? I was like, because 2 years from now they'll sell it for double what they bought it for.
Oh yeah.
It's just crazy.
Oh yeah.
And my kid had all these when he was a kid. I was buying him hockey cards. He's got every Brett Hull card that was ever made, even his before he played pro. And so he's all depressed because these cards aren't worth anything. I said, you just watch. You hang on to these for 10 years, and then you go back through, and you'll have about 5 cards that are worth money, but they'll be worth big money. You're going to have like all the rookie cards of people that everybody wished they had.
I had Patrick Waugh, Mario Lemieux, Ray Bourque, Glenn Anderson, Yari Curry, Mark Messier, Pat LaFontaine. I had all of their rookie cards.
Wow!
And I know where they are. I just haven't got the balls to ask for them back. And
oh my goodness!
And
all you have to do is look on eBay and see what they're selling for. Then you just be shocked at what they're selling for, and then you go and get them back. It's just unreal.
My sister's fiance was a big hockey card collector, and I never knew that I was going to have a son. So I wasn't really into hockey cards. I said, hey, you're part of the family here. Here, take them.
Yeah.
But now I have a son, and I'm like, damn. Damn. You know what? Quickly, 1982, Montreal Canadiens old-timers come in to Abbotsford, British Columbia. My dad is doing the announcing of the game. In between the first and second period, my dad takes me into the dressing room. I meet all the old-timers, including staring up and standing and looking eye to eye to Maurice Richard. At the end of the night, they gave me a hockey stick, and there's only one autograph on the blade, and that's Maurice Richard. We got to go, Grant.
A game stick?
Yes. Here we go.
Holy shit.
Second half hour of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We very much appreciate earning your listening ears. Want to remind you that if you missed portions of this show or others, check out our free archives at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor. Hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read Shirky Poo's Newswire. Check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. We bring on Grant Cameron right now as we are going to get into the Oak Shannon notes. It's been a couple of years since the Wilson documents came out, Grant, but for a lot of people, we're still trying to figure out what's the importance of the Oak Shannon notes that you have released and put out there to the public, and how does it add to the story?
Well, to me, it adds the sort of the confirmation that I was right about the document. As I said, I've never read the Admiral Wilson, Eric Davis notes. All I needed was that first page when I saw the connection. And so Oak Shannon was the guy that knew, and you goes into Washington where people know people. And what happened was that Admiral Wilson had gotten a request from Eric Davis to talk. And he didn't know who Eric Davis was, and so he knew Oak Shannon, and he said, have you ever heard of this Eric Davis guy? And Oak Shannon said, yeah, I know him. And he said, well, is he a good guy? I mean, and, they're all in this thing about secrecy. Can he keep his mouth shut and all this sort of stuff? And so Oak Shannon vouched for him and said, yeah, he's a good guy and this sort of thing. And that's why Wilson met with Eric Davis, because he had gotten a recommendation from Oak Shannon, who knew everybody, and the Admiral really respected Oak Shannon, so that's why he met. And then he has this conversation with Eric Davis. Eric Davis, it looks like he recorded it because it's pretty verbatim. And then what happened, to give people who don't have the idea of what happened there, was Eric Davis had these notes, and he had given them to certain people, like Hal Puthoff had a copy. It sounds like Jacques Vallée may have had a copy, and he gave a copy to Edgar Mitchell and Bob Bigelow. He'd written, because he was the physicist for NIDS, and when I met him, he actually was the first guy to get laid off at NIDS. NIDS was shutting down. Eric Davis had been laid off. He didn't have a job when I talked to him. He eventually got a job working for the Air Force on this sort of propulsion thing that he worked on. But at the time I talked to him, he had a job, and he was really upset about getting laid off at NIDS and stuff. And he was talking a mile a minute. And he's a very sharp guy. He's got a lot of information. And it was about that time when he did the Wilson interview, or the interview with the Admiral, but I wasn't involved in that. And so these notes were in Edgar Mitchell's file. Then Edgar Mitchell dies, and there's this fellow from Australia who gets a lot of his UFO files. And he's showing them to James Rigney, and James Rigney sees this as being significant. He gets 4 documents that he provides to me, but he has this dream in the middle of the night that he should give me these documents at the conference. And so he contacts his wife in the morning. He said, scan the notes, scan the interview, the Eric, the Wilson leak documents, scan them and send them to me. And that's when he approaches me with the documents. And finally, I say, yeah, I'd like to put these in the book. And he agrees. And a month later, he sends me four documents. So the documents he sends me, and that's what freaks me out. I think the Wilson document is 2 pages. When he sends it to me, it's 15 pages. And that's when I freaked out. I went, oh my goodness, I couldn't believe what was in it. And it's like, I'm looking at this thing and what am I going to do? And then he sends me the alien autopsy document, which I've always said is the better document. I like the alien autopsy document. A lot of people just seem to refuse to believe the alien autopsy is real. So nobody's ever taken that document seriously, but that was the document that was given to me. A third document was a letter from Bob Bigelow to Edgar Mitchell, because Edgar Mitchell was on the board of NIDS. That's why Eric Davis knew who he was. And so he was sending a letter to Edgar Mitchell and telling him about what's coming up and when the next meeting is. And they would have these meetings 6 times a year. And what they would do is Bob Bigelow would bring in top talent. So he was paying like big money, thousands of dollars a day per guy to bring them in. And so he'd have Kit Green and Edgar Mitchell and Jacques Vallée and all the top guys. He'd bring them in for a weekend, and they would sit there and identify projects. So the project they dealt with me on, they were trying to get the Holloman Air Force Base film. That's why they were talking to me. And I knew the producer, and they were saying, do you know where the film is? And they're trying to find the film and stuff. And they were going to interview Paul Chartle, the guy who had actually seen the film. And it was a film of a UFO landing at Holloman Air Force Base. And the aliens come out, and they're greeted by these officials and stuff. And this is all caught on camera. And so they basically contacted me about that, and they wanted to know what the Canadians were doing in terms of propulsion in the 1950s. So Eric had given these documents, and they were provided to me. I guess this would be in November of 2020. That's when I met James Rigney. He sent me the documents in December, and I started talking about them on your show. I think maybe you've done even 2 shows with you, at least one, when I got Michael. And I got Michael because I was so afraid of what was going to happen. I needed a lawyer. And even Jimmy Church refers to that. He said, you came to me in February at the Consciousness Life Expo, and he said, you were actually shaking. And then you said, this is my lawyer. And Jimmy Church says, I couldn't believe it. This guy's got a lawyer now. But I was so petrified by what was going to happen when I dropped these documents. And then we as I told the story of how we dropped the documents. And then when they came out, I just sort of ducked, as I did 2 days ago. I just said, okay, that's it. And I turned off everything. I didn't answer emails or phone calls or anything like that, and waited for it. And when Richard got it, it exploded. And I remember Richard phoning me, and Richard says to me, he says, I still want anything to do with it. He said, I got these documents, 15 pages of documents, and they come from you. And I said, Richard, you're on your own. Goodbye. I hung up the phone. It's like, like now you've got him. Now it's your problem. And so he went with it. I give him credit. He made a big deal out of it, and a lot of people paid attention, and it took off. But the thing was, there was other documents that were involved, and most people don't know. There was as I said, there was the Oak Shannon notes that I just dropped, which are related, and there was the notes that Melinda Leslie had from this meeting. And the meeting may be the more important, because it was basically these very high level guys, top secret SCI guys, discussing every subject you could think of in ufology. And the big one that they did, but we actually brought in Science Bob today. Yes. He was watching the conversation we had, the 4-hour conversation we had today on the Calls channel, and he came on and he questioned. I talked about the president with the Donald Trump thing. I said, the president can declassify, but you can't fill up a box full of files and walk away with it. They belong to the government, and the same thing applies to the film. And I was making this point that Chris Mellon has now admitted that he and Elizondo snuck the films out of the Pentagon. And I said this all along. I said, when you resign in disgust at the Pentagon, they don't give you UFO films for a goodbye present. The films belong to the government. So you can say all you want, they're declassified. That doesn't as the judge ruled in the Trump case, that does not make it personal. You can't take the stuff home. It belongs to the government. And so they've admitted this, that these films were sneaked out of the Pentagon. And we actually, Nicole and I worked on, I can never remember her name, but the girl, we actually have the girl in the Pentagon that actually packaged the videos for Lou Elizondo. And so we worked on a lot of this stuff. And this afternoon we brought in Bob to talk about the technical stuff, because there's a lot of technical scientific stuff. And Bob just got going. I said, Nicole, bring him in. And he comes in, and then I said, Bob, let's just go through and this is something you may want to do. He just took the document, and we went through it line by line, and Bob explained what this means, and he knew exactly. He's like, you just flowed out of him. But the thing was, he only had half an hour. So I said, I'll send you the document, and you read through it and tell me what's significant. What should we pay attention? And I think that may be the most important thing that's going to happen now is what happened with the Wilson document, is that there's a lot of the young guns, the young researchers, people like you, people that are watching this thing right now, who are going to take it and who are going to discover something that we don't know. And it's going to be torn apart, and there's going to be all sorts of new stories, all sorts of new witnesses coming forward, and that's what's going to happen. And Bob was part of that this afternoon in describing to me stuff on there that I really didn't know what the heck they were talking about. But Bob knew, like the frequency. There's a frequency that's attached to a UFO. I don't know if people know that. Bob knew that, and he described how this frequency, what the actual frequency means in terms of, how many times it goes through the coil and all this kind of stuff. And it was just fascinating. And so I'm going to do that, and I hope you do that with Bob, is get Bob to discuss the document as to what he sees, because he's looking at it with different eyes than I am. I'm just looking at stuff like who's there, what their names are, and stuff like that. But Bob knew all the technical stuff they were talking about, and it was absolutely fascinating.
Grant Cameron is our guest tonight on Spaced Out Radio. One of the things I'm taking out of this, Grant, is, to me, it adds more of the puzzle pieces to the UFO cover-up. It adds more pieces that this does go right to the White House, that every military option, every alphabet agency is covering up this story, and that they are trying to piece it together as secretly as possible, not just from other countries and adversaries, but from every person on this planet. And I think this is just a real proving ground, the Oak Shannon documents, that they are essentially saying, look, the Wilson docs are real. Edgar Mitchell had it right to hold on to these.
Yeah. And there was a lot of interesting stuff that showed. I'll give John Alexander credit. When you look at the Wilson leak documents, John's story is actually very accurate, the way he tells the story. And what he says is that they were doing exactly what they're doing right now. They were trying to get money. They were trying to get the best cases they could. So you see them trying to figure out which cases they were going to use, how are we going to film this. This is 1985. So it's not like now you can talk about UFOs and people don't, make the cross and walk away from you and stuff like that. In 1985, it was still very toxic. And John talks about the fact that he'd gone to all the high-level government agencies, and he tried.
Direct auto insurance is for uncompromisers, the people who refuse to make trade-offs in life. They're the ones who proudly say no to living on someone else's terms and schedule. And when it comes to insurance, they find the savings they need to keep driving. And with savings of up to $1,044 per year when you switch to Direct Auto, you too can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a free quote today at directauto.com or find a store near you. Data from August 2021 new customer survey. Savings, if any, vary. How you buy can affect price. National General Group, Winston-Salem. Direct Auto Insurance is for uncompromisers, the people who refuse to make trade-offs in life. Like Kelly, when her old car insurance got so expensive that she couldn't afford to drive anymore, do you think she started carrying her groceries for miles? No. But she did find Direct Auto's savings that allowed her to drive instead of compromise. With savings of up to 25%, you too can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a quote today at directauto.com. Savings based on applied discounts and will vary. Terms apply. How you buy can affect price. National General Group, Winston-Salem.
To sell this thing. And the fact that we needed to investigate UFOs, and nobody would do anything. And he tells the story about going to the guy who ran SDI, the Star Wars thing. And he made the presentation. They did the briefing, and the guy said, "Oh, I'm with you on this, but I'll tell you what, there's no way I'm funding you, because not only will I lose the funding I give you, they're after me already for my funding. I got the biggest budget in the Pentagon. They're after my money. Not only will I lose your money, I'll lose all this money. They'll take everything away from me. I'm not funding it. Get out of my office." And that's basically what it was. And that's what you see in the document. You see at one point at the end, they check off who they went to. So they went to Keyworth. And I recognize these names because I did the president. So Keyworth was the science advisor to President Reagan in the 1980s. Then Poindexter. Poindexter was the national security advisor to the president. Then it says no. Keyworth, no. Poindexter, no. And then it has P, which is the president, no. Vice president, no. And then it has Dr. Cooper. And they go through all these things. And basically, they have one guy who I'm sure everybody's going to be going after. And his name is now going to escape me. But there was one guy who said maybe. And he was a guy who was actually tied into the ET issue. And they said maybe. And so I'm sure a lot of researchers are going to try to figure out who this guy was. He was a high-level government guy, and whether this guy is still alive, and try to talk to him, because they went to him for funding. But eventually, as John described it, they didn't get any funding, and the whole program just sort of shut down. Plus, it was leaking. And that's in Jacques Vallée's book. You'll find, if you start to look, that there's a lot of supporting evidence that Jacques Vallée talks about the fact that he was talking with Houck, who was Melinda Leslie's notes, that he had talked to somebody and it had started to leak. And Hal Puthoff had made the comment, "This just proves," because this thing's already leaked, this top secret thing. How did this get out? How did Houck talk about this? And he Puthoff had said, "This just proves you can't keep anything secret," because they had tried to keep this secret, and immediately it was leaking. And that's the thing. The New York Times actually did a book called Out There. Howard Bloom had written a book on this. And of course, John was denying, "No, I'm not the guy in charge of this program." But John described it, and that's exactly what happened, was that in the 1980s, you couldn't sell this, and they were talking to the wrong people. So John said, all the people I talked to weren't involved in UFOs, and that's true. So if you go to the State Department, they're going to go, "Get out of here, we're not doing UFOs." And you go, the Air Force, they say, "We're here to, fly planes and drop bombs. We're not doing that." And nobody wants to touch the subject. So that's what John had, is this situation that there is no UFO department in the government. And I'll give them that. But it's interesting to see at the end all these names, like Keyworth, the science advisor, the president, national security advisor, the president, the vice president. And it was all, no, we're not getting funding. They're not going to give us funding. So they'd gone through the loop and talked to these people. And now you see it's rolling. And now you have these, we had this big debate last night about Lou Elizondo, whether he's running the UAP program at the Space Command, and Jimmy Church said, "Oh, that's just rumor on the internet, and that's garbage." And he may be just a contractor. I said, "Well, you're guessing too, and I'm guessing, and everybody's guessing, and that's the problem. We got all this secrecy, and nobody even knows what Lou Elizondo does for a living." And then this afternoon, Tom started to confirm he's a contractor for Space Command, and we know who the source is, and we maintain that he's running whatever UAP program they have at Space Command. And that you get into these sort of debates, and stuff starts getting dragged out, and that's what's going to happen in these fights. People are going to learn more and more and more. But the more, it's almost like I always make this thing, we are no different than any other social or political movement, whatever it is, whether it's African-American rights, the women's right to vote or whatever. People have to sort of riot in the streets and do all this kind of stuff to get stuff done. And the more we talk about this, it's like African Americans or whatever in the 1950s to 60s. They made a lot of bad jokes about them, made a lot of bad movies about them. But it's like Hollywood. As long as they spell your name right, it's all good publicity. Trump always goes that thing. It's all good publicity. Just get your name on the front page. And that's what's happening. Is you have these controversies, and you have the fire's on again, and there's a big dumpster fire going, and the UFO thing, and people are talking, and the more people look, the more they talk, the more people do investigation, and there's a lot of really good researchers who are going to get new pieces to the puzzle, and that just moves us down the road, because according to what I've heard, the Wilson document is being used as a roadmap for Congress, because Congress didn't know what was going on, and now they've got some actual names and confirmations from high-level people that this document is real, and they're going after the people in this document. And now you're going to add some names to the list from the Oak Shannon notes, they're going to look at the Oak Shannon notes and start looking at those people.
Which names should we be following? Which names should we be listening to, Grant?
Oh, maybe after the break, I'll read you the names from the. I guess I can right now. How many minutes have we got?
We got 5.5 minutes.
Okay, so let me read you the names here, and this was shown by Project Unity to Oak Shannon, and he confirmed it has attendees, it has me. So that was the question he was asked: are you the me that's in this document? And that's when he confirmed, yeah, I guess I would be the me in the in this document. So he confirms me. So you have Oak Shannon, you have attending this thing, and this guy I really didn't know. Bill Wilkinson from the CIA, Hal McConnell, who's an interesting guy because the New York Times said that the story was leaked to them by the National Security, somebody inside the National Security Agency, and Hal McConnell was with the National Security Agency. So he's a guy. John Alexander, everybody knows. Bert Stumblebein, everybody knows. General Stumblebein, the guy who was doing the spoon bending and tried to walk through the wall and the staring at goats, that was all Stumblebein. And Hal Puthoff, everybody knows. Jack Houck, who was with McDonnell Douglas. That's where Linda's got his notes. He died, and then the wife called people in, and the researchers went in there and pulled all the UFO files, and they found his notes from this 1985 top secret UFO meeting. And so Jack Houck. Then there's Ed Speakman, who I really don't know. People are going to be looking at him. INSCOM. Bill Souter from McDonnell Douglas. People are going to be looking at that. There was a guy from BDM. That's where they held in the skiff. They had a secure skiff at BDM. That's where they held the meeting. There was somebody from BDM. They don't have his name. It's just blacked out. And then Jake Stewart. I don't know. It's USDRE, the department. I've never dealt with him. People will going after him. Ralph Freeman, and they don't even have, it's just a big question mark as to who he works for. Bob Wood, we know from McDonnell Douglas. I actually leaked his documents. He had a 1968 study where James McDonald gave him $500,000 because Bob Wood went to McDonnell, who ran McDonnell Douglas, and he said, I'll tell you what, either Boeing's going to get this thing, this UFO technology, or we're going to get it. And so he said, okay, you got $500,000, study UFOs. And they had all these engineers, and they were regressing abductees, 1968. And Bob Wood's notes were sold on the internet. Some guy died. The guy was doing the regressions. His notes became public because he died, and the guy found his notes, and they sold them for $29 on eBay. And then they gave me these notes, and Bob was really upset when I put them on the internet. He said, how'd you get my notes? And I said, well, somebody sold them on eBay, and then they gave me, these are notes of the 1968 meetings where they were trying to investigate UFOs. So, and then you have Lockheed, which is the big one. And that's Ron Blackburn, who's a friend of Melinda Leslie, and she's going back to him. She's going to ask Ron Blackburn, what do you think about these notes that are leaking out, Ron? And then he's going to look at the notes, and she's going to say, can you give me your notes from the meeting? And we may now have it depends. We may get a third set of notes from this top secret meeting. And then Don Kimball, who was with Lockheed as well. And then Gary Bright. We don't know who he's from, but he's mentioned. But those are the main names, but a lot of names that people haven't heard. So a lot of people are going to be digging into who these people are and what their connection was, and do they have a UFO connection? And that's where it spreads. So it just goes. And I think we're on a roll now in terms of Congress looking for leaks. And I think, as I said, if we get an open hearing with people with immunity, if you put up Hal Puthoff and Eric Davis there, and you run it for 24 hours, it's all over. They're going to tell you exactly who's running it, where the stuff is, where the hardware is. It's game, set, match, it's over. And I think we're that close. And I've heard the immunity has been approved, the language for the immunity, and you're going to have Admiral Wilson has agreed to go. Oak Shannon, I think, will agree to go. A lot of these guys will go, and they don't have to worry about the security clearances. They don't have to worry about getting fired, and they're going to start talking, and it's all going to unravel within hours.
We have about 90 seconds here, Grant. You say it'll all revolve around hours, but that's a lot of hope, and that this entire bunch of people come together and say enough is enough. Let's bring it public.
Well, all you need is one public hearing. Even if you have one public hearing with Eric Davis alone, I know the stories. And I've told this story. I've sort of hinted, like Lou Elizondo, given the breadcrumbs. I dealt with Eric Davis, and let me tell you what. Eric Davis told me who he was talking to. He's a former intelligence officer in South Korea, and let me tell you what. He was dealing with the Wilson, head of intelligence for Joint Chiefs of Staff. Let me tell you what. He was talking to people a lot higher than that and talking to them on the phone. So you get these people, and that's 20 years ago. So what does he know now? What has Eric Davis discovered since now? All you need is Eric Davis to blow this thing. I've always been skeptical. I wrote an article called The 64 Reasons they decided not to tell you the truth. I told Steve Bassett there would not be disclosure until 2042. I'm now saying, when I saw the New York Times article and this thing blew up in 24 hours, I now say I would not be surprised at anything happening, anything unraveling in 24 hours. I was so shocked in 2017. I never believed that would happen. So now I'm on the other side now. I can believe that things are going to happen very, very fast and unravel very fast. And to me, Eric Davis is the key. If Eric Davis is in an open hearing, it's over.
Grant Cameron, legendary UFO researcher, the Oak Shannon Wilson documents. Coming up next, we're going to ask Grant about immunity on the UFO subject. Is it even possible in the United States of America? Hour 2 of Spaced Out Radio is coming up right after this. All right, Grant, we're clear. I'm going to send you to the green room because I know you need to freshen up, and I'm going to go freshen up. We'll be right back, everyone. write that down. New physics.
Yes, I can't. I mean, I know it's in the slide set, like the actual notes. I can't remember if we were talking about it during Melinda's Shannon or Melinda's Jack notes or.
Yeah. Okay, I got to run here.
Okay, own it.
But hello, everybody. Grant will be right back. What a good night. Hey, Evan Tide, how you doing? Big shout out tonight to our super chatters. Big Dog, Pam, D. Cohen, Pascal, Dijon, Marty, Mike, Thomas, and Lori. Thank you so much for your support of SOR. We very much appreciate the love. What a power show tonight. Guys, this is one we're all going to have to replay. Sunsaver, you nailed it. You nailed it. Feel like I missed a great show. Well, even the information, it's coming so fast at us. I highly suggest, too, that you guys all go, and I'm going to put Nicole Sakich's YouTube channel in here. You're going to want to subscribe to this as well, okay, because the interviews that she had earlier today with Grant and Melinda, and then her and Grant earlier on, you're definitely going to want to listen to that. If you have interest in this subject, here's Nicole Sakich's YouTube channel. Make sure you go hit subscribe on that. Hey there, James. How you doing, buddy? Good to have you here. James Landoli right there. It's big. Big. So make sure you go hit up Nicole Sakich's channel and put that in your favorites if you haven't subscribed to that. Robert Lamoth, how you doing, buddy? Good to see you. Oh, hey, Clam. This is why Grant's a powerhouse. There he is. The Gretzky of ufology right there.
Yeah.
All right, we got 10 seconds, everyone. We're going to launch. I will try and get questions in. I don't know if we'll have time, but we'll do our best here. Here we go. Hour number 2 starts now.
You're listening to Spaced Out Radio with Dave Scott. Follow Dave on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Facebook, Spaced Out Radio Show.
Hour number 2 of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We very much appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Hello to everyone, including the Doug Shelby, for listening in live tonight on our terrestrial affiliates around North America and digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Idiophone. Idiophone is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the Clam sets the password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read Shirky Poo's Newswire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. Legendary UFO researcher Grant Cameron is here talking about Oak Shannon and the new documents that have come out to support the Wilson documents, claiming a UFO cover-up is going on in Washington, D.C., and all around every political affiliate and alphabet agency and military agency out there right now. Grant has been at the forefront of this for over 2 years on this subject. And Grant, thank you so much for being public with it.
Well, thank you. I mean, you mentioned the immunity thing, and the thing that comes to mind with me is that when you make a move to go public, you take a hit. And I've taken a hit. I'm sort of famous for, and I actually now use it, that if you want to tell me a secret, I tell you, you probably better not to tell me because I'm going to tell everybody. And I've got this reputation. I was dealing with a lot of these big guys, and the minute I leaked one item about who Eric Davis was talking to, and boom, they all stopped talking to me. And that was a situation where there's a story told about a very senior UFO guy who knows a lot of stuff, who was asked the question, could you name the 12 guys who basically are running the show? And he said, yeah, I could probably do that. And then he was asked, well, why don't you do it? And he said, because you'd go to the New York Times, they'd print an article, I would have to deny it, and nobody would ever talk to me again. And I think that's a big part of what happens in the field, is that if you're working on this stuff, that you're trying to figure it out as well. So you're trying to get people above you, and you're sort of keeping your stuff secret to figure out what's going on above you. And you get into this situation where nobody's giving anything out. And if you do give stuff out, then nobody talks to you anymore, and you get cut out of the loop, and suddenly you can't figure out what's going on. So that's one of the problems. In the immunity thing is, we have the one guy who I met. I'll give you an example. We have the one guy who I met who is Tim Taylor, who is Tyler D in the book American Cosmic. Okay, so I met him in 2013. You probably know Mark Olson here from Winnipeg.
Direct Auto Insurance is for uncompromisers, the people who refuse to make trade-offs in life. They're the ones who proudly say no to living on someone else's terms and schedule. And when it comes to insurance, they find the savings they need to keep driving. And with savings of up to $1,044 per year when you switch to Direct Auto, you too can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a free quote today at directauto.com or find a store near you. Data from August 2021 new customer survey. Savings, if any, vary. How you buy can affect price. National General Group, Winston-Salem.
When was the last time you totally logged off and took all of your vacation days? Well, Michelob Ultra Pure Gold can help with a little PTO. That's paid time outdoors. Pure Gold has a PTO experience that will help you get away from every ping. Go to MichelobUltra.com/PTO to request your PTO for a chance to win a trip for 4 to an amazing remote destination. Enjoy responsibly. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents 21 plus, void where prohibited. Enter by 10/14/22. For official rules, visit MichelobUltra.com/contest-rules.
Mark Olson set up this meeting. There was all these rich guys showed up in Pennsylvania at this cabin. I was invited. There was me and Chris Bledsoe were the only guys that didn't have any money in the room. Everybody else was like, and I guess Peter Roberts, Peter Robbins was there, and he didn't. So anyway, but a lot of rich guys in the room, and they were talking. And Tyler D was there, and I met him, and he introduced me to an experiencer from Manitoba, and one of the best cases I've ever seen. I've been in contact with her ever since. And anyway, we had this conversation, whatever. And he told me the story about the invention that he made, which was rumored to have been sold the company on NASDAQ for $100 million. And he got it in the middle of the night. He said, the last thing I remember the morning I woke up with the idea, the last thing I remember in the middle of the night was a hooded figure standing at the end of the bed. And this story's told in Diane Pasulka's book, American Cosmic, about this guy. He's got 40 inventions. He has this protocol for talking to beings, and they talk to him, and he invents all this medical stuff and this sort of stuff. Well, this guy's hiding. I mean, I know who he is. A couple people, his name's been floated around. He's in NASA. So let me tell you the story that's told to show you what he may be able to, if he's brought in front of Congress. And they may ask him this question. Did this happen? So he goes to the Bledsoe house. He's a piece of metal. Takes the kid, and he says to Ryan, he says, hold your hand out. Puts the piece of metal in his hand. He said, what do you feel? He said, nothing. Takes a second piece of metal, puts it in his hand. He said, what do you feel? He said, I feel this vibration going up my arm. He said, good. He takes it, he puts it in the daughter's hand. Same thing. She feels this vibration up her hand. Then they do the other two sons. They get the vibration, this sort of vibration from these two pieces of metal. They take Chris Bledsoe's Chris Jr., his girlfriend, they put it in her hand, nothing happens. Then they put it in Chris Bledsoe's hand, and he basically goes almost like into seizure, into a coma. He's just totally taken by this thing. And so Tyler D says the vibration means you've been face to face with a being, and this is with this metal. So what do they know? I mean, you hear that story, and he's talking in the book. He talks about the room. There's this object in the room, in the next room that's sealed off, that helps people think, that helps them get into this field, and they're right next to this thing in this other room, whatever it is. I mean, those kind of stories that or the briefing of President Obama. I mean, we've got all these stories about him, and of course he's hiding because he doesn't want to come public. And that's the thing; these people will take a hit, but if you can take away that hit from them, and allow them to come forward, because you even know that we're friends with Science Bob. Well, Science Bob basically got a hit on his security clearance because he sort of got involved. He said some stuff and whatever, and he's fighting to get back into his security clearance. So that's what all people are trying to avoid is this security clearance. And so it was called intelligence blowback. When I leaked some stuff, and some of these people came to me and they were very upset or whatever, and they called it intelligence blowback. So when you say something, so say you leak something, as is what they're doing with the documents in Mar-a-Lago right now, they do an intelligence analysis. They want to see what has been leaked, how did this get out, who maybe have this stuff, what's the how many people are going to react. So they sit there, like when these notes came out from Wilson, as Bob McGuire pointed out, and I think a lot of other people point out, there would have been an FBI investigation as to what the hell happened here, what's going on. All these people, they would be waiting for the people to come to their door to get interrogated. What did you give out? Why did you give it out? All this kind of stuff, and they can lose their job, their security clearance, and it's called intelligence blowback. So when I did, the one person told me, now we have to wait to see what the intelligence blowback is going to be as to what you have done, what you have said. But to me, I'm just so tired of the secrecy. I'm getting old. My health is not what it was anymore, and I've been tired of for years. I just don't, and I tell people I don't want to play the secrecy game anymore. And I think it's time that we go out, because a lot of people have got a lot of secrets, and it's almost like everybody's playing spy. Everybody's got 10 people giving them material, and they're gathering it and collecting it like stamps or coins or whatever. And to me, I just think that the time may be right, even though I don't think you're going to get the disclosure people think that you're going to get, because if you get the fact that there are intelligences that can run around the United States, do whatever they want, and they're aliens, and everybody's going to want to shoot them, and it's going to be a real ugly scene. It's not going to be the kumbaya situation that people think it is. Even now, you've got this thing about the enemy and the threat and all this kind of stuff. That I think the acknowledgement that they're here is going to cause some concern among some people as to what their intentions are and that sort of stuff. And the key thing that I think they're afraid of is that they have no control over this phenomena. As Jim Semivan says, I remember John Alexander, there's a story told me in 2016 that John Alexander had gone to Jim Semivan, and Jim Semivan had said, John, this is real. It's absolutely real. The government's working on this, and it's all real. And then so John says, okay, so who's running it? Because John wanted to know, like, who in the government is running it. I talked to all the agencies, and Jim Semivan said they are. And that's the whole thing. Jim Semivan, who's had the beings in his room, said there does not even appear to be a there. He said when they have the investigation in Congress, they're probably not even going to know what questions to ask. And that's how far down the road he thinks this technology is, and how powerful this intelligence is, and that we really don't know. And that's what John came up to, and that's the analysis that came with this meeting, this 1985 meeting, is the same as the what they call the core story that Jacques Vallée and Kit Green and Hal Puthoff came up with, the Denny's restaurant. Yes, UFOs exist. We have some hardware, and we're not having any success back engineering the hardware, which means there are UFOs, and beyond that, they're running the show. We have no control over what's going on.
Grant Cameron is here tonight talking about the Wilson documents and Oak Chen. And Grant, we talk about this new physics that, going back to the 1960s, they were talking about this new physics that needs to come up, and now we're seeing more quantum physics coming into play, and we're starting to be able to, if we could believe the military, be able to pick up where these craft are coming from, where they're heading, via radar. We've seen it with the F-18 Super Hornets the United States Navy has. Are we going to see more of this happening as we try and figure out where these craft or beings are coming from?
Well, you're going to see more of confirmations of crafts in the sky or around or being picked up by sensors. But I gave that lecture when I was at your conference about the theory of wow, that I think a lot of this is the aliens. For example, when the beings dropped from 80,000 feet down to sea level in 7/8 of a second, what was that? Was that a pre-abduction maneuver? Was that, what was that? It was showing off. It's like, hey, look at this. What's this? Because we had the same thing with Charlie Red Star. I jumped in 3 frames of film, 5,000 feet in the air from the ground. So they do this kind of stuff, and that's what got me to go out, that film of this thing jumping off the ground. And so that's what a lot of it is. And we have a situation where the beings are controlling the thing, and the government really just have no sense of what to do. Now repeat your question, and because I've lost my train of thought here.
Well, just in regards to the new physics, I mean,
new physics, yeah. So I'm way down the road. The way I've gone, as you know, I in 2012 I had the experience in listening to a lecture in Phoenix, Arizona, where I got this download about the fact that it's all got to do with consciousness. I've gone way down the road in terms of the latest book I'm sort of working on now is the whole idea about what is reality. What is really going on? Like, what are you actually seeing? Because you get stories of, for example, my friend, the guy who dropped the document, has the DMTs, experimenting with DMT, and he has the abduction experience on DMT. And he says, it was as real as real. It was like real as the real world. And the beings were there, and I was on this table, and I couldn't see their heads. I could see their arms and stuff. They're working on my head and stuff like that. And you start to question what is reality. And what I would say is that the way I'm looking at it is the beings I talked to, the ones they were called the beings from Great Britain, I talked to them. And that's when I asked them, I said, are you extraterrestrial? And they said, oh, if you want us to be extraterrestrial, we could be extraterrestrial if you want. We could take you to our planet. But no, we're not extraterrestrials. We've always been here. So they're leaving these little hints about they've always been here. And people think, well, they're living under the sea or whatever. But when you get down to the whole thing, you go back to the beginning of quantum physics and you look at all the guys. Max Planck said consciousness is primary. Bohr, who got the Nobel Prize for atoms, said matter as such does not exist. And it's this whole idea. They were all realists. They were all people who believed that consciousness creates matter, not the other way around. And that's the thing we've got to get into our heads, and we've got to realize we've got everything backwards. And that's what Nolan talks about. He talks about the 5% of stuff that's off the chart. So when a student is giving a presentation and he's got the bell curve, and he says, what are those things off the bell curve? What about those? How do you explain those? And that's what he's saying. It's the 5% anomalies that don't fit into the pattern, which indicates to you something's wrong. If we understood the world the way we think we understand the world, these UFOs wouldn't be here. They couldn't get here. That's absolutely impossible. That means something we're thinking is wrong. And I say the basic thing I got wrong is that consciousness is primary. That there, as John Wheeler said, this horrifying thought, there is no out there. You have the thing about non-local time and space, or non-locality, that there's no time and space. If there's no time and space, Dave, how big is the universe? It could be like just a dot. And that's the whole thing. And one of the things it shows is you have Betty Andreasson. Betty Andreasson gets abducted. She tells this whole story. She's with the beings. They go into these rooms. They fly her here. Then she goes through this, all these elaborate things with these different beings. And then they take her home in this glass sort of orb, which Chris Bledsoe also described, being in this glass orb. And he said it seemed like 3 months, and it was like 4 hours. Or it seemed like 4 months, it was 4 hours. And she was arrived home. They dropped her off in the backyard, out of this orb that didn't have any propulsion system, didn't have anything. She was looking for the engine. There's nothing in there. She couldn't figure out, how does this thing fly? She's looking, and they drop her off. She says, "Oh, I'm so happy to be home. I ran to the trailer. I ran into the house, and my husband was still sleeping. And I went into my bedroom, and I looked, and I was sitting on the side of the bed." And that's the whole thing. Is this what we really think it is? What are we really seeing? Is this like a dream type environment where they're coming in and there is no time and space? It's all dimensional. It's all vibration. It's like a radio. They change the frequency. They're on one frequency. We're on another frequency. They can pop in. And the story I always tell people to understand how this might be taking place is when I did the interview of Leslie Kane. The girl that was doing the interview with me, Sinead, she wanted to ask all these questions. I couldn't care less about. I wanted one question. I said, "Leslie, tell me about the hand. Did that really happen?" And she said, "Yeah, it happened." I said, "Leslie, tell the story of the hand." And she tells the story that she's sitting at this table. There's a red light under the table, and the medium. She's with Stuart Alexander is a medium. He's in the room, tied up in this room on the other side of the room, and she says that this stuff starts coming up on the table, like it's ectoplasm, but it's sort of like watery stuff coming up on the table, and it comes up on the table, and then the hand starts to form, the arm and the hand starts to form, and it's sitting there. She's right there. She's looking at it, and she touches it. She shakes the hand. She feels the knuckles. She feels the tendons, and that's all there is a hand there. She's feeling it. She said it's as real. It was warmer than a regular hand. It felt soft like a baby's hand, but she said it was a real hand, and I've had the experience a number of times. And then she said the thing banged on the table to prove that it was real, and she said it just went and went back into wherever it came from. And that's what I think they're doing. They're coming in, they're popping in, and they're popping up, but there may not be any time and space. So when they say they're here, we're here, everything's here. It's example, you have an out-of-body experience. You have an out-of-body experience, you look back at your body. Where is your body? Where is your brain? It's in your consciousness. Your consciousness is floating around, and your body's inside your consciousness. You're looking at your body, so it's inside your consciousness. You look out the window, you're out of your body, you look out the window, you see the plants and the planets and stuff. The planets are in your consciousness. And that's when people start to describe this. Stephen Greer uses this expression that the Sufis used. You think yourself a puny form, when within you the entire universe is enfolded. And that's what I think it is. Everything's inside you, and what it is you go inside. When you die, you go inside. When you have an out-of-body experience, you go inside your consciousness, and the whole deal is it's all inside you. So when you're mind reading, you're not reading the guy's mind over there. You're actually going inside yourself where everything is, and you're just going to the filing cabinet and looking for that material. And that's where you get, like, for example, when they do remote viewing. So they do the remote viewing, and they say, okay, the target number is 734643. And the guy says, oh, okay, we're over water. He's instantly at the target. So is his mind flying across the earth? How does it find it? Or is it just going inside? And that's what I think is all going to end up being, is it's all like the Maya thing, the Hindu concept. It's all dream. It's all Maya. It's all illusion. And consciousness creates matter. Consciousness starts to vibrate, and when the consciousness starts to vibrate, the matter starts to form. And we're a lower form of consciousness. It's a denser form. They're a less form. That's why they can't stay here. People will talk about the being vibrating. It's so heavily vibrating they can't really take it. People describe their body vibrating before they get abducted. I've had that when I did the psilocybin, the whole deal that my body would vibrate. I knew exactly what was happening. My body would start to vibrate, and you're moving into a different frequency.
Oh, I know what that's like. Trust me. It doesn't matter whether I'm in a dream state or not, Grant. When I go, I feel this, what I call a gravitational pull. My body is being pulled back, and even as much as I tell them, look, I don't want to go today, doesn't matter. They've got that gravity stuck on me.
Yeah. And then you wonder, well, where are people going, or how's it happening? Because, you never see people getting abducted. There's no reports of, I saw a UFO over this guy's house and he got abducted or whatever. And you start, because people were arguing with me about the abduction thing. And I say, yeah, abductions happen. There is an event, but what is actually going on? What is the real event going on? Because people will come back from near-death experiences and from out-of-body experiences, and they'll say it was as real as the real world. There's time and space in your dream. Is there actually time and space in your dream? No, it's a dream. You say, no, there's not time and space, but there was time and space. There's time and space here. But this may be a dream, because people who have the near-death experience will come back and say, you're living in the dream. I was in the real world. It was more vivid. It was more real than the real world. And that's what we got to realize, that these people who are having these anomalous experiences, if you listen to them, they'll start to give you hints as to how the world may actually work. Because if it worked the way we claimed it worked, this stuff wouldn't be happening. None of this stuff would be happening. We've got something wrong. We got to figure out, what have we got? It's like 1492. The Earth looks flat. It looks like the sun's going around the Earth. It looks like there's only 5,000 stars. It looks like we're the center of the universe. But that's the whole deal. Is it appeared that way, and we're doing the same thing now. We're saying it disappears. We're just doing what's called naive reality. We believe what we see, and we got to realize what we see may not be really what we're actually seeing, because it's going into your brain and then it's coming out. So everything is subjective. It's going in, and there is no color. There is none of that kind of stuff. It's all formed inside your mind. Everything is inside your head.
So are the aliens then inside our head? As we got about 90 seconds.
Well, everything there is nothing. So we're all one. That's if you get like Sting with when he did the ayahuasca. He said, "I suddenly realized everything was alive, conscious, and one. Everything is connected. It's all one thing." And that's the whole thing. If time and space are things we make up, if there's no time and space, how big is the universe? It's all one thing. It's all just a thing. We're dividing it, and we have to divide it in order to get a movie. So the divine is looking at the movie, and unless it's like a roller coaster going up and down, around and around, everybody's going to get up and walk out. So you have this negative, positive thing, and this movie's going on, and people are having these experiences, and that's the whole deal. It's not a common thing. So yeah, it's all one thing. It's like, so when you do something to a fellow brother, it's like you're cutting off your own arm. You hear this all the time in this world, that whatever you do to someone else, or Jesus even said, what you've done unto the least of these, my brothers, you've done unto me. This oneness principle, that it's all one thing, that we are all together, we are all one. And when we realize that, we'll stop killing people and stealing stuff, and the world will go sane and get away from the insanity that's going on right now, which is the belief in separation. That's the main problem. There's only one problem in the world, according to me. It is the mistaken belief in separation. If you correct that, everything corrects itself. We just believe that we're separate from everything around us, and therefore we can take what we want and do what we want, and we have freedom and all this kind of stuff. But it's all one thing.
We got Grant Cameron until the top of the hour, talking everything UFOs, what's going on in the world right now. We continue with the legend, Grant Cameron. When we return, we'll get into the Clinton files and so much more. Spaced Out Radio. We'll be right back. All right, Grant, we got 5 minutes.
Okay, good.
Fun times, man.
Start meditating. Yeah, it's good.
Stu Gerson, how you doing, man? All right. I'm having a lot of fun tonight. Are you guys? I'm having a lot of fun. Shout out to our Spreaker chat room. It's lonely over there, but Ronnie's over there. Sandra's over there. Bill WD-40, he'll lube up the show for you. All right. TMI, thank you very much. Scowling Greg O'Brien, I know you're having a blast. He rates this show 4.5 out of 5 scowls. All the world's a stage. How you doing? Mike Bothwell, thank you again for another wonderful super chat. That's ×2 for you. And thank you to Lori, Thomas, Marty, Big Dog, Pam, D. Cohen, Pascal, and D. Show as well. Michael Fontaine, how you doing?
Direct auto insurance is for uncompromisers, the people who refuse to make trade-offs in life. They're the ones who proudly say no to living on someone else's terms and schedule. And when it comes to insurance, they find the savings they need to keep driving. And with savings of up to $1,044 per year when you switch to Direct Auto, you too can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a free quote today at directauto.com or find a store near you. Data from August 2021 new customer survey. Savings, if any, vary. How you buy can affect price. National General Group, Winston-Salem.
Hey there, I'm David Novak. I ran Taco Bell, KFC, and Pizza Hut. And like you, I'm always learning so I can be the best leader I can be. That's why I started How Leaders Lead, the first leader-to-leader podcast with CEOs from Adobe, Pepsi, and Home Depot, and greats like Tom Brady, Jim Nantz, and Jack Nicklaus. You'll learn how to win, how to bounce back, and how to lead. Listen to this insight from Stanley Druckenmiller, the greatest investor of all time.
If you love what you do, first of all, your work ethic's going to be fantastic. You're just going to be better at something if you enjoy it than if you don't enjoy it.
And this from Brian Cornell, the CEO of Target.
I think you've got to balance short-term with long-term. And you've got to have a conviction that the things you're doing, your investments, your strategy, over time, you're making the right investments and right decisions for your brand and your business.
So listen to How Leaders Lead wherever you listen to podcasts. It's the best podcast on leadership you'll ever listen to.
Invisible Tracker, I said hello to you when you first came in. It was in the chat room. I don't know, Jenny, I don't want to talk about it because I don't want to start it. Kurt M., how you doing? I'll ask Grant. Grant, question for you while we're off the air. This is from Kurt. He says, where did Grant get that green screen? It's from a house in Winston, Oregon. My friend Gary bought it, and I helped him move into it.
Yeah. The piano. It took 6 months, and they pulled me out of music lessons. They said, this guy's hopeless. I got to change the background, though. I got to get something different.
Miriam Nunn, welcome to SOR Chat. Thank you for joining us. If you're new here, guys, don't forget to hit subscribe and ring that bell. We got 289 people watching on YouTube and only 129 thumbs up. I don't know how many thumbs down. They don't show us anymore. I'm sure there's about 5 or 6, as there always is. But we'd appreciate the love and support. It really helps with our algorithms on YouTube. So if you could, give us a smashing thumbs up or down. And don't forget to hit that subscribe button as well if you're new here. We would greatly appreciate that. We are less than, well, we're just over 1,100 right now. About 1,111, to be honest, away from 20,000 subscribers. It's kind of cool. Kind of cool to think. Let's see where we're at. We are at 18,896. So we're literally 1,104 away. Wow. We could hit it by Christmas. Totally hit it by Christmas. That was my goal. By Christmas, 20,000.
Merry Christmas.
Not like Grant here, who, just millions upon millions of YouTube fans.
I do most of my stuff on Nicole's channel now.
I know.
Figure we'll try to move her uphill there, so she can take over. We need some young people to take over after we're gone, Dave.
I know, and I still got a little bit of time. You still got a little bit of time.
Yeah.
So we're all good there for at least
because that was another expression Max Planck had. He said, "New ideas do not advance by convincing your opponent that you're right. They advance
hold on, Grant.
one funeral."
We passed the halfway point of Spaced Out Radio tonight. Good to have you with us. My name is Dave Scott. I want to remind you that if you missed more portions of this show or others, check out our free archives at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read Shirky Poo's Newswire. Check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram of Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. For the final time tonight, we have Grant Cameron here as we are chowing on down on the Oak Shannon documents, the Wilson documents, any other documents, and the Clinton files. Grant, you recently had a peek at those as we get a little bit of an insight of what the Clintons' interest in UFOs was as well. Welcome back, Grant.
Well, thanks. There's a couple of interesting points there. I haven't read them, the same as the Wilson document. What I did is I'm kind of a collector guy. I like to, if I hear there are files, for example, I heard that Goldwater had an archives, and I knew he had done a lot of writing to UFO people and stuff like that. So I went to Phoenix and I went in and I grabbed all the Goldwater files. And so when what happens with the president, and this is again goes to what's going on in Mar-a-Lago, what happens is that the president has 5 years to do whatever he wants with the documents, to get copies and write books and do whatever. And then at the end of 5 years, you have a situation where you could file Freedom of Information Act, and it's first come, first served. So this year, when Obama came due, I was ready. It was January the 20th. I was going to file at 1 minute after 12, and I had all my questions about Obama and all the people that I believed were involved and stuff like that. And then I forgot. It was like 11 o'clock at night. I go, oh, no, I forgot to file the FOA. And I went and filed, and I was like way down the list. But I'm ahead of John Greenwald. He's way down the list because he filed way after that. But what happened with the Clintons was I filed, and I got of the first 18 FOIs that were filed with the Clintons, 11 of them were mine. And they were all like UFO related. And like one was Bill Clinton wanted the Sci-Fi Channel put into Camp David and had to go in that day. It was like, I guess he had discovered something was on Sci-Fi on Friday night or whatever, and the demand, and these guys, it was this whole thing about him demanding that Sci-Fi go in. And so there was these documents, and what happened was, because there were so many, Fox News picked it up, Associated Press picked it up, Washington Post picked it up, and I was getting phone calls from all over the place. It was kind of weird. Like I was at the university, and the head office was saying, "Oh, Grant, there's another phone call for you." They're phoning. They didn't know where to go, so they were going in, and I was getting these phone calls and stuff, and I was talking to Washington Post twice, and they actually didn't really do an article after I talked to them, but they wanted to know why is there so many UFO stuff, and I said, well, the Clintons were into UFOs, and I knew who was involved, and I just filed, and it was first come, first served, because I know there was some lawyers out of Washington, D.C. who decided that this was stupid. Like, what's with the stupid UFOs? We want Hillary's phone records. And they had sued the Clinton archives. So when I went to the Clinton archives, they knew who I was. I was like, oh, the cow visit, and I was introduced to all these people in the Clinton library, and it was so great because I was the guy that was sort of opening this thing up, and these guys were suing about the UFO thing, and so I wrote them back. I wrote these high-level lawyers, a big group of lawyers, and I said, who the hell do you think you guys are? I said, this is first come, first serve. If the Hillary Clinton phone records are so important, you would have filed on time. I said, get the, you know what, and I used a pretty ugly term, and get back in line with the rest of us. And so I never heard from these guys, but that was the whole deal. So I went down there to look, because what had happened is when Clinton was in office, there's two offices that are under FOIA. One is the Office of Science and Technology Policy, which is the Office of the Science Director to the Advisor to the President. So that was where the Rockefeller Initiative had to take place. They didn't want Rockefeller dealing with the president, so it had gone through the Science Advisor. And I had filed an FOIA. I heard Bruce Maccabee had filed. I heard that this guy in Maine had filed. The guy in Maine got 250 pages. Bruce Maccabee got 500 pages. So I'm going to get 500 pages that Bruce Maccabee got. So I filed. I got 1,000 pages, over 1,000 pages. And there was about 6 documents missing. And I filed an appeal. And then they gave me more documents. I had all these documents. And so I had all the names of all the people that were involved and all this kind of stuff. And I actually had the 2 Hillary documents that I had discovered that Hillary was actually playing post office. So anything that went from Rockefeller to the Science Advisor, anything from the Science Advisor going to Rockefeller, went through the First Lady's office. All this correspondence. I couldn't figure out why was it going to the First Lady's office. And the other thing I discovered was that Rockefeller had this document that he had that was on UFO disclosure. And every time the president wouldn't do what he wanted him to do, he'd say, okay, I think it's time to go to the president. I'm tired of playing around with you guys here. I'm going to send a letter to the president. They said, no, what do you want, Mr. Rockefeller? Don't send a letter to the president. We'll help you. And they would do whatever he wanted. And that's when they said, Mr. Rockefeller, it's so complex. You say it's so complex and it's so deep and it's so tightly held. There's no way we can get all this stuff that you're demanding. Give us one case. We'll do one case and then we'll declassify that and we'll go after the rest. And that's when Rockefeller said, okay, I want you to go after Roswell. And that's why the U.S. Air Force in the 1990s had to redo Roswell. They didn't want to do Roswell. They did it because they got an order out of the White House. They had to reinvestigate Roswell. And so I had all this stuff. And the reason they'd gone through Hillary's office is that the president, they play plausible deniability. You don't want the president being involved. You don't want him, people knowing that he's doing UFO stuff, because then he starts getting questions. You want to say the president doesn't know, he's an idiot, he doesn't follow it, there's no UFOs and stuff. And so that's why they would go through the Hillary's office. So Hillary knew what was going on, and then she'd go to Bill in the evening and she'd say, okay, Rockefeller wants this, Rockefeller wrote this letter, and then Bill would say, okay, do this, and then they would pass this through, and there was no paper record on it. So that was, so when I filed this stuff, I went down to the archives, and the way the archives works, for anybody who's doing our research, don't read anything. There's no way. You don't have time to read anything because you have thousands of pages. So what you do is you take a camera and you sit there and you go, click, turn the page, click, turn the page. And they have a very strict security. Like this idea, you cannot take documents home. They don't let you stick documents in your wallet and take, you find, something interesting on UFOs, you can take it home. No, you can't take anything home. You can make copies of it. So I'm taking photographs. So I'm madly photographing, and I'm the only person in the archives room. For the whole time I was there for about 3 days photographing. And someone had to sit in front and watch me because you're not allowed to steal documents. So this person actually fell asleep. So I take a picture of this guy sleeping, and I'm looking at, but I'm going as fast as I can, and I'm filming all this stuff. So I never read it. So as you know, Isaac Coy has helped to put all this stuff online. And he's now just put all the Clinton stuff. So you may go there and look at this stuff. He's filed it, put it in PDFs and stuff like that. I don't know what's there, but you may find something pretty interesting there. I did that one, and I'm also going to give him the entire collection from this Wilbur Smith from the Canadian government from the 1950s, which is thousands of pages as well. I provided that to Bob McGuire. When they were questioning, I provided him all those files from the Canadian. And the other one I have is Arthur Bray, who was a researcher out of Ottawa. I have his files. So those are all going to be put on with Isaac Coy's site, where they're putting on all these documents, and you can go there and read about the Canadian government and what they were doing and what Wilbur Smith was doing, and see the pieces that he had and all this kind of stuff. And that's where the documents come. So I'm trying to get this stuff out. I'm trying to make as much public as possible. People aren't going to go to an archives the way I did. I like that kind of stuff of going and pretend, the only person that's ever touched this document is like Barry Goldwater and the archivist, and nobody knows. And you're looking for the document. For example, there's this, one of the big documents in the Oak Shannon file, or in his notes, was a page on back engineering. So every morning they would have a subject. So you have these subjects, different pages, different subject, and it would have nothing or a couple pages or whatever on mutilations and sightings and what are we going to do and where's the money coming from and all this kind of stuff. And there was one page on back engineering, and all it had was one thing: Bobby Ray Inman. And when I saw that, I knew Bobby Ray Inman has always been rumored to be the MJ12 guy, the guy that's running the back engineering project stuff. Bob McGuire told me today he worked for him. So if you get him on, get him to talk about Bobby Ray Inman. So that was the one thing that stood out on that page. And we had done work on that in terms of getting documents. And one of the documents that I did recover at the Goldwater file was Stephen Greer made this claim. And a lot of stuff that Stephen Greer has said has turned out to be true. The fact that he briefed Wosley, the fact that he briefed the defense intelligence guy, that he briefed the head of intelligence, Joint Chiefs of Staff. And the other thing he said, he went to Goldwater, and then Goldwater said, well, Dr. Greer, he says, I'd like to know who's running this show. And he said, Bobby Ray Inman's running it. He said, really? He's my friend. I'll phone him up. So the daughter told Stephen Greer that she said her father phoned Bobby Ray Inman. She said she had never seen her father so rattled in his life, and he never discussed UFOs ever again after that, Bobby Ray Inman. So people said, nah, that never happened or whatever. And I actually found a letter in the Goldwater files that confirmed that he actually phoned Bobby Ray Inman. So you get this kind of stuff, and you get the backup that Bobby Ray Inman. So a lot of people will be chasing down Bobby Ray Inman leads, and I think that there's enough good people in the UFO community that they'll uncover some of these leads and open up more stuff. And because we're where we are now, people don't realize in 1985 we didn't know anything. We had no clue. It was like Blue Book said there was nothing going on. There was none. Now it's all the names. You have the trail of the companies that are probably back engineering, the people that are working, the people that know what's going on, like Putoff and Davis and stuff like that. We didn't know any of that stuff back in the 1980s and 1970s. It's a different world. It's a world where we are simply on the verge of discovery, of disclosure, and sit back, and it's just not going to be what people think it is. That's where I say it's going to be a lot more consciousness based than people think it is. Or I say it's going to be a lot less physical than people think it is. It's going to be a lot more spiritual than people think it is, which is really going to annoy some people. It's going to be 1,000 times more complex than you think, and it won't have a hint of capitalism. That's what I say is going to be the bottom line. And the consciousness thing is what people are so far away from. They're so removed from this idea of consciousness and how it works. And yet you get when Tom DeLong went to the skiff at Lockheed Skunk Works and was inside the secure skiff there and was talking to the head scientist. His head scientist said to him, so how does this work? How do they get here? How does this thing work? And he was working at the time. Tom DeLong was working with Stephen Greer, and Stephen Greer knew about the consciousness connection. He said, I think consciousness is involved. And then the head scientist said, now you're talking. And he said that's all the guy wanted to talk about for 45 minutes. And that's why when you see the Wilson notes, at the end of the Wilson notes, it says two things that I've always sort of argued with people. It says no abductions. And that's why I say there's an abduction event. But is it what people think it is? Is it the physical event people think it is? And the second thing it said, we have a craft and we think it'll fly. And when I saw that, I said, hallelujah. That's exactly, because the thing is, they've got a craft. It's intact. They've got totally intact craft, and they cannot make it work because you need a consciousness interface. I've got a book coming out called the UFO Sky Pilots. I've got 36 people who claim they've flown the craft, and they all say exactly the same thing. You go into the craft, as Chris Bledsoe said, there's a pillar. You put your hand on the pillar, and suddenly it starts to lights start to change, and you take your hand off and you can see your handprint on there, and he says everything starts to move. You become one with the craft. The craft is alive. You become one with the craft, and whatever you think is what the craft does. And as Ron Johnson told me, they said, where would you like to go, Ron? And he said, I'd like to see the Milky Way from a distance. And they said it'll take 1 second. He sat back in the chair, and he says 1 second the screen opened up, and there was the Milky Way off in the distance. So that's 50 to 70,000 or 100,000 light years in 1 second. That is not what people think, that we've got this technology. There's no way we have it. Or people that will describe the craft, that it'll go wherever you want, as fast as you want. And the other thing that people will describe is that this is actually in the Oak Shannon notes. This is described 1985. and I'm starting to bring it up now as part of this flying the craft, is that when people go in the craft, they say on the outside it's 30 feet across, and when they go inside, it's as big as a baseball stadium or a football stadium. And the beings can make the inside as big as they want. And the first woman that told me she had flown the craft told me that they have crafts that are the size of the solar system.
Wow.
But it may be only as small as a rock. And next time you walk past a rock on a hill or something, you see the rock, there may be a civilization living inside that rock. You don't need any space in terms of the way UFO seems to work, that the inside is so big, and yet the outside can be as small as like a ball, like an orb moving around. So an orb flying around may have like piles of people inside this orb, because inside is a completely different thing. And that's what Hal Puthoff said. That's one of the mysteries that he said that he would like to discover, is how can the craft be bigger on the inside than the outside?
Grant, we've got you for 8 more minutes. I do want to quickly touch on, till the final hour, when we're done, about what's happening in the Canadian side of everything. You're Canadian, I'm Canadian. We know there was talks that were broken off about a month and a half ago for absolutely no reason. We know that there's certain things happening behind the scenes revolving science versus the threat narrative.
Yeah. Well, you're the guy that started, so I give you all credit. You're the guy that started this thing and tried to make some move to get the people in Parliament to do something. Like, why is the United States rolling along and we're not doing anything? And Larry Maguire came forward and described his interest in UFOs and did a lot of interviews, and that was sort of started it. And then I got involved, and that was when we set up the panel. And that fell apart basically because the Americans just could not understand the Canadian system worked. And it was like, we're not going to tell you what to do, but until you do what we tell you to do, we're not going to help you. And that was the attitude that sort of came across to me. And it all sort of fell apart. And what I've heard now, I mean, you're trying another initiative, which hopefully it'll work, because it's a good idea. And it basically fits in that there are a number of parliamentary people, maybe as many as 10, who are very interested and who are being briefed in the background by MPs who are interested, and they are sharing material in the background, and they are being briefed and brought up as to who the people are and what they need to know. And people who are interested, who are ready to come forward, it's the same thing. If they get some cover, they'll come forward, and they'll all come forward, and then there's going to be the Canadians want to do a scientific investigation. So you're trying to do another initiative. And then I've heard that some of these people, I've heard 5 names, that they may actually bring it up in committees. In the committees, they're going to demand answers from the liberals in the committees to do something, or they're going to go to the floor. That's what I said they got to do. Somebody's got to stand up on the floor of the House of Commons and say, what are you doing on UFOs? Can we get an investigation? And until that happens, or unless there's a panel like you're putting together, or like I was trying to put together, unless something like that happens, but that would have been viral. If there had been this panel and people realized that there was actually 10 MPs who were into this thing, and that they were asking questions of all these experts, I mean, you would have had the same sort of explosion that we had in the last couple of days, because people in Canada would just go like...
When was the last time you totally logged off and took all of your vacation days? Well, Michelob Ultra Pure Gold can help with a little PTO. That's paid time outdoors. Pure Gold has a PTO experience that will from every ping. Go to MichelobUltra.com/PTO to request your PTO for a chance to win a trip for 4 to an amazing remote destination. Enjoy responsibly. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents 21 plus, void where prohibited. Enter by 10/14/22. For official rules, visit MichelobUltra.com/contest-rules.
Direct Auto Insurance is for uncompromisers, the people who refuse to make trade-offs in life. Like Kelly, when her old car insurance got so expensive that she couldn't afford to drive anymore, do you think she started carrying her groceries for miles? No, but she did find Direct Auto's savings that allowed her to drive instead of compromise. With savings of up to 25%, you too can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a quote today at directauto.com. Savings based on applied discounts and will vary. Terms apply. How you buy can affect price. National General Group, Winston-Salem.
What? And everybody around the world, it would have been a major story to realize that there are a lot of people in the Canadian Parliament who are interested in this subject, and they just want some cover to come out and be public about it.
Two quick questions. Number one, in regards to those talks, why do you think the Canadian government has zero interest in the threat narrative that seems to be coming out of the United States?
Well, I think that's basically Bob McGuire. Bob McGuire wanted the science. There's a new science advisor to the Prime Minister, and for whatever reason, Larry McGuire wanted it to go through that science person to write a report. And the thing was, they were telling us like this thing about your committees. You get your defense committees to appropriate money, and then Drew was telling them, well, our committees can't spend any money. We don't control anything. And they just didn't understand that. And they had the idea, and we even said, like, we don't have any military people. That's what they want us to do, is get the military people and say these military people, and it's in our airspace, and these military people are being buzzed by UFOs and stuff. And he said, well, it's not happening. We don't have any, maybe it's happening, but we don't have any cases. And until we have some cases, we can't use that route. We can't go that route. We can't make up stories and stuff. All we have is, basic cases, but we do have a bunch of people who are interested. And the idea was that these people are interested, and they're just going to ask questions. But the people that we were dealing with that broke it down for us, that walked away, said, well, we're not going to answer questions that people can look up on Google. And I said, well, that's totally stupid. It's like, because you get some little kid ask you a stupid UFO question, what are you going to tell them? Like, take a hike? Or if people don't know, you expect stupid questions. That's the whole deal. People don't know they're asking questions. So an MP is going to ask a stupid question, and they said, we're not going to turn this into a spectacle. We're not going to publicize this thing all over the place and turn it into a YouTube spectacle where people are answering questions that they could look up on Google. But the whole thing was to make it a spectacle, to show that there are these 10 MPs who are interested enough to ask questions of high-level government people in the United States and go from there.
And what didn't make sense, Grant, I mean, even in the open hearings that were in Washington State, we had a 99-year-old senator asking about swamp gas.
Yeah, sure, exactly.
I mean, don't talk to us about stupid questions.
Yeah,
right.
And you saw that there was an interview. I think I sent you the interview where the two people we were negotiating with actually were in an interview, and they actually got upset with questions from the audience. And they said, we're not going to do any more interviews. We're tired of these stupid questions. But if you get into the UFO game, you got to realize that not everybody knows anything. Like today, I mean, this stuff is new stuff. People don't know. People aren't educated, and that's our job. To whom much, the Bible says, too much is given, much is expected. So if you and I have the answers, the onus is on us to share what we have, not to keep it to ourselves. It's to get it out to other people so that we can raise consciousness and try to save people from these wars and the separation and all the stuff that's going on. I mean, if we believe this is important, the onus is on us to share it.
2 minutes. One final question. We know the Liberal Party has been read in. We know Justin Trudeau has been read in back in 2019 from former Ambassador David McNaughton. We know former Defense Minister Harjit Sajid has been read in. Recently, the Transport Minister came out and said we need to be preparing for questions about UFOs on the floor of the House of Commons. Is this now an inevitable topic coming to the House of Commons, which is where the main debates happen in Parliament in Canada for our American listeners who may not understand? Is this inevitable now?
That's what I hear. I was told stand by. There's the 5 names, and you know who the names. You mentioned these names that were mentioned to me, and they said they were talking about a question on the floor of the House of Commons, and that's what you got to do. You got to push the issue. You got to stand out, and you may look stupid for a couple of minutes, but you go down in history as the person who actually got the ball rolling, and that's what you need. Everybody's sort of scared to talk about it or to be the person, and McGuire would be the perfect guy because he's already the UFO guy. I mean, and he said nobody laughed at him. When he brought it up to the people in the Conservative Party, nobody scoffed at him. Nobody laughed. In fact, he had people who were helping him do stuff. So I think that's what it's going to come down to, and that's what I said was one of the options. There's the option of doing the panel, or it's the option of somebody standing up on the floor of the House of Commons. But everybody's embarrassed. Everybody doesn't want to be the UFO guy, to break ranks or whatever. But now you have this very powerful, vocal conservative leader who would just love to ask a question like that. Just get under Trudeau's skin and demand something. And when it becomes public like that, then everybody takes notice and says, what's going to happen and how do they answer the question? And they may actually say, well, we'll take a look at it and the ball starts to roll, and then the people who have the stories in Canada can come forward, and if we get immunity, we can have our own hearings and announce what's happening in Canada, because these people they need cover, the same as the MPs need cover. The people who are the military people who have had experiences, or the high-level people who have had experiences, need cover as well, and the parliamentary people will provide cover for the witnesses.
Grant Cameron, thank you for coming on Spaced Out Radio tonight. You are a true legend, mentor. Keep up the fantastic work, and we'll be in touch with you soon regarding Oak Shannon and whatever else comes up. Yeah, follow Grant Cameron on YouTube, as well as Nicole Sakich. We put the links in our chat room here. Coming up next, we're going to head to the swamp. Then Super Duke brings us the Cryptid Report. Spaced Out Radio's hour number 3 comes at you next. Stay tuned. Hot damn, I love Grant Cameron. Fab 22, Alexander the Gray, Benji, how you doing? Good to have you all here. Dennis Banky, nice to see you. I'm going to take a quick break here, guys. I'll be right back, but I think we had an overload of information tonight, and that was great frickin' radio. We'll be right back. All right. I am back. And I'm telling you, what a treat for a show tonight. Big treat. Our max in chat is 455. Lou Elizondo holds that title. He holds the first two. Grant Cameron owns number 3. Hi, Mystics Walk. How you doing? You know, this is why I've been fortunate to befriend Grant Cameron, and he's been an idol and a mentor of mine for a number of years. And Grant is just a wealth of knowledge, and Nicole Sakic is doing such an amazing job in picking up and helping Grant, you know, as we move the ball forward. And hi, Mr. Lurks-a-Lot. How you doing? And I think one day when Grant finally decides to retire from all of this, you know, we have to watch Nicole. Thank you, Barf, Monica, Joan, Mike ×2, Lori, Thomas, Mike again, Marty, Big Dog, Pam, D. Cohen, Pascal, and D. Joe for the super chats. Thank you for all the thumbs up. Where Swamp Dweller is up next.
Would you like to connect with us? Head to spacedoutradio.com for all your latest show info. Now, back to Dave Scott and SOR.
Here we go with the third and final hour of Spaced Out Radio tonight. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We do appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Hello to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club, Idiophone. Idiophone is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the Clam sets the password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read Shirky Poo's Newswire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. It is time once again where we head to the swamp. Our resident swamp dweller takes us on another spooky journey.
Hi, Spaced Out Radio listeners. This is Swamp Dweller. It's time for your nightly dose of spookiness on the show. If you have an interesting encounter or a spooky story that you would like to share, be sure to submit them in at swampdweller.net. You can also find our YouTube channel at youtube.com/swampdwellerreads. Now, let's chill out, relax, and together, let's enter the swamp. Hello, Swamp Dweller. I love listening to the many stories people share on your show, which reminds me of a couple of stories I have myself. This one might not be super scary, but it is very creepy in my opinion. When I was younger, I worked in a little town outside of Branson, Missouri, called Branson West, at a Subway and a small local Walmart. Now next to that Walmart, there was overgrown woods across the street. I had always seen the top of what looked to be like some sort of abandoned building over there. Now, I've always been adventurous, and on one of my days off, I grabbed my boyfriend and one of his friends and decided to explore. My boyfriend always carried a knife, and I brought a bag of water and a little first aid kit because I'm prepared. We trekked through this little patch of woods until we came up to a tall and weathered theater that had looked to be abandoned for quite some time. I did a little bit of research, and apparently it was a part of the local theme park that didn't seem to draw many people, so it was thus shut down. Now, it wasn't very creepy, but it was beautiful. The old seats surrounded an empty concrete theater that was covered in leaves and old fallen branches. Being young adults, we ran around, played hide and seek, and just chatted for a couple of hours until I noticed something odd. On top of the hill, opposite the array of seats, was what looked like an old worn-down shack. I hadn't seen it before, and it was all covered in leaves and hard to even notice. Brush had begun growing around it, obscuring it from view. I rallied the little group I had and we decided to check it out. As we climbed the hill to the shack, I realized that some of the leaves had been disturbed and some brush had been pushed down, and it looked rather recent. I didn't think much of it because I assumed it was likely animals or something of that sort. My boyfriend looked around in the brush with his friend, and I decided I wanted to take a peek inside. I gently pushed open the door to the little shed and became instantly uncomfortable. Inside, there was old trash and food tins tossed around, and in the corner was an old, weathered sleeping bag. It all seemed fairly recent, but what really got me spooked was an old machete sitting on the floor next to the sleeping bag covered in old brown substance. I wheeled around towards my boyfriend and his buddy and shakily called them over. Seeing my pale face, my boyfriend came over quickly and looked inside. After seeing what I had, he had grabbed my arm and told us we were leaving. I agreed and we walked quickly back over to the theater so I could get my bag. My boyfriend was pushing us to hurry and I decided I didn't want to be there any longer after seeing the knife. As I threw my backpack over my shoulder, I glanced back at the shack and what I saw made me shake. Beside the hut stood a tall person. Judging by his size, a man in a long-sleeved shirt and his jeans covered with dirt and filth, he had a scraggly beard and unkempt long hair. He must have not meant good business. The other two must have seen me staring because they turned and looked up at the shack and saw the man as well. My boyfriend grabbed my arm and all I heard him was repeating, "We've got to go. We've got to go." We quickly turned around and ran back towards the Walmart and my car. We didn't stop until we reached the car and climbed in. I don't know if the guy had followed us or how long he had been there watching us frolic among the abandoned theater, but it's something I still shiver at. Something I won't easily forget. Thank you for reading my story, and all who want to explore, just remember to be safe.
And we say thank you to our resident swamp dweller for another weird, spooky story that he brings us each Monday through Friday night to kick off hour number 3 of the show. Gosh, he just freaks me out sometimes, Swamp Dweller does. You can go listen to thousands of stories just like that one for free. Go to youtube.com/Swamp Dweller Radio. Make that Swamp Dweller Reads, and it's right there. Just hit subscribe and enjoy the spookiness. All right, it's time once again where we bring in the man, the myth, and the cryptid legend himself. Super Duke from World Bigfoot Radio brings us the Cryptid Report. We love calling this segment Duked Out Radio. As Super Duke comes on in and loving the new look into the studio.
I'm still working on it here. I got to get the lighting dialed in a little bit better. It works really good for when there's daylight, but this time of the night there's too much reflection. So, I'll get it tuned in a little bit more. But yeah, I got my Beware Bigfoot area, and I've got let's see, the poster back there is a Bigfoot at Mount St. Helens at my house band, Swamp Ritual, that does music for my show, grabbed when they were touring around out there by Mount St. Helens, and they said, "Hey, Duke would like this," and they grabbed it for me. So that's like really cool.
That is awesome. Duke, we've had a big UFO night tonight with Grant Cameron coming on, and I know you were listening to it in the background. But I'm curious, my friend, do you get a lot of reports of UFOs and Sasquatch interacting?
There's some reports of UFO activity in the same areas that Bigfoot activity is going on. I wouldn't say it's common at all. The majority of the time when there's Bigfoot activity, there really isn't any UFO activity. And, I was having a great time listening to Grant tonight. That was very interesting. It's great to see that the ball's getting moved downfield on the ufology front, even if they're not going to do anything with cryptids.
Hey, one at a time, man. One at a time. Let's just get the ball rolling. That's the main thing.
Well, the point I'm making here is you don't have to look up in the sky to find these guys. They leave tracks on the ground, for God's sakes. Come on. Let's grab the easy one first.
I know you're a little biased over that, just a tad biased, but that is wonderful. Any new reports coming out?
There hasn't been a whole lot that I can report on that's going on right now. There's a bunch of weird things happening behind the scenes that I can't verify 100%. And generally with me, until I hear like 3 different people that aren't talking to each other tell me the same thing, I tend to go, meh, maybe. And when it gets to the level of 3 or more, then I start paying attention, going, oh, there's really something going on, yeah. Well, this time of the year, there's a lot of Bigfoot reports, just people casually seeing them and whatnot, because it's getting into the fall season now, and they move around a lot in the fall. It seems like they have an established area that they'll pretty much stay in.
When was the last time you totally logged off and took all of your vacation days? Well, Michelob Ultra Pure Gold can help with a little PTO. That's paid time outdoors. Pure Gold has a PTO experience that will help you get away from every ping. Go to MichelobUltra.com/PTO to request your PTO for a chance to win a trip for 4 to an amazing remote destination. Enjoy responsibly. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents 21 plus, void where prohibited. Enter by 10/14/22. For official rules, visit MichelobUltra.com/contest-rules.
During the winter, kind of the same thing during the summer, and then in the spring and the fall, they move around. You can expect lots more Bigfoot crossing a road sightings, and something thumped the side of my house kind of stuff going on here in the next few weeks as they're moving around up until hunting season. Then they hunker down again.
Yeah. Do you believe that, Sasquatch has an incredible sense of smell to know the smell of gunpowder? I mean, never mind the shots. Shots are obvious from a gun. Right, but maybe I've heard reports of people talking about over the years that they believe Sasquatch has an incredible nose, much better than a dog's, or the equivalent of a dog or better, and will smell time to escape that area.
Certainly possible. They seem to. There's some mechanism that they're using to know that people have weapons on them, other than just the psychic ones, perhaps. I can give you the example of when I was up at Coloma, and Michael had just showed up, and we get phone reception up there. And Robin McRae was in mental communication with the group that were up there watching us. And all of a sudden she called me and she goes, "What the hell are you guys doing?" And I went, "What?" And she goes, "Who's got the gun?" I went, "What do you mean, who's got the gun?" Because they're blowing me up over here, telling me that there's somebody over there that has a gun, and they're very upset about it. So right away, well, I've got her on the phone. I got both of them standing there talking to each other. I said, "Okay, which one of you guys has the gun?" And they both looked at me like deer in the headlights. And Mike said, "Well, mine's in the car." And I said, "Ashton, how about you?" And he pulled his shirt up literally and goes, "I'm not strapped." And I went, "You got one in the car?" "Yeah." "Well, make sure it stays there." And then Robin goes, "Okay, they're calming down." So like, how did they know they had guns? I didn't even know they had guns. They weren't close enough to smell them.
My goodness. Just one of those little mysteries that makes you scratch your head about Sasquatch. What kind of story do you have for us tonight, Super Duke?
Well, assuming we got enough time to cover this, I've got the Ruby Creek incident as recounted by famed cryptozoologist Lauren Coleman, author of Mysterious America.
Have you ever been to the Ruby Creek area here in BC?
No, I've never been that far west.
It is
actually.
It is incredible, and Highway 7 runs right in front of it, and you have these big areas for farming right off the Fraser River. The highway runs beside the river, and then you got miles upon miles of farmyard before, boom, you just hit mountains and forest. It's gorgeous.
Mm-hmm. There's a good Bigfoot artist. I got some of his stuff available for merch on my Teespring store, Devin King, and he did a illustration of the original house there before it fell down or anything. And he did a drawing of how big would the Bigfoot be if it was standing next to the house right where they described it being. And you can take the one and put it next to the actual picture of the house, and it's like, wow. Okay, that thing was really, really big, man. That's some scary stuff there. So anyway, like I said, Lauren Coleman in his book Bigfoot, covered this, and a lot of people have covered the Ruby Creek incident. This is a pretty good recounting. Although Bigfoot would not break into public consciousness until 1958, the modern history of this creature is widely thought to have begun with a 1941 encounter, John Green, as the Ruby Creek incident, because it happened a half-mile east of that little settlement in British Columbia. Although only the Chapman family was involved in the encounter, others in the Ruby Creek area also saw the footprints. Ivan T. Sanderson wrote up the Chapman story soon after he interviewed them, and then published his account in True magazine in 1960. I will let Sanderson retell the story in his own words directly from his first-hand interview in order to do full justice to the Chapman's account. Quote, "The modern history of the Sasquatch really dates from September 1941, when one of these creatures paid a visit in broad daylight to an Indian family named Chapman. While the Amerindian stories have usually been dismissed as legend or laughed off because Indians are not supposed to be reliable, too much physical evidence to be ignored accompanied this experience. The Chapman family consisted of George and Jeannie Chapman and children numbering, at my visit, 4. Mr. Chapman worked on the railroad and was living at the time in a small place called Ruby Creek, 30 miles up the Fraser River from Agassiz, British Columbia, in Canada's Great Western Province. In the afternoon of a sunny, cloudless day when Jeannie Chapman's eldest son, then aged 9, came running to the house saying that there was a cow coming down out of the woods at the foot of the nearby mountain. The other kids, a boy aged 7 and a little girl of 5, were still playing in a field behind the house bordering on the rail track. Mrs. Chapman went out to look since the boy seemed oddly disturbed, and they saw what at first she thought was a very big bear moving about among the bushes bordering the field beyond the railroad tracks. She called the 2 children, who came running immediately. Then the creature moved onto the tracks, and she saw to her horror it was a gigantic man covered with hair, not fur. The hair seemed to be about 4 inches long all over and of a pale yellow-brown color. To pin down this color, Mrs. Chapman pointed out to me a sheet of lightly varnished plywood in the room where we were sitting. This was of a brown ochre color. The creature advanced directly toward the house, and Mrs. Chapman had, as she put it, much too much time to look at it, because she stood her ground outside while the eldest boy, on her instructions, got a blanket from the house and rounded up the other children. The kids were in a near panic, she told us, and it took 2 or 3 minutes to get the blanket, during which time the creature had reached the near corner of the field, only about 100 feet away from her. Mrs. Chapman then spread the blanket, and holding it aloft so the kids could not see the creature, or it them, she backed off on the double to the old field and down onto the river beach out of sight, and then ran with the kids downstream to the village. I asked her a leading question about the blanket. Had her purpose in using it been to prevent her kids seeing the creature, in accord with an alleged belief that to do so brings bad luck and often death? Her reply was both prompt and surprising. She said that although she had heard white men tell of that belief, she had not heard it from her parents or any other of her people, whose advice regarding the so-called Sasquatch had been simply not to go further than certain points up certain valleys, to run if she saw one, but not to struggle if one caught her, as it might squeeze her to death by mistake. No, she said, I used the blanket because I thought it was after one of the kids, and so it might go into the house to look for them instead of following me. This seems to have been sound logic, as the creature did go into the house and also rummaged through an old outhouse pretty thoroughly, hauling from it a 55-gallon barrel of salted fish, breaking this open and scattering its contents about outside. The irony of it, that all 3 children did die within 3 years, the 2 boys by drowning and the little girl of a sickbed. And just after I interviewed the Chapmans, they also were drowned in the Fraser River when a rowboat capsized. Mrs. Chapman told me that the creature was about 7.5 feet tall. She could estimate its height by the various fence and line posts standing about the field. It had a rather small head and a very short, thick neck. In fact, really no neck at all. A point that was emphasized by William Rowe and by all the others who claimed to have seen one of these creatures. Its body was entirely human in shape, except that it was immensely thick through its chest, and its arms were exceptionally long. She did not see the feet, which were in the grass. Its shoulders were very wide, and it had no breasts, from which Miss Chapman assumed it was a male, although she did not see any male genitalia due to the long hair covering that area of its body. She was most definite on this point. The naked parts of its face and its hands were much darker than its hair, and it appeared to be nearly black in color. George Chapman returned home from his work on the railroad that day shortly before 6 in the evening, and by a route that bypassed the village, so that he saw no one to tell him what had happened. When he reached his house, he immediately saw the woodshed door battered in, spotted enormous humanoid footprints all over the place. Greatly alarmed, for he, like all of his people, had heard since childhood about the, quote, big wild men of the mountains, unquote, though he did not hear the word Sasquatch till after this incident. He called for his family and then dashed through the house. Then he spotted the foot tracks of his wife and the kids going off towards the river. He followed these until he picked them up on the sand beside, the river, and saw them going off downstream without any giant ones following. Somewhat relieved, he was retracing his steps when he stumbled across the giant's foot tracks on the riverbank farther upstream. These had come down out of the potato patch which lay between the house and the river, had milled about by the river, and then gone back through the old field toward the foot of the mountain, where they disappeared in the heavy growth. Returning to the house, relieved to know that the tracks of all 4 of his family had gone off downstream to the village, George Chapman went to examine the woodshed. In our interviews after 18 years, he still expressed voluble astonishment that any living thing, even a 7-foot 6-inch man with a barrel chest, could lift a 55-gallon tub of fish and break it open without using a tool. He confirmed the creature's height after finding a number of long brown hairs stuck in the slabwood lintel of the doorway above the level of his head. George Chapman then went out to the village to look for his family and found them in a state of calm collapse. He gathered them up and invited his father-in-law and 2 others to return with him for protection of his family when he was away at work. The foot tracks returned every night for a week, and on 2 occasions the dogs of the Chapmans had taken with them set up the most awful racket at exactly 2 o'clock in the morning. The Sasquatch did not, however, molest them or apparently touch either the house or the woodshed, but the whole business was just too unnerving for the family, and they finally moved out. They never went back. After a long chat about this and other matters, Mrs. Chapman suddenly told us something very significant just as we were leaving. She said, "It made an awful funny noise." I asked her if she could imitate the noise for me, but it was her husband who did so, saying that he had heard it at night twice during the week after the incident. He then proceeded to utter exactly the same strange gurgling whistle that the men in California who said they had heard a Bigfoot call had given us. This is a sound I cannot reproduce in print, but I can assure you it is unlike anything I've ever heard, given by man or beast anywhere in the world. To me, this information is of the greatest significance, that an Amerindian couple in British Columbia should give out with exactly the same strange sound in connection with the Sasquatch that 2 educated white men over 600 miles away in the south in connection with the California Bigfoot did is incredible. If this is all hoax or a publicity stunt or a mass hallucination, as some people have claimed, how did it happen that this noise, which defies description, always sounds the same no matter who tries to reproduce it for me? These were probably the last words on the Sasquatch that the Chapmans uttered, and I absolutely refuse to listen to anybody who might say they were lying. Admittedly, honest men are such a rarity as possibly to be non-existent, but I've met a few who could qualify, and I put the Chapmans near the head of the list, says Ivan Sanderson.
Wow. That story is so powerful and impactful to me because I know the area. And when you know the area, it really adds to it. I mean, that's a dangerous part of the Fraser River. You know, you're coming out of the Fraser Canyon, you know, maybe 10 miles as the 15 miles as the crow flies. The currents are absolutely brutal around there. It's a dangerous spot. Very dangerous, and to be chased like the Chapman family down to along the river, it's very, very eerie knowing that how powerful the mighty Fraser is.
Well, yeah, and according to the story there, every member of the family died drowning in the river, you know, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty bad news, apparently. Don't go on the river.
I've slipped in that river when I was like 20 years old. And my dad was watching me, laughing at me, and I'll tell you, man, the way that current took me, I was, within 30 seconds, I was already 50 feet downriver. That's how fast that river is. And, man, just eerie. Absolutely eerie, the Ruby Creek area. And then from there you got Seabird Island and then Agassiz. And it goes from there right to Harrison Hot Springs, Mission, British Columbia, in between DeRoche. Super Duke with World Bigfoot Radio will continue with the Cryptid Report when we return for the final half hour of Spaced Out Radio. We're clear?
Yay. I'm freaking exhausted. I've gotten 4 hours of sleep at night ever since the last time I was on your show. So I am just completely beat.
What are you doing?
Like a ton of things all at once, trying to get my vehicle fixed, finding a new roommate, completely cleaning up the whole apartment and everything so I could show it to prospective roommates, blah, 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 plus all the Bigfoot stuff I'm always stuck doing. So I'm not getting any sleep.
Right. Well, you got to take some time for yourself, Super Duke.
Yeah, after tomorrow, when I also have to run all day long, then I can have a day off before I have to make sure I have a show for Sunday. Yeah, I get one day off this week. So I don't know what kind of Bigfoot stuff we're gonna talk about here, Dave.
I usually expect at least an hour-long story.
Yeah, sure. It's so easy to come up with.
Well, let's just, I'll figure something out here, buddy.
Honest to God, if aliens abducted me right now, I'd consider it a rescue mission. That's how bad it's been.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go get a couple drags off a cig here.
Yeah, you go. We got a few minutes. Do. Hi, Angela Krause. How are you? What a great show. What a great show. Excuse me. Excuse me. Hi, Marlena. How are you? Hey, can we get 200 light or thumbs up tonight? That might be a new record. No, it wouldn't, but it'd be close. We're like 6 away. If you haven't already, give us a thumbs up if you don't mind. Let's hit 200 for tonight. It'll make me feel good. Make Davey feel good, man. Darius 7, welcome to SOR Chat from Hammond, Indiana. Indiana, also the home of DJ Ashba. Also the home of Izzy Stradlin. And also the home of W. Axl Rose. Greatest rock singer ever next to Freddie Mercury. Good state, that Indiana. All right, we got 30 seconds. Big thank you to Big Donk, Pam, D. Cohen, Pascal, D. Joe, Marty, Mike, Thomas, Lori, Mike again, Joanne, Joan, Monica, and Marv. Very much appreciate the love and support through the Super Chats. And if you're new here, don't forget to hit that subscribe button, ring that bell. We'd appreciate it. Thank you for all the thumbs up, guys. We're at 208. That's incredible. Here we go with Super Duke and his Kool-Aid next.
Mm-hmm.
Rounded third, headed for home tonight on Spaced Out Radio. Good to have you with us. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate you tuning us in. Want to remind you, if you've missed most of this show or others, check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read Shirky Poo's Newswire. Check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. Here we go. Final half hour. We continue on with our good friend Super Duke from World Bigfoot Radio. Duke, welcome back.
And I'm glad to be back. Let's bring up something you referenced at the top of the little chat with me.
Sure.
About aliens and Bigfoot in the same area. Now, you've got that going on.
We got some aliens,
and, for the most part, they don't get along with each other. As a matter of fact, if you're in an area where the Bigfoot and the little aliens are seeming to be like working together, leave. Because they are not friends with each other. The only ones that would work with them have either been enslaved or somehow being coerced into working with them like a fifth column. So, yes, you had aliens in your research area. You were seeing them. And apparently the local cryptids there were giving you the wall of dread to tell you that you needed to get out of there because that place ain't safe. And it sounds like what's going on there is your little probe-happy saucer jockeys are doing some side jobs mining there and possibly stealing some mineral wealth out of the ground. And as long as they're intruding in that area, it's not safe for you to really be there when they're around. And, as Robin mentioned, they're so impressed with you that one of them had to tell you that she had a new baby and how cute it was. So they're not out to get you. They're worried something's going to get you. So...
Well,
let me just put it this way, Dave, you got aliens.
Oh yeah, Dave's got some aliens. I mean, that's very, very true. I'm not gonna deny that whatsoever. Old Davey has some aliens. It's just you don't know where them damn aliens are gonna show up. But the idea behind it is this: one thing that I don't think a lot of people understand is you really have to be in touch with your inner self and the feelings that come along with that, Duke. I mean, you've been in the forest enough to know that when that little voice in your head is telling you, don't be an idiot, don't go down that path, or don't go here or don't go there, you have to listen to it for your own safety.
Absolutely. Following your gut instinct will keep you alive a lot more often than just using rational logic, because that doesn't always work. And I've noticed now that I have gotten to the point where I'm sensitive enough that I notice whether it's just subconscious because of the signs. Hey, all of a sudden everything went dead still and there's no sound. Derp. Well, maybe you're picking up on that. Or maybe there's some other clues that are letting you know about it. It's fairly easy to tell if you're being observed by something that has ill intentions. I mean, you can feel that eye pressure on you once you get sensitive enough. And you can feel that from big predatory animals or people or anything. What I keep getting is that the ones that tend to follow me around aren't hostile, but they get too damn close, and you get this weird feeling that there's something like right behind you. And it's really creepy, even though like logically they're not going to hurt me. They follow me around all the time. You still get that feeling, and it's at the back of your mind you're going like, yeah, there's probably a 10-foot Bigfoot like right behind me right now. I don't really want to turn around and check.
No, you don't want to do that. You don't want to do that whatsoever.
Well, you don't know how they're going to react either. That's the other thing too, because they're preoccupied with not being seen. And even if they get close to you, if you like spot them and blow their cover, that can make them kind of unhappy. So for a good precaution is that if you're in the woods and you see one or something and it's not like ridiculously obvious, like it just stepped out in the open to let you see it or something, pretend you didn't see it. Just keep acting normal. Go about your business. Perhaps leave the area.
Well,
actually, I get a lot of them on camera because of this trick, because I'll spot them just with my eye randomly, and I'll bring the camera around in like a pan or something, and I only keep the camera on them for a couple of seconds. Even if I zoom in on them or something, I only keep it on them for a couple of seconds, and then move the camera again, and I just keep talking the whole time. So as far as they're concerned, I didn't see them because I'm not registering that I'm doing anything.
Right.
I'm not acting like, oh my God, there's a Bigfoot, I'm going to zoom in on it, and I'm all excited and stuff. No, just do the greatest acting job in your life and pretend that nothing special is going on, and don't keep the camera on them for more than a few seconds. And apparently to them, it doesn't register that you're filming them. They don't think you're seeing them. And that's how you end up catching them by accident.
Good advice. Good advice.
It's worked for me quite a few times.
But when you look at everything that goes on with, trying to trick them like that, I mean, you're not trying to deceive them. It's just a matter of, some innocent trickery.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and that's where they draw the line, too. When you start actively trying to trick them somehow, then they get angry about that. And this is all sort of like you're playing a game with them. They're there. They know they're there. And they're still following you around. And sometimes they blow it and they get too close. And then you catch them on camera. Oh, well, that's part of the game. You lost that round. I got you on camera. Sorry. But when you're going out and you're like setting up game cams, or you're putting, audio listening devices, hiding them in things and stuff like that, then they don't trust you anymore. They get really angry and upset over that kind of stuff. Even little things like wearing too much camo. They think you're trying to hide from them. Even though, like, our camo might as well be, like a pastel barf on us for as well as they can see through it. They still think we're trying to fool them. So it's like, their psychology is really strange. Let's just put it that way. As long as you can get them involved and they think it's their idea and it's a game they're playing and they want to be involved, then it's all cool. But when you're trying to trick them, oh God, are you asking for it? Don't do that. It's not going to turn out well. Either you'll get nothing or you'll be chased out of your camp at 4 o'clock in the morning, one or the other.
No, what is it, Duke, with people who go camping, sleeping in a tent or in a camper in the back of a truck? What is it with RVing and camping that intrigues Sasquatch?
Well, I'm sure there's several aspects to it. They're just generally interested in what we're up to because we're just so radically different than the way they do things that we're very entertaining. And, the novelty of we're driving a whole house around with us. Not even setting up a tent anymore. We're just driving a whole house in, We got the bathroom in there. We got the kitchen in there. Ooh, that food smells good. And all that kind of stuff, So it's very entertaining to them. Part of the fascination with kids, which I used to find really disturbing. And I think what it is it's just, adult humans find little kids fascinating too. They're fun to watch. They're entertaining. And their kids act a lot like our kids do, apparently. So it's the same kind of entertainment for them. They're just watching an even smaller version of their own kids. Ooh, look at miniature children. They're cute. They make high squeaky noises. That kind of thing. And, sometimes it goes a little bit too far, too, because there's stories about female Sasquatch having recently lost one of their offspring and pretty much crazy with distress and sadness because they lost one of their kids. And snatch up a human kid. Oh, this will make a substitute. And then when they get it back home, Dad says, no, bring that back. And then the kid disappears for a day or so, and all of a sudden they're found again in the same place where they disappeared from, mysteriously enough. And Big Magic Bear took care of them for a couple of days.
Do you think that's and to me that sounds logical. To be pretty blunt, that does sound logical. But do you think that a lot of these children who go missing or people who go missing are actually being taken due to traumatic situations like that?
I think it just runs the gamut of all kinds of different things out there. There's not only the factor of Sasquatch being involved in some of this stuff, and I think a really small percentage of it, but unbeknownst to most of the public, there's more cryptids out there than just Bigfoot, and the rest of them are really dangerous, ranging from really dangerous to unbelievably dangerous. And a lot of these things, if they see a little kid wandering around in the woods, they're not going to think twice. They're going to grab them and they'll be out of there at, lunchtime. So
who are the culprits?
These things, they have the same stealth abilities as a Sasquatch do. Most of these cryptids, like Robin will tell you, they all have similar abilities for being able to blend in with things and move around stealthily, quickly, and whatnot. They can all pretty much do that kind of stuff. Well, you've got the rake, you've got Guglies, you got Champé, you got Genosqua, devil monkeys. There's all kinds of these, small population cryptids spread out across the continent. And if you happen to be in one of those areas that they're in, you can end up being there, take out dinner. I had Taylor, who was on my show several times, decide he wanted to go for a hike down the Appalachian Trail, and he got his hiking gear all together. He went solo, carried a 50 caliber Desert Eagle with him because he was going solo. And during his 2-week hike, he had a young female Sasquatch follow him for about 3 hours. He got to see her several times. She got fairly close to him, and then she got kind of freaked out and went back the direction she came, and he kept going. But at one point, he had taken a side trail off of the main trail and just went a ways down it and set up camp there. And all night long, he had something around the camp stalking him. And this guy's used to interacting with Bigfoots. He knows what their energy is like. He knows what the atmosphere is like when they're around. Whatever the heck this thing was, it was not a Bigfoot. And he stayed awake all night long, stoked the 50 caliber Desert Eagle ready to go in case he needed it. So in the morning, he went back up that side trail and went back to the main trail again, vowing not to take any more unnecessary side trips for the rest of the adventure.
But is it... Okay, let me ask you this then, okay? Since a lot of people don't tend, a lot of people are more into RVing and motorhomes and campers on the back of trucks and RV trailers, do the Sasquatch then come into these areas? Is it out of straight curiosity? Is it about food? What do you think it is?
Well, it's both those factors. I think in a lot of cases it's food. Activity draws their attention too, just because they're curious and they're fun to watch. But, ultimately they're all about eating everything that they can get to shove down their face because they're eating machines. They want to eat all the time. It takes a lot of calories to keep them going. So even as good as they are at gathering all the food they need to feed themselves, there's still limits to how much time they're going to spend sitting around watching us and not eating. So that plays heavily into it. If they can do two things at once, in other words, watch us and then get food afterwards, or at some point during the whole thing, then it's totally worth it. So you get a lot of that where they'll come into known camp dumpsters, like after a weekend when there's a big campground and stuff, like on Sunday night, they'll be in the dumpsters because they know everybody's already left. The campground's empty and there's all this food in the dumpsters, so they go dig through them. It's just like clockwork. They got like a route. Bears do that too.
Yeah.
They've got a route they follow. They know where the food's going to be, and they just kind of do this little loop and do this route. And the Sasquatch do the same thing, except, they're even smarter at figuring out patterns and food sources. They take ultimate advantage of it.
Okay. So the fact that they are visiting campsites, state or provincial campgrounds or picking on people who are using tents by, freaking them out, touching their foreheads and their body parts.
Or tickling their feet like they did with Keith Crabtree up at my research area a couple of weeks ago.
Okay, you got to tell us that story.
Okay, yeah, this one's pretty hilarious. The second time this summer, I'm at my main research area. The first time it happened, I was up at the ghost town of Coloma. This time I'm at my main research area. It's the second night we're there, and it's getting really cold. And I mean, like, really cold. It's going to be down in the low 20s. There's a burning ban on. You can't have a campfire. So after a certain point, it's really dark and really cold, and there's scary things in the woods. And, okay, I'm just going to go huddle in my tent and sleep now. So Keith crawls into the back of his truck, and I crawl in my tent. And I get in the tent, and I got the lamp right in the top of the tent. And I'm trying to crawl into the sleeping bag, and I reach up, and I turn the light off. And as soon as I turn the light off, I mean, Dave, within 5 seconds, I hear crunch, crunch, right next to me within 2 feet of my tent. And I'm like, are you freaking kidding me? So I reach up, and I turn the light on again, and I go, hey. Dead silence. Dead silence, dead silence. I must have sat there for about 15 minutes. Didn't hear anything. Finally just reached up, turned the light off, went back to sleep again. So in the morning, Keith says, someone was messing around with me last night. And I went, what happened? Well, see, Keith is a gigantic guy. He wore the costume in the movie The Legend of Boggy Creek. He was the Boggy Creek monster. So he's trying to sleep in the back of his truck, and it's not long enough. So he has to drop the truck bed. And then in order to maintain any heat in there whatsoever, keeping in mind he's from Arkansas and he's up here in Montana freezing his butt off, tarped off the end of the truck. So he's got the little bay window in the topper in between the front of the truck open, so he can just hit the clicker and he can turn the truck on. It'll turn on a bunch of heat, shoot it into the back, warm him up for about 10 minutes, and then he turns it back off again. The only problem is it keeps leaking out the back. So he takes the tarp and he takes this piece of twine and he wraps it 3 times around it and ties a knot to make sure it's nice and secure, doesn't come apart, and there's no air leakage going on. So in the middle of the night, he has this weird dream that something's tickling his feet. So he rolls over sideways and pulls the blankets up over his feet and goes back to sleep again. Then when he gets up in the morning, he remembers that he had this weird dream that something was tickling his feet, and he looks at the back of the tarp, which is now wide open. Something with fingers untied the knot, dropped it on the ground, and then he gets a second shock when he gets up and crawls out from underneath the tarp. There's a wild deer there about 20 feet away from him, looking at him, munching on some grass, going, hey, how you doing? He's like, I've never been that close to a wild deer in my life. That was the second surprise. And he goes, do you think she was licking my feet or something? She couldn't have untied that knot. It hasn't been bit or anything. Something untied it. And I went, Keith, there's a big, look right here, right by the back of his truck. There's a big rock about the size of a baseball that's pure quartz. It's exactly like the ones they gifted us, the same exact spot the year before. And I said, I think that was a Sasquatch tickling your feet, Keith. And he's like, oh my God, you really think so? And I go, we'll find out for sure when I get back. So as soon as we got in cell phone range, I called Robin and I went, so what kind of activity happened this weekend? And she goes, well, you know, when you guys get up there, you don't have any phone service. So I contact them to make sure that you get up there safely. And I contacted him, and he said he was sitting across the river and he was watching some guy with a hat that was sitting in the camp with you. And I went, oh, that was Keith. So as it turned out, him and Keith were staring at each other for about 45 minutes after the sun went down. The moon was up, so you could kind of see some detail across the river, but you couldn't make out anything too well. And he goes, that shadow over there, it keeps looking like it's moving. And I said, well, just keep your eye on it and see if it does. And he's like, you know, pretty intent that it moved a few times. And I said, well, for sure, when you get up in the morning, just sit in the same place and look across the river when the sun's up, and you can see if that object's there or not. Well, of course, it wasn't for the whole rest of the weekend. And that's what it was. It was the Sentinel right when he got there the first night having a staring contest with him for 45 minutes. So the next thing I said, was somebody tickling his feet? And she goes, yeah, there's one of them laughing right now. He says he left the rock for him so that he wouldn't think he was dreaming. It really happened.
Wow. Robin told me, so we got about 2 minutes left. Robin told me, Robin McRae this is, that we most definitely have to go out again on Saturday. Even though we were freaked out in our area the last time, she says you definitely have to go back out. She goes, but go a little bit earlier where there's still daytime. She goes, there's something there for you to see. And
right on.
I don't know what that vague clue means, but I just want to see something.
Oh, it's going to be exciting. Just make sure, keep safe. If you get that creepy vibe, something bad's going on, it's time to leave. And, especially stay away from those probe happy saucer jockeys that you got running around out there right now with their mining equipment or whatever. They might have jackhammers or something.
I don't know if they'll be back there. I don't know.
Hopefully not. Hopefully they were just visiting.
Right.
That is a possibility because sometimes they'll move into an area for a while and then it's like you don't want to be there until they decide to leave again.
Yeah, but that's what I got aliens for. Super Duke,
Yeah.
It's been a wonderful slice once again. We've got about a minute here. Tell everybody where they can find Duked Out Radio.
You can find me over on YouTube, of course, and on BitChute, Rumble, and Odyssey. I have support groups on Facebook, World Bigfoot Radio, and Montana Bigfoot Project, and also on the MeWe social media network under World Bigfoot Central. And if you missed last weekend, what rare updates on the whole Glag saga, more additional information, Glag Apocrypha 3, Part 1. Part 2 is coming up this Sunday with Dee Sims, Lady in the Woods, another really good Bigfoot researcher. And we're also doing a fundraiser for her. She had a heart attack about a week ago and is completely out of commission. So we're trying to raise some funds to help keep her and her already disabled husband alive. So if anybody wants to stop by and help with that, I'd appreciate it. Otherwise, you get to see some amazing stuff. All the Glag Saga aficionados, we get to talk about Glag's grandma. Woohoo! First time we get to talk about this one, so you're going to enjoy it.
Super Duke, always a pleasure to have you here. We will talk to you in a couple of nights' time. Very much appreciated. World Bigfoot Radio, Duke Sullivan. He is literally one of the best when it comes to doing everything and studying the Sasquatch and the high strangeness around it. We love you, Duke. Thank you so much for coming on in. We got Mr. Ron Bumblefoot Thaw rocking in the background with Little Brother is watching. Bumblefoot is the official music. Spaced Out Radio, rocking us in and out of every single show. Get your horns up for the guitar god himself. Special thanks to everybody listening in at home, at work, in your cars, wherever you may be. Thank you to everyone in our chat rooms tonight. YouTube, Twitch, LGAP, Facebook, Spreaker, the Space Travelers Club, and on Twitter at hashtag Spaced Out Radio.
I know you're out there somewhere.
Remember, this show is copyright by Spaced Out Radio and SOR Media Ventures Limited. Thank you so much for choosing to share your evening with us, because together, my friends,
we're watching.
We own the night. Mr. Bumblefoot, we need a favor. We need you to take us home. Yes, the Woo train has docked for the night. But soon, my friends, we shall ride again. Your seats are always available. Your tickets never expire. And if you want to bring a friend, we've got room for them too. Good night.
Want an easy way to start saving and investing? All you need is acorns and your spare change. Link a credit or debit card, and Acorns will round up your purchases to the nearest dollar and invest the difference in an expert-built diversified portfolio. On average, Acorns users invest $166 in 4 months from just their spare change. And if you sign up today, you'll get a $10 bonus investment. To sign up and view disclosures, visit acorns.com/Spotify.
Man. Look how happy I am to see you here, Reverend Keith. I love you, man. I hope you're doing well. And let's see here. Let's see. Damien, nice to have you back. And we are all caught up so far. Bombshell Bomber, nice to see you. I know there's going to be a big flood in about an hour here because Jimmy Church is talking with Grant Cameron about the Wilson documents. We'll have Grant Cameron on. A massive show here. And just like tonight will be W. David Page, nice to see you. But we're going to get things going here in about 30 seconds. Our store is open, so make sure you check out spacedoutradio.com and go check out our swag. We've got some really cool stuff there. And, of course, Lon's website is phantomsandmonsters.com, which literally gets tens of thousands of hits each month. So, we're getting in for it really well here tonight. And thank you, everybody, for coming on in. We're going to have a great show here coming up momentarily. Oob to Joe's Main, you've got Lubla. And 5 seconds here. Do me a favor, everybody. Get your horns up. Let's rock. Of Central British Columbia to you listening around the world. This, my friends, is Spaced Out Radio. I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. We welcome you to tonight's show on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. You can follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read Shirky Poo's Newswire. Check out our swag as well. Tonight's show is brought to you by Chive Charities. Help make the world 10% happier by visiting Chive Charities today. You can find them on our website. A power show coming right ahead with Lon Strickler from phantomsandmonsters.com. And, of course, it is the month of the Mothman out in West Virginia. We'll get into all of that coming on up. Then in hour number 3, the Swamp Dweller will take us on another spooky journey right across, wherever we end up going. Yeah, wherever the Swamp Dweller takes us. Then, filling in for Tim Senor